Introduction. I knew I should have been at 7 figures by now. I had the talent, work ethic, and potential, yet here I was, stuck at 6 figures in revenue. I felt like I hit a wall. More hours, more grit, trying more tactics and a bigger team, none of it worked. The excitement and allure that got me into entrepreneurship were gone. The freedom, the growth, the impact, the limitless upside, it was all a lie for all I could see. I was exhausted and burnt out. I realized I didn't actually have a business. I had a self-employed job that required more time, more work, and paid less money than my corporate career. I was on the 6-figure hamster wheel going nowhere fast. Then it hit me. What gets you to 6 figures in revenue is not what will get you to multiple millions. The path to 7 figures. Congrats, you've made it to 6 figures as an entrepreneur. That felt like an accomplishment at the beginning, but you know you're destined for so much more. You want to get past that magic $1 million revenue mark once and for all. But getting there hasn't been as easy as you thought it would be. You've put in the hours, blood, sweat, and tears and gave your business your all, only to be stuck in a pretty similar position with the same problems and same headaches, with no consistent leads, cash flow concerns, team stresses, and more, to where you were a year ago. Why is that? Well, it's because what got you to 6 figures, the thinking, the key actions, the strategies, the hustle, the habits, will not be what gets you to 7 figures and beyond. In fact, most of what you have done and are still doing now are the exact things holding you back from the next level. The constant hustle and the grind, the do-it-all-yourself mentality, being pulled in so many different directions, making short-term decisions to survive. All of that has to come to an end. There is a much simpler and better path to scale, and that's what I'm going to show you in this book. After now working with hundreds of entrepreneurs and small businesses all across the world, I've learned a very important lesson. There is a formula for business success, and there is a very important order to things to get the most traction possible. So that's what we're going to address, the right things in the right order. Now, the ones that succeed do well in a few critical areas. And as I mentioned, the ones that grow the fastest, which hopefully is you, while not working the crazy hours, also approach their growth by following this very strategic order. All right, there's a science to things. So I'm going to walk you through step by step how to approach your business and growth as you head towards multiple millions the right way. All right, now there are going to be 7 steps, each one sequentially building on top of each other to help you take back control of your time and your business and get you on the fast track to a multi-million-dollar business that works for you, not the other way around. This is really, really important. And trust me, this stuff flat out works. I've now built 3 7-figure companies in a few short years and have helped countless entrepreneurs across the globe do the same with this proven playbook. My company, 2X, works with 6 and 7-figure entrepreneurs all over the globe. In our first 3 years of business, we've used these proven systems and strategies I'm about to share with you to help generate over $255 million in client revenue while in our one-on-one coaching programs. This doesn't count what happens after they finish our programs. This is the exact step-by-step methodology that we use to help people like John Murphy go from $67,000 in revenue per month in 110-hour work weeks, seriously, to $503,000 per month while working 10 hours per week in 6 months' time. This is how Ryan Rockwell 10x'd his business from $31,000 per month to over $307,000 per month, while also being able to take a month off completely to go and travel across the world. And how we helped Aaron Green go from 0 weekends off in 20 years as an entrepreneur to taking every weekend and 2 entire weeks off, all in her first 60 days after implementing these strategies. By taking these steps, you'll transform your business from owning you to being in complete control. It's about consistent, predictable growth. Just follow the process step by step. The numbers to $1 million and more. The fact of the matter is that most businesses fail. Michael Gerber, author of the great book, The E-Myth Revisited, famously shared that 80% of businesses fail in the first 5 years. And of those that do survive, 80% more will fail in the next 5 years. Even more, even with all the effort that you put into your business, and all entrepreneurs are working hard, only 40% are profitable. 30% break even and 30% continually lose money. That is depressing, but you're different. All right, if you're listening to this audiobook, business failure isn't really as much of a concern as not achieving near your potential, which can really feel even worse, right? And what you know is possible is having a 7-figure business and the lifestyle that you started as an entrepreneur to achieve. The bad thing is the stats of having $1 million business are equally disappointing. Only 4% achieve 7 figures or more in their business. 4%. So put another way, 96% of businesses fail to reach that $1 million mark. My company is on a mission to change that head on by sharing with you the proven playbook. So you're in the right spot. Now, the cool thing is, I've yet to meet many 6-figure entrepreneurs who aren't just a few simple but vital tweaks away from getting to that magic $1 million mark. I'm guessing it's the same for you. If you are at 6 figures, I'm going to show you the path to reach that 4% club. Now, what we need to do is to get you to a minimum of $83,333 per month. That's the 7-figure pace. Once we get there, we want it to be consistent and controlled and then go up from there. And that's how you build a multi-million-dollar business, is one step at a time. But that $83,333 per month is the number that we want to get to. We'll take it step by step to make sure that you not only reach the growth that you want, but that you are set up so that your new highs become your new lows and you continue to level up in the future. Consistency and control is key. The challenge with so many businesses failing and not growing, and your business not growing in the way that you want, is that it's actually not your fault. You've been given the wrong advice based on short-term tactics and hacks and countless gurus out there fighting for your attention. They have to make their offers exciting and feel new, when in reality, the stuff that works now are the same principles that mattered 100 years ago, right? So in this book, we're going to skip past the short-term hacks. I'm going to skip telling you what you want to hear. We're going to go back to the principles. We're going to go back to the basics, the essential elements that you must get right. We're not going to talk about Facebook ads hacks. We're not going to talk about the latest social media following strategy or anything tactical at all. We are, however, going to talk about making sure that you have a 7-figure strategy and business model that's set up to scale. We're going to talk about getting you free from the weeds and stop being owned by your business. We're going to talk about how to build a world-class team that produces results without you, and turning your business into a consistent, predictable, cash-producing machine to set you up for many years to come. My goal is to forever change the way that you see and operate your business. And the end result is not only more revenue growth than ever, but more importantly, more freedom, more fun, more consistency, more profit, more impact and opportunities. So it's time to unleash your full potential and help you achieve that vision for why you started in business to begin with. This book will be your guide. The free 7-figure toolkit. Now, this is important to note. All right, to achieve big success, it's not about ideas or information. It's about implementation and execution. To help, I'll be sharing a lot of proven strategies and systems that we use ourselves and with our private clients at 2X. So, I put together a complete toolkit of resources I share in the book, including specific templates, example spreadsheets, custom PDF worksheets to fill in, deep dive training videos, and more. And it's all included for free to help put these strategies into action. Now, you can access all of these tools directly at 2x.co/toolkit. That's 2x.co/toolkit. You'll hear me reference this link numerous times throughout, so take advantage and set yourself up for years to come. And as you go through this, I'm here to help you. Shoot me an email anytime directly at austin@2x.co. Again, that's austin@2x.co. And I'll support you in getting clear and building momentum. But it's time, so let's get you to 7 figures fast, starting with the right mindset and vision. Chapter 1, the $1 Million Mindset and Vision. The iceberg under it all. There is a proven formula to successfully scale a 6 or 7 figure online or service-based business. We have worked to master this methodology, and we call it the 2X formula. It's one of the key frameworks we use to help entrepreneurs grow fast. Now, with this, there are 9 elements involved, and the key element that encompasses it all is your mindset. This is where it starts and ends, because without the right mindset, nothing else matters. You can have the best model, an amazing product or service, and be in the right market, but it will still fail if you don't get your mind right. Much like an iceberg, your mindset goes much deeper than you'd expect. It impacts your vision, decision-making, risk-taking, ability to let go, your leadership, action-taking, consistency, attitude towards failures and challenges, and more. Long story short, it's the foundation for everything that few entrepreneurs really work on. But it's clear. Look at the most successful entrepreneurs around, and you'll see they have a different mentality. That's no coincidence. Get this right, and entrepreneurship is truly limitless with what you can achieve. So we'll start here with what you need to know to adjust and create your $1 Million CEO mindset and vision. The hardest part. Business is easy. It's my job to convince you of this by showing you what matters and what doesn't. But some aspects of business are difficult. Potentially the hardest part of all for entrepreneurs is this: figuring out what you really want. Think about that for a second. What do you really want? Most entrepreneurs have no idea what they truly want. Caught up in the day-to-day blur, it's easy to forget why you became an entrepreneur to begin with. But what are you working so hard for? What is the end goal? Before we go any further, stop and think. What do you really want for your business? What is your ideal situation? How many hours do you want to work? Where are you headed? Where's your business headed? What does true success really look like? And what does it feel like? We're going to get clear on what that ideal life and lifestyle really looks like. Look, you don't get in the car until you know where you're going, and you shouldn't be working so hard driving your business without a clear and exciting destination in mind either. Because your business is a tool. It's a tool to create your dream life. It's the vehicle to help you create the life and lifestyle that you know is possible. It's not your job. It's not who you are. It's a separate entity that should be used to create the ideal situation for you and your family. So before we talk about anything related to your business, we have to get clear on your personal vision first. Now, the clearer and more compelling that this is, the faster you can go. Clarity creates speed. All future business decisions only make sense once we know this. And then from there, it's time to create your business vision too, which will be aligned but not about you, right? This business vision will then be your big picture guide for your team and company. That's your North Star. To define this, imagine putting yourself 3 years out. Put yourself in that time. Imagine your business, your life, the feelings, the emotions, the accomplishments, your team, the environment around you, your family. Paint that picture. Create a full, detailed picture in your mind and then write it down. What does this look like? What does it feel like? What milestones and results are you going to achieve a couple years out as a company? This vision you're creating is the destination. Everything we do, from strategy to your team to your model, which marketing channels to focus on, all of it's going to be designed to get you there. to your personal and business vision as fast as humanly possible. Now, we love the 3-year time frame because it's far enough out for you to break out of your current situation and design exactly what you want. But it's not so far out that it feels like a fantasy, right? Now, the challenge is taking the time to step back from the day-to-day and get clear on this. Most are too busy to think about this critically. And as a result, don't ever have that vision. And as a result, don't achieve the life, the freedom, the wealth, the impact that they work so hard for. We get lost in the day-to-day again, right? So don't be that person. Stop and think first. This is the best thing you can do. There's so much you could do. There's so much you could have. It's just up to you to decide. To have a vision that works, you have to get specific. It has to be so clear and compelling that you and your team can see it, that they can feel it, right? That you can communicate it to other people over and over and over again. This is what will get you fired up to keep you pushing through the hard times. And it has to keep you saying no to the many opportunities that are going to try to pull you off your path, right? All those shiny objects, all those opportunities. There's so many things that will try to pull you off your path. We've got to have a clear vision to be able to know what matters and what doesn't. Plus, the bigger and more clear that your vision is, the smaller the day-to-day challenges are, the more that you'll want to push through them. Same with your team, all right? This is essential, as even though you're about to learn how to turn your business into a high-performing, cash-producing machine, it's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows, unfortunately. There will be challenges. There will be difficult conversations. There will be some stressful situations. There will be a few big decisions to make, and there are going to be times where you question, is it all really worth it? Well, when you signed up for this entrepreneurship thing, you signed up for all of this and more. But with a clear and compelling vision of your personal life and company, you'll see what is possible if you make it through. And using the principles in this book, you will make it through. You're going to thrive. So I highly encourage you, take some time, get outside, get away from your normal workplace and environment, and craft a 3 to 10 page overview exactly where you'll be 3 years from now. Define the future and create a document to be able to share around, communicate this vision so that other people can see what you see. Now, Cameron Herold's vivid vision process is invaluable here. I highly recommend what he does on this, because this is where we really learn this and have evolved this into some of the things that I'm talking about now. And you can also see our example of the vision and template in your 7-figure toolkit at 2x.co/toolkit. So definitely check that out. Use that as a guide and create it to be your own. Now, here are a few signs that you have the right, clear, and compelling vision. You can see it and feel your vision as if you're already there. There's a bigger purpose or mission to it other than making money. 3, it makes you smile even just simply thinking about it. 4, it's a bit scary and will stretch you, but you still believe to your core it can and will happen. 5, it helps you realize that 99% of challenges that you face are minuscule compared to where you're going. They're nothing but tests to make you stronger. 6, it helps you attract your dream team into your life in and out of business. Clients, employees, spouse, friends, partners that also have the same vision and values. And 7, it doesn't change much over time. Now, once you have the right complete vision, it feels so aligned that it can adapt and mold some with the things that change in the phase of life that you're in, but it doesn't change every few months with another idea or totally different direction. It stays pretty much the same. That's when you know you've got the right one. As soon as you get there, you're off to the races. From here, it's a lot easier to make the necessary decisions to get there. It's a lot easier to know exactly what to do. So this is going to be your North Star. This is critical not only for you, but especially for your team. They'll be able to see what you see, keeping everyone moving forward with the mission at hand. From there, will reverse engineer the fastest, most strategic path to make it a reality. But nothing matters until you have this. Now, in summary, the six-figure hustler has general goals that are often changing. There's no clearly defined business vision, and the team isn't really clear on the company vision, mission, direction, where it's really headed. This isn't communicated well, no matter if it's clear in your head or not. But a seven-figure CEO, you have a specific, compelling personal and business vision. The team is aligned and clear on the company vision and mission. The team and CEO uses the vision as the guide to help stay focused on what matters most. If this is you, this means you're on the path to multiple seven figures. Who you have to become. Now, thinking about your future and what you want to accomplish, the growth, the income, the impact, to make it a reality, what has to happen? More importantly, who do you have to become to make this vision a reality? You've gotten to this point because of who you have been and who you are now. But to get your business to the next level, you have to first get yourself to the next level. The fact is, your business will never far exceed where you're at as the leader. And the cool thing is, you can design whoever you want. My favorite Tony Robbins lesson of all is him talking about the icon that we all know today. He said, Tony Robbins didn't exist. I created this mother, insert the blank, standing here. Yes, he was born with some natural skills and talents, but much more than that, he designed who he needed to be. He crafted that person and worked at it daily to create this person basically out of nothing. As soon as I learned this, I went on to design who I needed to be as well. I went from not having confidence to having more than almost anyone I know. I told myself every day I was a master of systems years before I was. I designed who I wanted and needed to be and worked at it every day. Soon enough, I realized I became that person that I designed and crafted a couple years before. And I started to achieve the results in life that I dreamed of. Now you can do the same. In fact, to get to the next level, you need to do the same. So let's begin by defining the next version of you with a simple exercise. Start by making a line down the center of a page. All right, there's several graphics that are in the book. I'm putting this in the PDF, so go to twix.co/toolkit to get that to work through this. But on the left side of the page, list out the key traits and qualities of how you describe how you've been in the past. Let's say the past year as a CEO. How would your team and others really describe you? List those out first. Then think about the qualities of who you need to be that will make you the CEO of a multi-million-dollar business. What are your key traits and qualities? How do you treat and protect your time? What habits and principles do you live by? What key shifts do you need to make? And how is this list on the right side different from who you've been in the past, which is the list on the left side? Go deep on these. Write out these characteristics and the changes needed. Then start being that new CEO today. You don't have to wait. Even create an alter ego if you have to. That's what worked for one of our 2X Accelerator clients, Ulysses of Influencer Press. On day one, we realized he had dreams, like many entrepreneurs do, to finally run $1 million business. The problem is, his mentality was stuck in the low six figures, which was unsurprisingly where he had been for a couple years at this time. To get to the next level, we needed the next version of him. So we started calling him U7 to remind him of the decisions that the seven-figure Ulysses would make. U7 handled problems, challenges, and decisions differently. He protected his time. He stopped making short-term reactive decisions. He built a team for the long term and did what it took to make his compelling vision a reality now. Now, he's transformed into an entirely new person, new CEO, and a businessman living his dream life. That's what you need to do too. Design that next level version of you that you need to become to accomplish your big goals and start being that person today. It's time, and as soon as you do, you'll officially be on the path to seven figures. Now, some of the traits of a six-figure hustler are busy, unable to let go, weak leadership, afraid to take risk, afraid to ask for help, inconsistent, distracted easily, focused on tactics, right? Whereas a seven-figure CEO is somebody who protects their time like gold. They're strategic and intentional. They're confident. They're clear. They're consistent. They're building a machine that we're talking about in this book. They're playing the long game, keeping things simple. They're focused. What words come up for you? Put the list on the left-hand side of the page, the right-hand side of the page, and let's talk about some changes that you need to make. The CEO problem-solving mentality. As you've discovered, the first major difference between struggling and elite entrepreneurs is with the mind. When a new project, opportunity, or issue comes up, a six-figure CEO immediately thinks, how am I going to get this done? What do I need to do? But what about insert excuse or fear or tactical question, right? They immediately start thinking about how it's going to happen. They get excited by doing something new and shining, delaying what they know they need to do or probably should be doing. They start asking tactical and technical questions about small details, and their minds start adding on more and more stuff to an increasingly overwhelming to-do list. But it's shiny, it's new, it's fun. Does this sound familiar? Well, this is how I was for years, and part of the reason why I had so many six-figure businesses but not seven-figure businesses. But I learned a seven-figure CEO just thinks differently. That's where it begins, is with the mind. When a new project or opportunity comes up, the seven-figure CEO thinks first about alignment with their future vision and whether or not it is essential. The reality is, most things are busy work and not aligned or strategic to help you achieve your vision. So this is a huge first step. Then, if it is aligned, they think two very important things. Number one, who should own this project? And number two, what systems are needed to get it done? This is completely different of how a six-figure CEO thinks, right? Who and what systems, not how. Think who and what systems, not how. So you come up with a new project that has potential for a big ROI or big growth. That's great. Instead of immediately taking it on and adding it onto your plate, stop and think. Who is going to own this project? And what systems do they need to make it a success ongoing? Another example, what happens if a fire comes up? Guess what? They're going to happen, right? They're going to happen less and less by implementing what I'm talking about in this book. But instead of hopping in and handling it yourself like normal, think who is going to own this issue and what systems do we need to put in place so that this never comes up again. This simple mentality of who and what systems will keep you out of the weeds, empower your team, improve your operations, and ultimately allow you to grow your company better and faster than ever. It's a subtle difference that makes a massive impact. Now, not everything can or should come from you. So change your mentality, start doing less, and think like a seven-figure O. Think, is it aligned? Is it essential? And then who will own this and what systems are needed? This simple yet game-changing mindset tweak will keep you flying high on the fast path to millions. Now, the six-figure hustler has a do-it-all mentality. They think how to do something and about tactical details. They take on responsibility for almost all problems and opportunities. They can't let go or delegate, and they fix problems at the surface level, putting out fires but not fixing things at the source. Whereas a seven-figure CEO thinks who and what systems, not how to do something. They fix problems at the source, solving things for the long term. They empower their team to execute and lead and take on more ownership, and they stay free from the weeds. That is you. CEO Survival 101. Business is an intense sport, especially when you have big goals and you want to grow fast. To not only survive but thrive, there's one crucial skill that you have to master. That skill is represented by this crazy story I once heard about smoke jumpers. Now, these are highly trained elite firefighters that parachute into active wildfires to stop the spreading blaze. It's clearly one of the most dangerous jobs on the planet and much riskier than what I'm doing day to day. But these are firefighters that are risking their lives in the wild to save countless others. The story goes that 15 of them were deep in a spreading fire, trying to contain it when things suddenly changed. The winds shifted and the fire started surrounding them. So being stuck in a canyon, there's only one way out, and that's up the mountain. So they have on this heavy gear that protects them, right? But wearing the heavy gear and carrying the tools needed to fight the fire, the smoke jumpers faced a near impossible task. How are they going to do this? Now, of the 15, only 3 survived. In the aftermath analysis of the fire, the report found that there was one important difference among the 3 survivors. The 3 survivors all let go of the weight holding them back. The other 12 who tragically died didn't get rid of the 100+ pounds of gear until it was too late. Now, this story represents so much of what entrepreneurship is and what it takes. It's a climb up a mountain with a ton of things that can hold you back. Your mindset, your beliefs, the economy, a virus, a pandemic, competition chasing you, and an endless list of other challenges. In business, the ones who not only survive, but thrive are the ones who let go. This is not easy at first, right? You got to where you are by holding on to things so tight and driving the results yourself most of the time, right? But I'm telling you, your business livelihood and all the incredible success that is possible for you depends on letting go. So cut the weight holding you back and step into the upgraded 7-figure version of yourself. Now, the 6-figure hustler is somebody who's afraid to let go. They think it's better, faster, cheaper to just do it myself, quote unquote, and as a result keeps doing too much, staying on the 6-figure hamster wheel. The 6-figure hustler doesn't trust in others or empower their team, and they're focused on short-term actions instead of long-term team development. Whereas a 7-figure CEO knows that to get where they want to go, they must let go. They cut out the non-essential and are focused on the highest impact activities to drive results. They consistently think how to work on the business, not be stuck in it. And they empower the team to grow and develop long-term. Now, some of the big ideas from this first chapter, the first major step to build your $1 million mindset and vision is that your business will never far exceed your mindset. To take your business to the next level, you must start here in the mind. Second, the only way to achieve your vision is to get hyper clear on what it is. Your vision drives every business decision. This is your North Star. Now, you need to craft a clear and compelling personal and business vision so that we can design the business and strategies to get you there, as doing all the work doesn't matter if it doesn't help you achieve your goals. The challenge is, the hardest thing of all is to figure out what you really want. Not these vanity metrics. You got to stop and think and get out of the day-to-day grind to think clear and get really focused on a clear and compelling vision. Again, this drives everything. The more clear you are and your team are, the faster you can go. It's worth it to spend the extra time up front to get clear, get focused, and get aligned. Now, once you're clear on your vision, the question to ask is, who do you have to become to make that a reality? Define and detail this person, as well as what's been holding you back in the past. And let's start to make that shift today. Next is, with any challenge or new project, start to think like a 7-figure CEO. Think who and what systems, not how you're going to do something. This will keep you free from the weeds and working on the business. To achieve your big goals, you have to learn to let go. You can't do it all yourself, and you shouldn't try. This is one of the make or break skills to develop you as you scale to multiple millions. Chapter 2, your 7-figure strategy. Market domination with Model 1. You now have a clear image of where you want to go and what you want to achieve. Now it's time to create the right strategy that helps you achieve your vision as quickly and easily as possible. When thinking about strategy, most newbie and six-figure entrepreneurs think about tactics. They're looking for the latest marketing hack, advertising trick, or a new fancy funnel or tool. They think that these are the answers that will unlock growth. But if you tried those things, you know that it's not the answer. The true answer is with a killer strategy. This is the 80-20 of growth. At 2X, we define a strategy as 1, the structure for your business and how it's set up to scale, aka your business model. Number 2, your go-to-market plans of what products or services you're going to provide to who and how you'll reach them, achieving product market fit. And number 3, a well-thought-out, simplified plan of action, including your order of attack and the key levers that you're going to focus on. In essence, strategy is a set of choices that you make to get you set up to win and achieve that big vision of yours. The right structure and strategic focus combined with the right plan of action will get you on the path to 7 figures in a hurry. Most entrepreneurs haven't thought very strategically about any of these 3. As a result, it's made many things way harder than they need to be. If that's you, we're going to change that right now. My mission with this book is to help you get more traction in less time. The way that we do this is by going deep into what we call our Model 1 framework. When we get this right, business and scaling become much easier and you'll be on the fast track to be the leader in your market. Now, there are 5 elements to Model 1 and they all fit into a single question. Are you selling the right people, the right products at the right price with the right positioning in a way that can scale? I'll say that again. Are you selling the right people, the right products at the right price with the right positioning in a way that can scale? Put another way, in order to grow as fast as possible to the next level, you need your target market, offer, price, positioning, and fulfillment to be simple, strategic, specific, and scalable. Get this right and boom, you are off to the races to take over your niche. Get it wrong and you'll still be reliant on muscling it, feeling like you're pushing a boulder uphill when you know things should be easier. I talk to business owners every single week and nearly all of them think that they have this figured out. I mean, they got to that first level of success, making tens of thousands or much more per month, so they must be good on these elements, right? Wrong. Most entrepreneurs go year after year relying on muscle and grit to get clients. If even one of these 5 elements are off, you're going to pay for it. So let's fix this head on and help you get true traction with your marketing by nailing your strategy. I'm emphasizing this because I wish I knew this years ago. This is the 80-20 to get right. Using this framework would have saved me years and helped my businesses grow by many millions more. And I'm sharing this to help you do the same. So let's break down each pillar individually now to help make it happen. Pillar 1, where it all begins. Entrepreneurship is solving people's problems for a profit at scale. Again, I'll say that one more time. Entrepreneurship is solving people's problems for a profit at scale. Whether you're selling marketing service, coaching, widgets, roofing, or anything else, that's what you do. You solve people's problems. At the center of this are people. More specifically, to get to the next level in your business, you need the right people. What we'll call your ideal target audience, or ITA for short. You have to define who your ideal audience is and know them inside and out. Now, the more intimately that you know and target your ITA, the more successful you'll be, the easier things that will become. You should know their pains, dreams, desires, and fears so well that you can speak directly to them and have them think, wow, this company gets me. This company is for me. This is important to go deep on because it's what your entire business should be built around, the ideal customers. This impacts every business decision as well, just like your vision, including what products or services you provide, what marketing channels you pick, what marketing assets you create, the pain points that you touch on, everything from your marketing to your sales on down. If you are broad with your audience and try to be all things to all people, like 90% or more of 6-figure businesses, you're going to set yourself up to fail. But if you're specific and clear and targeted, you'll have much better conversions, much easier decisions, much less moving pieces, a simpler business, easier fulfillment that's more duplicatable, creating much happier customers much more consistently, and more, right? Sounds like a great reality. Let's make it happen. The answer to more traction starts with going more narrow on who you serve. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how clear and targeted are you on your perfect customer? Do you know them inside and out? Are you specific and clear in your marketing, or are you casting a fairly wide net, afraid to turn away business? The riches are in the niches is a common quote for a reason. What makes this work is the specificity. The vast majority of businesses try to be too much to too broad of an audience. That doesn't work. I know because I tried it for years. I get it. It's scary to shift. It's scary to get more targeted and niche. But if you keep building your business without a very clear ideal audience that you try to duplicate, then you're going to have a wide array of clientele. You've got your ITA, but you also got your PITA clients, the pain in the ass ones, right? But most of your business is going to be filled up with okay clients. That's still a tough way to scale. But imagine if you go a few layers deeper and get hyper clear on who you're targeting, duplicating your ITA over and over and over again while you don't let any PITA clients come in. How much easier would your business be? What would that mean for your customer experience? What would that mean for your operations and team? This is what we want to duplicate over and over and over again. I'm telling you, everything would change on a dime. This is one of the keys to multiple millions, and it's a key decision that you must make. Talked at the beginning of the book that you're going to have to make some hard decisions. This is one of those scary things that drives everything that you're going to have to make a choice on. Now you're going to get more traction, better conversions, higher prices, more repeatability, happier clients, more referrals, more PR, and more if you make this decision. Now there's a power to being number one in your niche, and that doesn't happen if you don't get more targeted. It's called the power law. And again, there's a graph on this in your toolkit. But this power law essentially states that the results are not evenly distributed. In fact, they're wildly undistributed, with the leader in every single market getting the vast majority of the profits, the vast majority of the attention, the traction, and more. So if you want word of mouth, if you want PR, then we've got to get you number one in your niche. So go really narrow and focused until you are number one. So I know it's painful, but you've got to get more focused. You need to go deep here. So who is your perfect customer? Who can you best serve? Who can you be the undisputed market leader for exactly? Who would you love to duplicate as a client over and over again? You need to define this in detail and then back it up with all of your positioning, your messaging, and your marketing. Now the difference is life-changing, and the more targeted you go, the easier it'll be to scale a wildly successful business. Now our outline of 2X's ITA, who we call Ambitious Alex, is 24 pages long. We go into detail, and you can see more on this guide in your 7-figure toolkit at 2x.co/toolkit. But here's a short description of our ITA to show you a little bit more about the specificity of this. Alex is 34 years old, married, and ready for the next level. They're ambitious and smart and have had some success in a previous career. They are 3 years into running their own business, but now feel stuck on the hamster wheel with pretty much the same problems and frustrations as a year ago. They're growing slowly at about $500,000 in revenue, but their sales are inconsistent and the business is still reliant on their time and grit, and it's getting exhausted. They see others online thriving and growing past them and wonder, how are they getting the traction? What am I not doing? They know that they can achieve great things, but they feel trapped and overwhelmed, not reaching their full potential. They have 5 people on their core team, including their spouse, who's also a partner, and 3 additional part-time contractors they regularly use. Their friends and family view them as successful, but they know deep inside they're really not anywhere near where they need to be and should be. They aren't paying themselves a full amount from their business as their profits aren't consistent or repeatable. They're truly ready for a change. It has to, as it's now affecting their key relationships. Their eyes are set on finally becoming a multi-seven-figure entrepreneur and living the life they envisioned for years now, and they're ready to make it happen. Now, this is a short summary, but we go into much more depth than this, where we're really hitting on the emotions and pains and fears in their day-to-day situation. And by doing so, we have more clarity on exactly who we are serving, how to market them, how to communicate them, what products to sell, and much more. All business decisions then become much easier and more clear with this perfect customer in mind. The thing is, we aren't for everyone, and neither are you. The key to gaining traction is to go narrow, get focused, and own your market as best as you can, no matter how small that is. Then you can start to consider going wide, but not before then. In fact, until you reach a minimum of at least $5 million in revenue, you shouldn't think about going wide at all. And most of the time, you can go much higher than that without going wide. So get clear, get specific, get focused, define your ITA in detail, and then update each of the next few elements to start getting more traction than ever. So the six-figure hustler is somebody who goes generic and broad with your targeting, afraid to turn away business, thinking that you'll get more business by casting a wide net. You don't hit on the true pain points or desires, never quite emotionally connecting with your marketing campaigns. And you have a low portion of ITA clients and too many non-ideal or PITA clients, the pain in the ass ones, that are taking so much energy from you and your team. Whereas a seven-figure CEO and seven-figure business is targeted and specific niche that you can be the market leader for. You understand the clear pains, desires, and customer situation very, very deeply. You make decisions based on this targeted ITA and cut the rest out that is not for you. You speak to this targeted ITA directly in your messaging and marketing, and you maximize and duplicate your ITA while putting restrictions in place to not bring in any PITA clients. Pillar 2, your seven-figure product slate. Once you know your ITA in detail, you have to really get clear and strategic about what you're selling. Are your products and services what your ITA really wants? Do you need more products? Or can you simplify now that you're more focused with your ITA? What is the ideal product slate to maximize customer value and growth? With a little work, you can arrive at a pretty objective answer to help drive these questions. You just have to take a step back to be more strategic and look at the data. Shocker, I know. When we start with a new 2X client, we look at which exact offerings drive most of the sales and profits, which products are taking more effort than they're worth that could be cut out, which do most of your best customers buy, and what's the ideal customer journey for you from A to Z for your new ITA to maximize LTV over the long term. Now, nearly every business that we work with, we have to adjust and optimize their product slate as they're doing too much because they have too broad of a target audience. So start with the ITA, and then let's get you with the right product slate that is simple, specific, and very strategic and scalable. Now, here are a few things to think about to make this happen. Number 1, identify your core offer. If you don't have a core flagship offer, one that your company is known for, then you're missing out. So what's your bread and butter? What are you going to be best in class at? What core product can you build your entire business around? Define this core offer, and I'll teach you here shortly how to become the market leader for this product. Number 2 is simplify to scale. Simple scales, period. It's not about doing more. It's in fact about doing less, just doing it better. So what can you cut out? What is not really driving big results? What products are not perfect for your new ITA that we can put on the back burner for now? Simplifying is often one of the hardest things to do, but it's essential to get clear on what's essential and what is not. Some offerings cause more problems than they're worth. Most offerings aren't driving a real impact on your bottom line. To figure out what to cut, we use a process called the income stream evaluation, which is included in your 7-figure toolkit. Now, this process is simple but effective. Number 1, first, list all the ways that you make money, your different products or offerings. Or if you have a lot of products, then just create the categories. Then, for each income stream, List the following estimates for the past 12 months. How much revenue was generated by each? How much profit margin? You can estimate it if you're not exactly clear. What's the time involvement from you each month for each one of those? Then, third is once you have that list, go through and answer. Is this product ideal for your updated and targeted ITA? And to help you accomplish your big vision, is this offering essential? Yes or no? To get to 7 figures fast, you have to know when to cut, maintain, or double down on an offering. When you break things down objectively this way, it's often very clear what to do. Most things are not essential, so simplify first, then use that extra time, energy, and resources to optimize and scale your main money makers. This will lead to a lot more growth much more easily. Trust me. Number 3, don't compete, differentiate. One thing I push our private clients on daily is don't compete to be better, compete to be different. Don't compete to be better, compete to be different. The vast majority of 6-figure entrepreneurs create products that are not differentiated from what else is out there. They're not specific, strategic, or filling a big gap in the marketplace. And they wonder why they aren't getting the traction, no matter how good their product or service is. So is your core offering different and a better fit for your ITA than your competition's? If not, we have to make it so ASAP. We'll talk about positioning your business and offerings in the right way here shortly, but for now, we need to map out how to make your products irresistible to your ITA, which is number 4, make irresistible offers. The best thing that you can do to make your marketing and sales teams look like heroes is simple. Make irresistible offers that your ideal customer would be crazy to refuse. Truly think about this. How can you make your products a no-brainer? How could you blow them away with what you're sharing? Here are 7 of the key pieces of our 2x irresistible offer formula to help you design and position your products substantially better. Number 1 is pain. You got to make it clear that you understand your ITA's situation, their pain, their challenges, and that you can address those issues head on. The bigger the pain and desire, the more money you'll make. So start there. Really twist that knife. Number 2 is a specific solution. You make it clear that you have a very specific solution that addresses your ITA's pains and goals. It's clear what you do. They don't need to understand the full process like A to Z, but they need to know that the solution you provide and feel like it's specifically designed for them. Number 3 is differentiated positioning. You have this strategic positioning for your company and your offering that shows your ITA that you are different, substantially better than any alternative. You have a secret sauce, if you will, and are designed specifically for your ITA. Number 4, results and benefits. It's clear what the end state of what they receive, both tangible deliverables and results, and most importantly, intangible benefits are. They desperately desire those things and as a result, want your product and want it now. Number 5, the value. The perceived and actual value is substantially higher than the price, making your offer a no-brainer to the target audience. This is key. How can you make it a no-brainer by offering so much value compared to the price? And how can you position your offer so that this value is communicated? Get this right, and your sales will blow through the roof. Number 6, risk reversal. Take away the risk from them with a model or guarantee that addresses their biggest fears and objections and ensures that you are aligned with your incentives and confident in what you do. Take the risk off the plate. Put it on you, not them, because somebody has to have the risk, right? The right risk reversal is the icing on the cake, giving your ITA no reason but to say yes to your offer. 7, social proof. It's one thing if you sell, but another if others sell for you. The right offer is backed up with social proof, examples, and testimonials to have others show your value and benefits for you, taking away any final fears of buying. The better you do at each element, the more likely you'll be selling more than you can handle. To help, what I want you to do is A, use the guide in your toolkit, but work through each one of those elements, making the product more painful, making the specific solution more clear and targeted, making your positioning more differentiated and clear that it's for them, really honing in on the results and benefits, increasing the value, both perceived and actual, and integrating a great risk reversal along with social proof. If you do these and really improve each one of these elements, you're going to create a truly irresistible offer. So take this one by one. By doing so, you won't need a ton of products to reach 7 figures. In fact, we got to our first $1 million in revenue with one single product. Remember, do less but better. The right product slate is simple, strategic, and specific for your ITA. So use this section to get this right, and you'll have more time, profits, and traction than ever. Trust me. Now, to summarize this section, the six-figure hustler has multiple products that serve multiple different types of customers, often unintentionally. They have no strategic ascension model. They're not maximizing customer value. They have offers that are okay at best and similar to many other products in the marketplace. They have too many offers, none of which are fully optimized most of the time, and they're hard to stand out in the marketplace and have to compete often on price. Whereas the seven-figure business has a strategic product slate designed to maximize customer value. They're clear and targeted solutions for ideal customers' pains and desires, not for a broad customer base. They're simplifying down to the 80-20 of what matters most and focusing in on those. They're creating irresistible offers that they can't refuse, maximizing each one of the 7 elements I just talked about. And they're differentiated from the marketplace in a category of one. If that's you, you're going to scale to the next level in a big way, so get your product slate right. Pillar 3, the price is right. How did you come up with your prices? Let me guess. You picked a random number similar to other offerings in your space. Then you stick to that number for a long time, oftentimes too long, right? It's crazy how many entrepreneurs don't think strategically about their pricing at all, especially given its importance in impacting your bottom line, your profits. But what we need to break down is, what's the ideal price of your offering? Let's talk about our client Ulysses, aka U7 that I talked about earlier again, to see an example of how important this is. So at the time, Ulysses offered PR services for entrepreneurs. The price for his main program was about $10,000. He was at a networking dinner with some leading online influencers, which were his dream clients. And they started talking about PR and their goals to get out there in a bigger way. It's just kind of the conversation was going around. And this is where Ulysses and his business shine. This was setting up perfectly. Then Ulysses shared that the price of his core package was $10,000. And hearing that the price was, quote unquote, only $10,000, they all denied it right away. Since the price was off, and in this case too low, it didn't seem valuable enough. It didn't seem right for his ITA. So people that he thought were his dream ITA, they just dismissed it. Then right in front of him, they asked for introductions to one of his competitors who charged 3 times the price for pretty much the same value. So this price issue cost Ulysses a quick $50,000 in sales at that dinner, and also some massive success stories with big names who knew a lot of people, which would likely lead to an additional 6 figures or more in the future. So we've really got to think more strategically about your price. And again, it all goes back to your ITA. That's where we begin. But the thing is, it's not just about raising your prices. Now, most of the time, it is in fact better for you as a small business owner to raise your prices. Most of the time, this is what we help clients do, is increase their price. But sometimes the opposite is true, to make your model more scalable. We've seen success both ways. So I want you to think strategically about your pricing. For instance, one of our clients recently lowered his front-end prices from $399 per month to an irresistible offer of just $19 to get more of his ITA in his customers. From there, he knew that he could keep his clients much longer at a lower monthly retainer of $199 per month, and thus increased his business exponentially by actually going down in prices. So the key is to make sure that your pricing is very strategic and intentional and built for your perfect customer. Most don't do this, but this one lever alone can increase your profits by 40%, 200% pretty easily with one swift change. So start with the first two Model 1 elements, and then let's get you priced right for your ideal audience. Now here's the process that we use for a general high-ticket offer. It's a bit of a science and a bit of art, so you're going to have to make a decision again, then test and optimize it over time. But to come to a price, you need to evaluate 4 key factors. The first is the floor, which is your cost. Now this may be an obvious one, but we can't be selling things, unless it's part of a greater strategy, of course, at a loss. So what are your exact costs when you're selling something? In a service-based business, it's not as clear as with physical products sometimes, but that's not an excuse. You really need to know the true costs of running your business. Now, when determining your prices, the bottom floor is the costs, but look at the real cost. That means looking at everyone's time, all of your overhead distributed accordingly. This is a bigger conversation that I'm going to cover right here, right now, but literally at the time of this recording, I just got off a client call where they didn't understand their cost, and in fact, they're losing money on a lot of the business because they don't know their numbers. They aren't taking into account all of their expenses. They aren't paying themselves full wages, and as a result, their business model is not set up to scale. We just keep getting more clients. We're going to keep running down into the ground. So a surprising number of small businesses out there, 6, even 7-figure entrepreneurs, are running their business in this way, and they're shocked why they're not growing. So spend some time to go deep and really understand the full cost of delivering one sale completely, A to Z. What are all the costs that need to be included? This clarity is painful at first, but ultimately game-changing when you get clear on it. Number 2 is the roof, which is the value that you provide. So what's the true value that someone gets from your offering? List in detail the tangible and intangible benefits and results that your customers receive. How much are those things really worth to your ITA? What's the real value of your offering if you had to put a number to it? And most importantly, think how you can adjust your offer and positioning of the offer to maximize this perceived value. And the real value. It's not just about perception. But this is a key part of creating an irresistible offer, and the second price element to consider. And the third is the starting spot. This is your competition. So find related and competing businesses and see what they are charging. How do they price and why? How do they position themselves? Specifically, go to those who are best in class or those that are ahead of you or where you want to be in a year or two. What are they selling their products and services for? This helps with pricing, but also much more than that. If you aren't doing a deep dive competitor analysis, you're missing out big time. Sam Walton, founder of Walmart, proudly claimed that he visited more retail stores than anyone else. This is so important that he didn't just send his team, he himself visited other competitors regularly throughout his entire career. He was always looking for an edge. And he found it by being in the trenches, by seeing what others were doing. He wanted to borrow every idea, tactic, and strategy possible, no matter how insignificant it seemed to most. He then took those ideas and shared them each week with his leadership team so that they could take a lot of that and put it into action. The result of taking the best ideas from everyone else and adding to it to make it your own, well, you create the best of the best. That's what Sam and Walmart have done, right? Let your competition do the hard work of validating their offerings and prices. Then you take the best among them and make something better and, again, different that's more specific for your ITA. But number 3 is all about the competition and understanding what the other alternatives are. Then number 4 is the X factor. This is saleability. So this is where you discern how much you could charge your perfect customer. Given the right positioning, the right messaging, and value stacking, what's the price that you could sell your offering for over and over and over again to your ideal customer? That's the final number to take into account. So what we do is take all 4 of these values, put them on a chart, and that's our guide to identify the price of where we should be at. But one metric alone isn't going to cut it. All four very much matter because you'll go broke selling at or below cost. You can't sell above the actual and perceived value. Your dream customer will go elsewhere if they can get the same exact thing for cheaper, which is, again, an importance to differentiate. And you'll have a hard time scaling if people can't pay what you are asking. So there's not some secret average or formula to this. This is where the art comes in. But by doing this process, you're armed with the right perspective. Also, a pro tip is don't just think about the price. Think about the model and structure for how you can charge to maximize customer value. Maybe you do a 6-month minimum contract or get paid on results instead of a one-time charge. Or maybe you charge a setup fee to get started, followed by a recurring monthly fee. Or maybe you can change your program to be a full year instead of just 3 months with a stronger guarantee, thus maximizing your LTV. There's a lot of ways to consider to charge. So the keys, as always, are stop and think very strategically to maximize your LTV. Think about your perfect customer, the ITA. Design the best price for them and them only. The more narrow you go, the clearer what the price will be and the higher you can go. Number 3 is the value of what you really offer. The real and perceived value is the key driver of price. So get strategic with your team on how to drive more value your ITA would pay for while maximizing the value to cost ratio. This is where you can exponentially grow your profits. Next is the positioning of your business in irresistible offers matters so much on price. So work to back up your pricing with the proper positioning. And most importantly, test and iterate over time. Don't just get stuck to it. Test and iterate and optimize this so that you're growing your business, you're growing your LTV. Price is not static. If your prices scare you a bit, that's good. That's probably the right price. But don't let fear hold you back, as more revenue and profits will help you give more opportunity to invest in a better client experience and results. And that's a true win-win. That's where we want to be. So don't be afraid of charging more. Don't be afraid of going up market. And again, the more narrow and clear that you get, the more specific that you can make your offering, which means more valuable. And from here, it starts to create the self-perpetuating wheel. Now, write these things out objectively, and you'll see that you can likely earn a lot more profit by being strategic with your ITA, targeting, model, structure, and positioning. The right positioning makes it all so much easier, so let's break that down next. But to wrap up this section, six-figure hustler is somebody who has general pricing that's often based on competition or something very similar. They're not clear on their true profitability of each offering, so they're like working hard but not really getting ahead financially and not really clear why. Most are selling to a broad audience, so they're charging less than they could. They're getting lots of objections on price. They don't strategically think about the pricing model at all and the structure for how they can get paid. And there doesn't think about the cost or the customer value and the ratio between those two. Whereas the seven-figure CEO in business has strategic, intentional pricing that's crafted for a specific ideal target audience. Their profitability is known and the product slate is optimized based on this. They're charging based on value, not cost. They maximize this ratio to increase the price, client satisfaction, and profits, and the positioning backs up the pricing to make truly irresistible offers. Pillar 4, blue ocean positioning. Do you have competition? Good. That proves there's a market for what you're selling. But I bet most of your competitors are making the same generic promises, using the same marketing strategies, and fighting over the same audience. The more noise there is in the market, the harder it is to cut through it all. In today's competitive marketplace, it's not enough to be great. You also have to be unique. All right, I'm really emphasizing this because this is so important that most six-figure entrepreneurs don't do. So what are the unmet and underserved needs in your niche? How are you filling a gap? If you're familiar with the popular book Blue Ocean Strategy by W. Chan Kim and Renee Malburn, you know to get away from the red ocean where cutthroat competition fights over the same audience, turning the waters into a bloody red. With a blue ocean, you're essentially in a category of one. That's where we want to be. There, all competition becomes irrelevant. To create this category of one where you are the market leader, you need to be clearly defining 4 things. Number 1 is who you are. Identify to your core who your business is and what makes you unique and different. What's your company's unfair advantages, skill sets, or differentiators? Leverage that. Leverage those things that make you different. Number 2 is who you serve. Specifically, who is your most ideal audience and what are the key factors that matter to them? Go back to that first step of Model 1 again, that's where it all begins. Number 3 is what are you best at? What are you going to choose to be known for? What can you be the best in the world at? How can you leverage this to be different from what's out there? And number 4, what will you willing to decide to not be the best at? You can't be the best, the fastest, the biggest, the cheapest, etc. all in one. You have to make some trade-offs to really be great in certain areas. So you have to choose wisely. And with this, you can decide who your common enemy is. Who are you throwing rocks at? Who are you going to strategically play against to stand out even more? You've got to take a stand to really be different. Now the key here is, again, specificity. Going niche with your targeting and positioning is extremely important. It's scary, but trust me, this is very crucial in going from 6 to 7 figures fast. For instance, the vast majority of business growth coaching programs are focused on marketing and sales. At 2X, however, we've seen a huge gap and filled it by focusing on what we have proven 6 and 7 figure entrepreneurs really need, which are great operations to get them free from the normal small business hustle and muscle, combined with working on the right things in the right order. By doing this, we get more traction and help people free up their time to create the life that they really want. So we leverage that focus on systems and operations as our key differentiators to position ourselves as the best in the world at these. So we have a blue ocean map, and I highly recommend that you check this out in the 7-figure toolkit. But what you want to do is create a list of the key criteria that matter to your ideal target audience and pick which ones you're going to be bad at and which ones you're going to be good at. And you're going to use this to differentiate yourself from the competition. I highly recommend that you check out our 2X Blue Ocean strategy map and then use this as a guide to create your own. This allows you to have more effective marketing, more polarizing messaging, and really communicate clearly exactly what you do. So let others compete on the same topics while you create your own category of one. Leverage your unique greatness and become known for something that matters to your ITA. This leads to more referrals and word of mouth marketing, more loyalty, better conversions, and ultimately a lot more growth. That's what we're here for, right? So how are you going to be positioned? What are you going to be known for? To help, start with what's in your DNA. What's your natural zone of genius that you're going to be the best in the world at? Where are your competitors weak where you can really excel? What are your key differentiators to set you apart? And what are you going to be known for? What word or phrase or topic do you want to own in your niche? Get clear, get specific, choose what you're going to be the best at, and strategically position yourself in a category of one. It's priceless when you do this. Now, to summarize this section, a 6-figure hustler type business is in a crowded marketplace of similar companies and offers. They're not differentiated from the competition. They're very similar to other brands and offers, and trying to be good at too many things when in reality you can't be. You have to have some trade-offs, right? So they're afraid to really pick what they're bad at and what they're going to play against that, and they don't take a stand in the marketplace. Whereas a 7-figure CEO and 7-figure business has strategic positioning that is specifically designed for their ITA. They're different and better than the ITA's other alternatives. They have key differentiating factors defined and emphasized by the brand. You strategically choose what you won't do and what you won't be good at so that you can play against that and do the things that you are going to do really, really well. Then you also leverage your differentiating factors in your marketing to turn away your non-ITA clients and attract more ideal ones, and you choose a common enemy to play against to better emphasize what really matters to your ITA. Pillar 5, in a way that can scale. If you implemented the Model 1 elements discussed so far, you'll be setting your business up for success. But here's the kicker. You can have an amazing product that is targeted to the right audience, it's easy to sell, profitable in creating raving fan customers, but if your business is still built around you and your time, then it's not a true business. And it's definitely not scalable. You will hit a ceiling on your growth and a wall with your energy. Trust me, I've been there. I was stuck for years at 6 figures and burned out more times than I'd like to admit. I had built my businesses around me, my time and talent, and as a result, I worked myself to the bone trying to scale. I was so exhausted and overwhelmed that I started having anxiety attacks. Every time I drifted off to sleep, I would gasp up in bed to breathe, praying that I'd make it to be alive in the morning. I had this so bad that I had to call 911 to make sure that I wasn't dying. Then I learned there's a much better, smarter way, and one that actually is a key to growth too. So here's the fifth and final piece to the Model 1 framework. Make sure your business is designed to run and scale without you or any other key person or resource. To do so, we need to see your business as a scalable machine, not a self-employed job reliant on your talent. How can you turn your business into a machine that thrives without you? That's what our entire 2X machine methodology is about. You got into business because you're smart, capable, good at what you do, and you wanted more control over your income, your growth, your impact, and opportunities. Since starting your business, you've reached that first level of success by driving the show through grit and determination. But to really scale and to finally get what you really want, the freedom, the income, the impact, the opportunities, we have to change this. We have to stop having the business be centered around you. Now, don't get me wrong. You can still be the face, you can still be the CEO, you can still do your magic, the thing that got you to this point, the art you enjoy doing. But to grow fast, you cannot have your business require you day in and day out. If it does, then you're limited. Your time is limited. Your energy is limited. Your brain capacity is limited. And your growth will be limited too. And that's not what you want. So you need to have the proper team, structure, systems, and operations to have your business be able to run fine without you. In fact, if it can run great without you, that's when you're in an amazing spot to really, really scale. Now, we're going to help you break this out in detail so you can get free, but start to brainstorm. What needs to happen to have your business run just fine without you? How can you make your fulfillment be much more scalable? What operations and team changes do you need to make? Start to think about these things. We'll get clear on the key steps in the next 2 chapters. Now, I know the thought of removing yourself completely from the day-to-day of the business can be scary at first, but it's necessary. Either you get ahead of it or you wait until you hit a wall like I did. So are you ready to unlock growth? Then it's time to be courageous and let go. Now, summarizing this section, the 6-figure hustler is somebody who has their business built around you and your talents. The team is dependent on feedback, direction, approval, and ideas from you. You're essentially trading time for money. You can't effectively handle a lot more clients and customers, and it's not scalable in its current form. But a 7-figure business, on the other hand, is a business that's built to scale without you or any one key person for that matter. It's with the CEO fully removed from the day-to-day operations where you can handle more customers at scale and you have a repeatable delivery process to make clients raving fans over and over and over again. If that's you, you're ready to go. Your growth lever to millions. So now that we've shared the 5 elements of Model 1, and I'd encourage you to go back and re-listen to each one of those, let's get into a few of the other key elements of having a 7-figure strategy and model to be set up for success, starting with a key growth hack that most people don't take advantage of. So whether you're at $200,000 per year or $500,000 or $5 million or anywhere in between, here's a lesson I never want you to forget. One of your best growth levers, something that will make your life way better and your bank account way fuller, is to maximize the lifetime value of a customer. If a customer buys from you one time for $1,000, then their LTV is $1,000. If they buy one product from you that's $1,000 and another service from you that's, let's say, $200 per month for 6 months, then their LTV is $2,200. It's the $1,000 plus, $1,200 of the recurring. So same customer, just a lot more revenue from $1,000 to $2,200. So one of the hardest and most expensive things in your business is to get new customers, right? So when you do get new customers, keep them. They're your best future customers. With this one lever alone, maximizing LTV, you can dramatically grow your business. So there's 4 key ways to impact your LTV. Number 1 is you can raise your prices and go higher end. Number 2, you can sell your customers more new stuff or cross-sell or upsell. Number 3 is you can sell your customers more of the same stuff and keep them longer, have better retention. And number 4 is adjust your business model or the structure of how you get paid in the offerings that you have. So oftentimes we'll do a combination of these to drive higher LTV, but this is such an important key to growth that we address this on day 1 with all new clients. And we're looking at, as part of the right product conversation, is how can we maximize LTV? Because again, this one lever alone can double, triple, quadruple your business and take you on the fast track to millions. So the power of this cannot be understated. Remember, one of the most expensive things in business is to acquire new customers. So get very strategic and intentional and skilled at maximizing the value of the ones that you do get. So consider the following questions to help you go deeper on this. What changes can you make to enhance your customers' LTV? Can you sell them more products or raise your prices? How can you keep your customers twice as long or 4 times as long? Can you change how you charge so you can get even more revenue from them long term? And map out the perfect customer journey for your ideal target customer. What's the perfect flow of products to maximize their LTV? Map this out, get clear, have the numbers and targets in place, and let's start to strategically attack this. Once you've given those questions some thought, put this all together to map out the numbers, to map out your product slate, and let's get the LTV up. So summarizing this section, the 6-figure hustler focuses much more on trying to get more new leads and customers over everything else. They think that more leads is a solution that will solve all their problems. They focus more on the sale and the marketing than they do on the customer, and they don't maximize customer value. Whereas a 7-figure CEO and a 7-figure business strategically designs their business and the offerings to maximize LTV. They understand that raving fans are at the heart of a great business and much easier path to growth. And they strategically craft the 4 key drivers: the price, products, retention, and model to be set up to scale these things. All right, get this right. And again, your LTV is going through the roof. And now you're really looking at a multi-7-figure business. 3 buckets of great strategy. Strategy is the 80-20. Get this right and everything else is easy. One of the key things I want you to take away from this book is to shift from the idea of hustling hard to scale to be strategic and intentional. Strategy is the 80-20 of growth. A simple system we use to help make sure that you're set up to scale for the long term is our 3 bucket strategy. What we're going to do is think of your business in 3 time frames by doing this. Number 1 is right now, the next 30 days. Number 2 is the medium term. This is 6 to 12 months from now. And number 3 is the long term, 3 to 5 years out. Now, many entrepreneurs are stuck trying to merely survive, so they aren't thinking strategically about anything past hitting payroll in the next couple of weeks or this month's bills. However, if you have a strategic plan for each of these 3 buckets and you execute on each, you're going to shift more and more away from the right now bucket. And soon after, you're going to be a very successful entrepreneur. Now, the more that you can get ahead and work on the key levers that we set you up 3, 6, 12 months from now, the more that you're going to start to see that exponential long-term growth. The more that you're going to be able to get to where you want to go and be less stressed along the way. So let's look at a couple questions to consider for each time frame so that you can be more strategic and intentional than ever. Bucket number 1 is the right now bucket. So a couple questions to consider here are, do you have a strategy in place to hit your short-term leads and sales targets? Do you have the cash on hand to cover all your expenses and more and not worry about having to be reactive here in the short term? Are you set up financially for the next 30 days so that you can focus on the long-term strategic actions? And are you clear on the highest impact things that you can do this week and month to drive you towards your quarterly and annual targets and initiatives? Reverse engineer those big levers to a specific action plan that you and your team can execute right now. Bucket number 2 is the medium term. Are you clear on the highest impact levers that you need to achieve in the next 3 to 6 months that will get you on the fast track to your bigger vision? Is your team clear and aligned on these too? Next is, are the actions that you and your team taking this month setting your business up for 6+ months down the line? If not, let's get clear on that. One of my favorite questions to ask is, 6 months from now, what will you wish you had done right now? Make sure you do that and you'll be set up for success. And bucket number 3 is the long term. Do you have a clear vision of where your business will be a few years down the line? Are you clear on the key strategic moves and actions that are going to get you there? And is your team clear and aligned on this? Next is, are you strategic and intentional about your vision with the right strategy and model? And do you use the vision as your guide to see what is not essential and what you should be focusing on as you go? Think through and write out a response to each one of these, and you're going to start to be much more strategic than anyone else in your niche. Now, each bucket is so important because the fact of the matter is the future arrives faster than you think. 6 months goes by in the blink of an eye, and before you know it, 3 years flies by just as fast. It's the businesses that strategically plan ahead and make sure that the steps that are taking align with the long-term vision that are the ones who will win. More and more, your time should be spent on the medium-term levers, the things that are super important but not that urgent. Those are your real money makers. Those are the actions that will make an impact to get you where you want to go. Yet most 6-figure entrepreneurs stay stuck, focused mostly on the short term. So it's not about being busy. It's about being strategic and intentional. So spend the time, get clear on your long-term first, then the key medium-term levers that you're going to focus on, then down to the highest impact short-term stepping stones that will get you off the 6-figure hamster wheel and being set up for success. Your future self will thank you for it. So summarizing this section, you're a 6-figure hustler is somebody who's focused primarily on the short-term survival mode actions. Many of the actions that they're spending time on aren't in clear alignment with the long-term vision. Next is the team isn't clear on the progression of the steps to get towards that big vision. And lastly, you're busy but not strategic or intentional. Whereas the 7-figure CEO in business has strategic alignment working backwards from the vision with clear short-term and high-level medium-term milestones and initiatives to work towards. They're very intentional and strategic series of steps towards the big goals and vision. They're moving away from short-term actions into medium-term and long-term actions, knowing this is where the big results will come from. And last but not least, the team is clear and aligned on the progression of steps of how everything builds up towards that vision. The $1 million question. Prepping to start 2X a few years ago, I took some time to compare my friends who were absolutely crushing it, scaling to big numbers quickly, to those who have potential but are stagnant, are stuck on the hamster wheel. What's the difference? What do the most successful do that the unsuccessful ones don't? I came to this conclusion. The most successful compress time. They're always thinking, how can I get this accomplished as easily and quickly as possible? They're looking to accomplish in 60 days what most do in 6 months, and are constantly searching for the shortest path. They know the power and price of time, speed, and opportunity costs. Those things that people that are doing okay never quite value enough. The average person is looking to save pennies, while the best are looking to make big money moves, right? The average person is looking to figure it all out themselves and do even more, while the best are trying to do less with a lot more leverage and not do it by themselves, of course. So knowing this, I created the $1 million question that we use internally at 2X and with our private clients every day. It simply asks, what's the simplest and most direct path? You got a big project that you want to complete? Great. What's the simplest and most direct path to get it done? Want to take your qualified leads from 10 per week to 40 per week? Great. What's the simplest and most direct path to make that happen? Want to get your business from 6 to 7 figures? Again, what's the simplest and most direct path? This question is worth well more than $1 million. It's ingrained in our heads, and I hope it becomes your go-to question as well, because you know that strategy is the 80-20 of growth now. And a secret hack to a great strategy is simplicity. This $1 million question will guide you to make it as simple and strategic as possible. So the answer to more money, more time, more freedom, more consistency, more growth is through less. So start figuring out what the goal is and then ask the $1 million question. What's the simplest and most direct path? Get more strategic, compress time, and start blowing past your goals. The next chapter will help make sure that happens. It's the tipping point where everything changes in your business. But wrapping up this section, the six-figure hustler tries to add on more and more to do. They think more complex is better. They think they can get everything done in an ambitious period of time. Whereas a seven-figure CEO knows that simple is the key to a great strategy and plan. It's always thinking how to simplify, cutting out what is not essential. Realizes that things will take longer than we think they will, so plans on this and takes on much less. They also get clear on their goals, vision, and outcomes, and then think, what's the simplest and most direct path to make that a reality? And they train others to also think with this mentality. So wrapping up this chapter on really nailing your strategy and model to be set up to scale is you've got to use our Model 1 framework. This is your guide to a better, simpler business that gets more traction than ever. It says, are you selling the right people, the right products at the right price with the right positioning in a way that can scale? If you are clear, targeted, and specific, and very strategic with this, you're going to be the market leader in no time, but most are not. So it all begins by getting more targeted on who you serve. This is the first step. This is your ideal target audience, your ITA. Your entire business will change the more clear and targeted that you get here. You want to become the clear market leader for this ITA and understand them inside and out. From there, craft a strategic product slate to help you maximize customer value and conversions by making truly irresistible offers. This makes everything else easier. Next, maximizing LTV is often one of the single best levers to grow. Think critically on this, and your entire business and profits will change forever. The 4 key drivers of LTV are price, products, retention, and model. Speaking of price, strategically craft the right prices and you can increase your profits by 40 to 200% fairly quickly. Think about maximizing the value while also optimizing costs so your ratio of value to cost goes up. This makes it easy to raise your prices and profits exponentially. Next is don't compete to be better. Compete to be different and stand out from your competition, planting your flag in the marketplace. Your positioning is key. Next, get clear alignment between the short, medium, and long-term actions to get on the fast track towards your vision. Cut out everything that is not in alignment to get you to achieve your big goals and vision. Next is move away from the constant short-term reactive focus. Your real money makers, the ones that are going to move the needle, are the non-urgent key actions that will show up in the results in the medium and the long term. So focus on those. And last but not least, get clear on what outcomes you want and then use the $1 million question as your guide. What's the simplest and most direct path to make it happen? Chapter 3, Fire Yourself from the Day-to-Day. The one thing holding your business back. Before you can scale, we need to have a little chat. There's one thing that is stopping you from your goals and the success that you know is possible. It's making things way harder than they need to be, and holding your business, your income, your freedom, your team, and it's holding you back from reaching your potential. Unfortunately, that one thing is you. You are the bottleneck. Don't worry, you're not alone though. Almost every entrepreneur we work with is the one holding things back. And I've been there many more times than I'd like to admit. Not only do we mentally hold ourselves back with fear, our mindset, or self-sabotage, but specifically, in your business, you are the bottleneck. You are likely being pulled in so many different directions, wearing too many hats, and are responsible for everything from marketing to finances to team to client success. It's no wonder that you don't have the time to drive real growth. We have to change that, and we will. So it's time to fire yourself from the day-to-day operations. It's time to step into your role as a CEO and be working on the business, not be stuck in it. The thing is, in small businesses, there are a lot of moving pieces. You're going to be responsible for a lot. I get it. So the constraint to solve for is your time. If we get this right and get you free from the weeds of your business, then everything changes. That's why we call it the tipping point. That's what this chapter is all about, to help you get free from the weeds so you can grow and live your best life. So let's take back control of your time and get you free. Now, summarizing this little section to get this chapter started is a six-figure hustler is stuck in the day-to-day operations, pulled in 100 different directions. They have a never-ending to-do list and are exhausted and overwhelmed. Whereas a seven-figure CEO is working on the business, not being stuck in it. Right? As Michael Gerber talks about. They're in control of their time and calendar with a clear focus on what matters most. So let's make that happen for you. The 2-week vacation test. If you want a 2-week vacation right now, 100% off the grid, with no internet and zero connection to your email and team, what would happen to your business? What about your income? Your clients, and most importantly, how would you feel in this process? Would you be on the beach, toes in the sand, without a care in the world? Or would your little vacation morph into 2 weeks of stress as you try to enjoy your family time, but you can't really stop thinking about business and all that you have to do? You can't stop thinking about cash flow and these fires that you've got to put out. You can't stop checking things. Right? Most business owners would have to admit it looks more like the latter. Here at 2X, that is not okay with us. One of our core values is level 10 life, which means being balanced, having fun, putting family first, and creating the experience to live an amazing life, because business is just part of it. Right? Yes, we want to work hard. Yes, we want to make a big impact, but we've got to create an amazing life. That's what business allows you to do. So we help make sure that our entire company has that freedom and balance, and we're on a mission to help you do the same. I mean, what is all the work worth if you can't enjoy it? So, not only can this 2-week vacation test tell you the true health of your business, but the time off helps you recharge your energy and clear your mind. This allows you to think more strategically and make better decisions. So ultimately, going on vacation isn't just good for balance. It's often great for business and is most definitely powerful for your team as well. Now, as you go on that no strings attached vacation, one of 4 things will happen to your business. And this is a huge sign of the health of where you're at right now. Level 1 is your business would fail pretty quickly without you. That's not where we want to be. Level 2 is your business would slowly fail and start to fall apart with your direction and work. Level 3, if things would be able to operate okay without you for a few weeks. And level 4 is your business would still thrive and be able to grow without you. That's where you want to be. Now, this book is about getting you to grow with consistency and control, but also to most importantly do so with you taking back control of your time. Imagine your business being able to scale without you. That's where we want to be. And implementing these strategies I'm talking about is going to help you get there. We've had so many clients go from working every weekend, not ever taking any time off, to having a completely different life in the first few weeks working with us. By following the suggestions we've outlined in this book, they've created growing businesses that can run and thrive without them. This is when you're in the power position. Our 2X client, Erin, hadn't taken a weekend or a week off in 20 years in business. Seriously, no weekends off in 20 years. Now she takes every weekend off and has enjoyed 3 full weeks off in her first 4 months with us. And Liz just got back from a 12-day trip to Dubai and spent 1 hour on work, which is amazing. She's traveling now and has so many more visions of trips ahead. Kyle and his wife, Christy, just got back from vacation to Hawaii, where Kyle was present on the vacation for, quote unquote, the first time ever, per Christy. Oh, and by the way, in just 4 to 5 hours of work total, in those 2 weeks, they made $170,000, which was up dramatically from the $88,000 per month they were pre-2X. And they went on to earn multiple millions from that. So how did they do it? And how do you get your business vacation ready? Well, here are 3 things that are necessary to get you ready for that much needed 100% off. I'm talking 100% disconnected, relaxing and rewarding vacation. Number 1 is you need to simplify. Business can be tough as heck, right? There's so much to take into account. To get the most out of your time and to give you that vacation that you've been wanting, you need to simplify the business down to what really matters and cut out what doesn't. This is one of your top responsibilities as CEO. What's the 80-20 of your business? What's essential? And most importantly, what is not essential that you can cut out to better set your team up for success, to better set your time up for success? Look at your products, your marketing strategies, the projects that are going on, and simplify. The better you do at this, the more likely you'll reach 7 figures fast. Simple and strategic is the secret to 7 figures. Now, you only have 24 hours in a day, and you definitely don't want to spend 18 of them working, right? So take the time each and every week to think, how can you make things easier? What can you cut out or push off to a later date? Take some time this week to go deep into what is essential and what's not. It's scary at first, but it's also liberating to do less. Trust me, this will mean so many good things for your business. The second thing to take into account to get your business vacation ready is your model. As we discussed in Chapter 2, most entrepreneurs start their business around them because that's all they have. But to make the leap, you have to change your structure. Your company should not be built around you or reliant on any one person for that matter. So not only does this allow you to scale to much higher levels, but you guessed it, you can step out for a vacation and have things run smoothly without you. So design your business to drive what you really want, the growth and freedom, and set yourself up for success. Otherwise, you'll be creating even more work and headaches as you try to scale. So, where is your business tied to your time? Where are things reliant on you? Create an action plan to systemize and delegate all responsibilities that could stop you from being fully removed from the day-to-day operations, which I'll show you here exactly how to do this very soon. And last but not least, to get you free from the weeds once and for all and get that business vacation ready is you need number 3, which is systems. At the center of your business machine are systems. Systems are your single greatest form of leverage in your business. If you have the right systems in place for each part of your value chain, which I'll explain that more here in just a second, you have more repeatability, more consistency, scalability, and most importantly, you have a mechanism that you can delegate to someone else. So if you do this enough times, guess what? Your business doesn't need you anymore. So adopting systems and getting you free from your business requires a mindset shift. In school or in job, even starting in your business, we're taught to make ourselves irreplaceable. Our egos get a dopamine hit out of being needed. We feel special and important. We have a purpose, right? So subconsciously, whether we realize it or not, we teach ourselves to keep our business needing us. Our ego loves it when we have to hop in. Our ego loves it when we're the smartest person in the room. Our egos love it when our clients need us. So we've got to change this. The path to success and freedom in business means doing the opposite. It means creating the structure and system for a company that doesn't need you at all. Again, it's a big mindset shift. Once you're here in this position, you can truly work on the business. You can truly do the things that you truly want to grow and start earning more money than ever before. You can take as many vacations as you want and finally be able to 100% disconnect, 100% relax when you do. This isn't a fairy tale. This is what's possible. We see it day in and day out with our private clients, and frankly, it's good for your business. The uncapped upside and true time freedom to do what you want when you want is a big part of why you got into business to begin with. So let's get you free and let's schedule that vacation. So, summarizing this section here, the six-figure hustler is somebody who's unable to fully step away from their business because it's reliant on them. Their business would slowly fail without you, so you can't take a real break, and the team isn't empowered or able to work properly without the entrepreneur supporting and guiding. So we've got to change that. Whereas a seven-figure CEO and a seven-figure business is a business that can run and thrive without you. It's a business that allows you to take relaxing time off, knowing that the business will be just fine. And a seven-figure CEO is somebody who uses vacations and time off strategically to improve your team and improve the business because you're able to think more clearly. So use this wisely and let's get that vacation scheduled. Stop being a superhero. When you're a kid, being a superhero is awesome. You put on the cape and become anyone you want to be. But in your business, this is not so cool. Sure, you can go through spikes of energy where everything feels fresh and new. You can send yourself into do-it-all superhero mode, but those energy spikes usually don't last long. And soon enough, you'll find yourself exhausted and burnt out. I've been there, wearing so many hats, trying to be a superhero entrepreneur for years. I was the one to work with the clients, do the strategy, do the sales, manage my small team, write emails, handle customer service questions for my team, put out fires, follow up on failed payments, lead meetings, deal with finances, yada, 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 yada. It was exhausting and a flat-out dumb idea that led me to, as I shared earlier, having to call 911, not once but twice, because I was having anxiety attacks. The good news is I learned there's a much better, simpler, more strategic way. And in this book, that's the guide to that. But one interesting thing I found is not only is it better for your lifestyle, mindset, health, and family to get you free from the weeds from your business, it's also a major secret to growth. Remember, only 4% of entrepreneurs get past that magic $1 million per year mark. And only a tenth of that group get past $10 billion per year. So why such low numbers? Is because of this fact. Most entrepreneurs are stuck working in the day-to-day operations. Most are trying to do too much themselves and are really trading time for money. Is this the case for you? Well, it's time to put an end to the games and give up trying to do it all or even think that you can do it all. Instead, start being a seven-figure CEO, one who's working on high-leverage impact activities, not stuck in doing admin tasks, one who's spending time on growth, not putting out fires every day, one who's in control of their time and actions, not reactive to each situation, one who is solving issues at the source with people and systems, not doing everything themselves. So to get to seven figures, you have to figure out what few things will you own. That is, what responsibilities will you have in your business? What are your key swim lanes that you are going to define, as one of our amazing 2X coaches, Dr. Kristen Kale, calls them, that you're going to spend most of your time on? And that leads to an even tougher question. What things will you not own? What will you fire yourself from? Everyone on your team should have 3 to 5 core responsibilities max, and the first role to define is yours. Then once you're clear on this, ideally 80% of your time is spent in these key, high-impact swim lanes. Now that may be a far cry from where you're at now, but let's get back to what we explored at the beginning of the book. In an ideal world, how would you spend your time to help you accomplish that big vision, that compelling vision that you have as fast as possible? What are the top responsibilities that you need to own that will get you there? Odds are that you aren't spending nearly enough time on these things now. But the first step is defining where your time should go. Because you're probably working hard enough, we just need to get you focused on the right activities. As an example, to help get your mind turning on your highest impact role and the role that you want to get into, here's my top responsibilities. Number 1 is strategic vision. This is setting the overall company vision and direction, making sure that everyone is clear and aligned to move fast towards our big vision. Number 2 is building a world-class team. This is hiring, leading, and optimizing an elite team and culture and helping make sure that everyone is set up for success. Number 3 is I'm the head of growth, spearheading this strategy for our key marketing and growth initiatives and ensuring all department actions lead up to our growth goals. Number 4 is strategic partnerships, creating alliances with companies and brands for win-win relationships. And number 5 is asset marketing creation. These are creating key things like that I love to do, such as this audiobook or a video series or podcasts or other marketing assets that we can use and leverage over and over and over again. So I spend 80% or more of my time on these tasks, and not only is this the best use of my time, but leading and driving growth while creating some content is exactly what I want to do. This is fun for me. I get to do this day in and day out and get paid to do this. It's amazing. Well, design your dream role as well. You can design whatever you want. So just make sure that all of your key responsibilities are clearly owned by somebody, especially the things that you don't want to do. Otherwise, you're going to have to jump in and own those yourself. All right. So some of the most common CEO income producing activities that we suggest are talking about the vision, and really to create, maintain, and evolve that strategic vision. You can be leading growth, as I shared with mine. You can be the spokesperson of your business, focus on mass sales opportunities such as webinars or speaking. You can grow and optimize a world-class team, forming strategic partnerships, managing, optimizing your finances and the capital to drive growth, going out and getting investors, new product development, creating a best-in-class product, very, very important. We're going to talk more about that. Or spearheading the biggest bottleneck or initiative at any time. Think again, what is the highest and best use of your time with where you're at? Let's define that, and let's get you clear there. And also take into account what you enjoy doing. You really got to make sure that you're designing your business so that you're having fun. All right? Yes, sometimes you're going to have to get your hands dirty. Yes, sometimes you're going to do things that are not fun, but we really want to design things in the proper way because that's going to allow you to really be in your zone of genius, and that leads into everything. It leads into the culture, your team, your customer experience, the results that you have, the level of work that you put into it, and that leads into everything else. And a question I love to consider is, if you only had 10 hours per week to manage your entire business, to grow it really fast, what would you do? Only 10 hours per week. Start there. Brainstorm a list and then trim it down to the top 5 swim lanes. And remember, it's time to stop doing it all. It's time to stop thinking that you can do it all. Get clear and step into your role as a 7-figure CEO. It's your time. So wrapping up this section, a 6-figure hustler is somebody who's trying to do it all and cut corners to save time in the short term. They have no defined role or responsibilities or wearing so many hats. They're on the fast track to burnout by taking on too much and too much of the time spent on low impact activities. Whereas a 7-figure CEO is clear on the highest impact role, including what you will and will not do. They have defined role and defined swim lanes. They're spending 80% of their time on the highest impact role, cutting out and delegating the rest effectively, and they're clear on the value of their time, protecting it that way. Simple 7-figure org chart. I love the Winston Churchill quote, "For the first 25 years of my life, I wanted freedom. For the next 25 years, I wanted order. For the next 25 years, I realized that order is freedom." It's a wise lesson to learn that order is freedom. Structure isn't restricting. Done right, it's the exact thing that will get you the freedom that you want. So one of the structures that we need is an org chart, listing out the key roles, departments, and who reports to who. You can make it all fancy and detailed, or you can just keep things really simple, and you know what I'm going to recommend to you. No matter how your business is currently structured, here's the 80-20 rules that you need to fill. We call it the simple 7-figure org chart. So we've got you, the CEO, we've got an ops person underneath you or project manager, we've got an assistant supporting you, and then we've got the 3 major departments: marketing, sales, and fulfillment. These are the 6 major roles that need to be filled. We just have to make sure that they aren't all filled by you. Starting out in business, you do everything from top to bottom. Your name's on every part of the org chart. But over time, you have to remove yourself from nearly everything so that you can work on and actually grow your company with one hat on, the CEO. So the 6 core functions that you probably have in your business as well are, of course, the CEO, which is the leader of vision and high-level strategy. Is operations. This is the one who helps keep you out of the weeds and oversees the machine that is your business. You got marketing, driving lead generation, creating sales opportunities. You got sales, that is, of course, converting those leads. You've got fulfillment, that's the client services, making sure that you fulfill on the promises you made, turning customers into raving fans and executing your delivery. And a really important role, which is your assistant. This is somebody who's handling so much of the administrative tasks that are involved in every business. All 6 are critical. But here are a few things to think about with this org chart as you scale past $1 million and more. Number 1 is you can only be in 2 max. This is an important part of our machine methodology, is we make sure that every CEO that we work with gets into 2 max roles, ideally only 1. So you can be the CEO and the department manager for 1 major function. Trying to do more than that, and things start to fall through the cracks. Then you get overwhelmed and frustrated, and nobody wins in that case. So full ownership of a department means owning the strategy, numbers, execution, and results of that part in your business. So as you scale quickly to 7 figures, you just won't be able to manage it for every single department. So pick your 2 functions that you're going to own for now. Or better yet, again, fire yourself from everything and only be in the CEO position. But think about this and start to attack it one by one. Number 2 is to make sure that we get each department to be 7-figure worthy. For each role, make sure that you evaluate whether the department owner is a 7-figure caliber person. Is this the person and talent that is going to get you to the next level? So often we put people in roles just because we have them, but that doesn't mean that they're the people that we need. They may be strong to help get you to that first level of success, but are they the ones who are going to get you to that next level as fast as possible? Are they truly A players that are going to get you there? For example, the team that got us at 2x to 7 figures is not the same exact team that we needed to get to 8 figures. So we've been making the necessary changes to key positions to help make sure that we're ready for that next leap and that we start to get there faster and faster. So this is a tough thing to do, of course, in your business, but you've got to make some of those decisions. So review your team in detail and be honest with yourself. Do you have the people at each of these 6 main functions to get to 7 figures fast? If not, it's time to make a game plan to hire and build your world-class team. The thing is, third thing I'm going to mention here is you got to start with 1. How do you eat an elephant? 1 bite at a time. How do you build a machine that can thrive without you? 1 system and person at a time. How should you fill these 6 roles and build your elite team? You guessed it, 1 person at a time. Trying to hire more than 1 person or make a bunch of team changes all at once is a recipe for disaster. I've tried it too many times. And it leads to worse recruiting, hiring, onboarding, and leads to crazy low likelihood of success. So use this simple 7-figure org chart that's in the toolkit. Use this as your guide to start to think about what you're going to do next, who you're going to hire in the specific order of attack. So, summarizing this section, a 6-figure hustler has no defined or updated org chart of who reports to who. The business is really built around you and your talent and time. You have maybe one other key driver of results on your team, but most of the results are still reliant on you. You don't have a rock star assistant. You try to hire multiple roles at once without setting them up to really succeed. Whereas a 7-figure CEO has defined an updated org chart with the team clear on who reports to who. There's other key leaders in place that are driving results and taking off responsibilities from you. You're free from the weeds and max of one other non-CEO role. You have a rock star assistant in place keeping you out of the admin tasks, and you have a clear hiring plan with one key role at a time to set people up to succeed and make sure that they win at the biggest level. The value of your time. The major differentiator between 6 figures and multiple millions is how you value, protect, and spend your time. How you spend your time is the ultimate leading indicator. And the thing is, not all time is created equal. In fact, it's wildly disproportionate. To make big changes to your revenue and wealth, we have to level up your value of your time. Let's say you want to make $500,000 in personal earnings in the next 12 months. That's the total between salary and distributions that you take out of the business. So let's say that you work on average 40 hours per week and 50 weeks per year, leaving 2 weeks off for vacation and holidays. So this would mean that your earnings need to be $250 per hour on average. So for every hour that you're spending doing $10 per hour admin activities, you need to replace that with an hour of $500 per hour activities. So how much do you want to make? Let's start there. Let's get clear on this and then work backwards to say this is the average value of your time. So from here you can see what you need to let go of, but there's a guide in your toolkit to work you through this calculation, but you're looking at what's the earnings that you want to have, how many hours per year are you working, that leads to your dollars per hour. The key thing is to offload as much at the bottom end and increase your high impact time. One way we think about this is with the 2x delegation rule, which states that you should delegate anything and everything that is less than half of your hourly rate. So if your rate needs to be $250 per hour per the above example, then you should do work to offload anything and everything that you can hire out for under $125 per hour. And you know how much you can offload and delegate for under $125 per hour? Pretty much anything, right? Now, I'm not saying that you should pay $125 per hour for everything. I'm saying that you should offload everything up to that amount. Right? Still, you want to make the right, wise decision, but you want to delegate everything up to that. Now, let's make this tangible. So here's a chart that lists out some of the examples of how you could spend your time. So $10 per hour tasks could be things such as fixing your website, running errands, posting on social media. $100 per hour task could be writing a blog post or an email, leading a meeting, working with clients directly even. But $1,000 per hour task is, creating a big marketing initiative or creating a system for client success or problem solving with a department manager and doing some brainstorming to think of a real cool solution. Or a $5,000 per hour task could be nailing your Model 1 elements that we talked about in Chapter 2. It could be creating an irresistible offer or hiring a key leadership role. So really get clear. on the task and where your time can go. Because it's easy to get busy on $10 or $100 per hour tasks. This is where you're comfortable maybe. Maybe you're like me. I was comfortable with the $100 per hour tasks. But it's safe here. And that's what gets you to the first level of success. But it's time for the next level, so we have to up-level your tasks that you work on. This is really important to write out and make it tangible. So there's a table in your toolkit that you can actually fill this out. You can see more examples. And I want you to fill it out for what's applicable for you in your business. So the first step to change anything is to have awareness. So write it down, and you'll start to notice more often when you're busy on the bottom end tasks. Next, let's get you free from all those tasks holding you back. But first, to wrap up this section, a six-figure hustler, somebody who doesn't know the value of their time. They're busy, but mostly on low-end tasks. They try to cut corners and think, it's better if I just do it myself rather than offloading the task. They're more comfortable doing $10 per hour or $100 per hour tasks, as that's what they're familiar with, and they're afraid to let go of the things that they've been doing for maybe a long time. And a seven-figure CEO, on the other hand, knows and protects the value of their time. They fiercely offload anything under $100 per hour, and they use the 2x delegation rule. Next is there's somebody who is clear on their highest impact responsibilities, and every quarter they're working to increase the value of their time over and over and over again. If this is you, you're on the fast track to millions. Delegate like a boss with XDS. Remember the goal. 80% of your time should be spent on your top high impact activities. To get there, odds are you have to offload potentially dozens of other tasks. So where do you start? With a process I do every single month. We call it the XDS system. Using the action guide in your seven-figure toolkit, you can find that again at 2x.co/toolkit. Here's how to execute this system and free up 10 to 20 hours per week in a hurry. Take this seriously and complete this exercise as you go, because trust me, I do this every single month. So here's how to do it. Step one is I want you to list out all of the tasks. Think over the past 2 weeks. Where did your time go? What did you spend energy on? Detail everything that you can. As the better that you do at this step, the more that it'll make it clear what we can actually offload. For instance, don't write something general like social media. Instead, be more granular. Creating social media content and engaging in business Facebook groups and like the specific elements of social media. Even if something has taken only a total of 30 minutes combined in the last month, write it down, include it. Seriously, take some time and do this. I block off at least 15 minutes to write down every task, small or big. But if you're doing this for the first time, you want to spend 30 or 45 minutes to really go deep into this. But you can see an example in your seven-figure toolkit that will help. Step 2 is to add the time estimate. All right, for each individual task, how much time are you spending on average per week? Really think about this and get clear. And then step 3 is to identify each task tier. Now, what we want to do is categorize these. So tier 1 are the admin activities. These are things such as managing your email inbox, social media posting, handling simple tech, customer service, setting up blog posts. What are the admin activities? Now, don't overthink this. Just give it a general category. Now, tier 2 is the technician tasks. These are doing the work. These are low-level project management, client delivery, editing and optimizing web pages, basic content creation, prospecting, sales. Tier 3 activities are manager activities. These are team management, employee optimization, running meetings, doing legal, creating systems. And tier 4 are the executive things, the things that are going to really move the needle. These are strategy, leading big marketing initiatives, hiring key roles, building partnerships. Again, list this out. Don't overthink it. Just put tier 1 through 4 for each one of your tasks. And then step 4 is to evaluate your energy. Now that you have a list of tasks, we have to think, does it give you energy or does it sap your energy? All right? If it gives you energy, we want to put an up arrow next to that. If it takes your energy, we want to put a down arrow next to that, and we want to put a dash next to the things that are neutral. You could take or leave them. For me, I love creating pillar content assets such as this audiobook. That gets me excited and gives me energy, so I put an up arrow there. I want to be doing that regularly. But doing tech tasks and fixing landing pages, not so much. That drains me, so I offloaded that years ago. So go through and review each item. And now the fun part is step 5. That's to fire yourself. Now it's time to get you free with XDS. X stands for cutting, D is delegating, and S is systemizing. So we want to X, D, and S as much as we can to get you free. Now with this simple method, you're going to get a lot off your plate. So here's how we do it. We start with the cutting. What are the items that you're going to X? The best and fastest way to free up time is to cut things out. Most things are not essential, as we've talked about. So lean into this. Once more, go through your list and ask these important questions. What is on this list that you can cut out altogether? What is just not essential to getting you to where you want to go? What things are not really driving results that if we cut out wouldn't make that big of a difference, besides freeing up your time and energy, of course. Go through and really take an objective view at this. For any of those items that fit this criteria, mark an X beside it. Now I get it, it's scary to cut things out, but every single time that we've done this process with clients and really dive in, we see a lot of things that are not essential. We often find 20 to 40% of where their time and energy is going that we can cut out altogether that wouldn't have much of any impact in a negative way. And of course, that frees up so much time and energy. So at a minimum, find 10% of your time that you can cut. Next is D. This is to delegate. All right, we want to go through all the items that don't have an X beside it because those are crossed out, those are gone. And we want to delegate. All right, we want to really be thinking, hey, what are the tasks that you don't enjoy doing that take your energy? What are the tasks that you shouldn't be doing, like admin and technician tasks that you don't love? And all the tasks that someone else can do on your team that you shouldn't be doing or don't want to do. So that will take care of a good portion of your list, as well as a lot of things that you're doing can be done by somebody else, especially when you're giving them the proper support. And the proper support comes back to the last element, which is S, systemize. Now, go through each one of the items that are not X'd off, that are not crossed off, and put an S beside the ones that you need to create or improve a system for. Now, some of the items that you're going to delegate, you'll also need a system for. So that's okay. You can put a D and S at the same time. This won't always be the case, but oftentimes you're going to want to create a system and then delegate it onto somebody else. So we'll talk about this more soon. And what is left on your list, the items that don't have an X, D, or S beside them, those are yours to own. And that's what you'll keep doing. Now, these items should either be high-value, growth-oriented CEO activities or tasks that you love doing and want to keep. The rest, you should offload ASAP. So hopefully, by doing this process, you free up 10 to 20 hours per week or more with this one lever. And sometimes as you go through this list, you don't have anybody to delegate them to, and that's okay. Put need to hire, and we can start to chip away at this one by one, but we've got to get clear on where your time's going, where it should be going, what you're going to do, what you're not going to do, and start to chip away at it. So, map this out. Look at your time. Where is it going? If you really do this process, look at tier 1, 2, and 3, and 4. What we've got to do is we got to shift that time. Take your time back, start to shift it and pivot it towards a higher impact type of role, and you're going to be in a really, really beautiful spot because time is the constraint to solve for. You have plenty of it, but it's how you spend your time that matters most. This is the ultimate leading indicator that tells you so much about where you're headed. So use this simple process of XDS as your guide to get clear and focused on what matters most. I've done it every month for years now and will continue to do so as you always find more tasks to offload. So block off at least 30 minutes to work through this. Once you have an inventory of your tasks, it's time to prioritize, but start with the items that you're going to cut, the X's, then with the things that you hate most that zap your energy, then with the admin stuff, aka the tier 1 activities, and then everything else one by one. So take action here and your life won't ever be the same. So wrapping up this section, the six-figure hustler is responsible for multiple dozens of tasks each week. They're doing a lot, and a lot of that's admin and technician work. So they're busy but not super effective. They're spread too thin and not spending enough time on high-impact activities. They're afraid to cut things out, thinking they have to do things, and they don't have the team to delegate things to, whereas the seven-figure CEO in business is clear on the value of their time, consistently offloading and delegating non-critical tasks. They're free from all the admin and technician day-to-day work. They're not afraid to cut things out. They know that this is the best form of simplification, and they delegate using systems. The delegation flow. How cool would it be if you mastered delegation? Well, let me show you how. Odds are that you've tried delegating many times before, but if you're like many other business owners, this often ends up taking more time than it takes to do it yourself, causing more frustration, slowing everything else down, and wasting your hard-earned money. You think, I knew I should have just done it myself. I knew I should have handled it. So you do, holding on to things you shouldn't be doing for way too long, and as a result, you stay stuck on the six-figure hamster wheel, overwhelmed and exhausted, with an endless to-do list. That was me for years. I thought nobody could do tasks as well or as fast as me. They would make it worse, and I'd be wasting money every time. So I cut corners. I held on to these tasks. And that led me to being burnt out so bad that I had to call 911 with the massive anxiety attacks, not once, but twice. It was painful. I could feel it still to this day. I can remember what it felt like to have my heart beating out of my chest, to be gasping for breath. And at that time, I learned there's a very important lesson. To get to a highly successful multi-seven-figure machine, you must let go and break that cycle. You must delegate. You must make decisions. And the key is you have to delegate the right way, not how you've done it in the past. So here's how a typical delegation happens. Tell me if this sounds familiar to you. You get overwhelmed and you know you need to delegate. So you give it a shot, optimistic that it's going to work. You think, this is pretty simple. It's easy. So you delegate something to your team, but it doesn't get done or isn't it correct? It doesn't get on time. So you step in and you fix it. Now you're behind. You're stressed out. You're in a hurry. You're frustrated. And you just do it yourself, reinforcing those beliefs that your team sucks and that you should have just handled it yourself. So when delegation falls into this pattern, you end up worse than when you begin. It took time, money, energy, and frustration, all to get the same or worse results. Not good, but here's the thing. More than 90% of the time, delegation fails because of you, not your team. To flip that around and do it the right way, you have to follow the 2X delegation flow. With this process, you have a much better success in delegating. We want to get from things 100% running by you to 100% running without you. So this will set your team up to do the task well, and in this way, everyone wins. So here's the steps to follow. Step 1 is to record your steps. This is version 1 of the system. It doesn't have to be perfect. So you're already doing the task that you want to offload. So the first step is to create a system while you do that task the next time. I'll repeat, you're already doing the work. Now just press record as you do the task using some simple software on your computer or jot down the exact steps as you walk through them piece by piece to create your first version of a process. This will be a blueprint for others to follow to complete the task that you're already wanting to offload. Someone else can clean up the process and create it and make it perfect in the future. You just need that first iteration so that you can have a guide for them to work through. And this is going to set your team up to have clarity on exactly what to do. Now, I must say that they're too busy to create processes or systems, but if you don't do it, then you won't ever effectively delegate, and you'll stay too busy forever. It's, again, this hamster wheel thing. So we've got to work through this. So step 2 is, once you have a version 1 of the system, is you've got to make a clear handoff. All right? Most never really have a good, effective handoff. We think that we communicate the task well, but in reality, not so much. I know I spent the majority of my first few years in business trying to delegate. The bad thing is, I didn't give nearly enough or the right information at all. I wasn't clear and specific. They were supposed to know what I meant and read my mind. Obviously, most times that didn't work out. So here's what a clear handoff really includes. Number 1 is definition of done. What does success look like for this task? What's the end result that you're looking for? Defining this and listing it out in detail is going to give them a clear idea of exactly what to deliver and complete. Responsibility. Make sure it's very clear that it's now their responsibility. This may seem obvious, but oftentimes they aren't 100% sure that you delegated a new responsibility to them. Make it super clear that this is now theirs, that it's something that you handed off to them. One way to do this is to make sure that all tasks that you delegate are put into a project management system with an owner in place. Next is the timing. When's it due? How urgent is this? And how does it fit into their other priorities? Because they got other things to do as well. So we often think it's clear when something is urgent, but trust me, unless you communicate it clearly, then most people won't know. They can't read your mind. So help them. Share a due date. Share a note whether it's a high, medium, or low priority task. Make this clear so your employee or contractor knows when to get a task delivered. Also, it's helpful to state how long something should take. Be conservative. It takes you 10 to 15 minutes. You've been doing it for a year. Then tell them, hey, this will take you 20 to 30 minutes at least. And give them that range. Give them that window so that they know that they don't need to go spend 4 hours on something that should take them, again, 20 to 30 minutes. So looking at these 3 elements, how well on a scale of 1 to 10 have you been delegating? How well have you been making a clear handoff? Most of the time, it's probably like what I've used to do, which is have really bad handoff. So fix this and you're all of a sudden in a much better spot to delegate effectively. Number 3 then is to have feedback loops. So now your team is clear to take over the task, but not quite yet. They don't have your knowledge and experience oftentimes. So they're going to need some feedback, right? As they handle the nuances, as they go through the different scenarios, they're going to need some input from you. So set some milestones and give them a few points of input so that they can fully understand the task and learn as they're working through it. All right? It's good to have a couple check-ins and just plan for that so that things aren't reactive, so that you can take the proper mentality and that they can really take it on. Because if you give somebody a task and they aren't super clear and they haven't done it before and they face a new situation, they're all of a sudden going to be afraid to move forward. But if you're setting up of like, hey, I got you, we're going to work through this together, I'm going to give you feedback and iterate, all of a sudden you're a team working towards a result that again gets you to the point of not being needed at all. That's where you want to be. So give them the proper feedback. And then step 4 is full ownership. Now, after working through this process, you've created V1 of a system, you've had a clear handoff, you're giving them feedback and we're checking in throughout the milestones throughout, and they're learning it through the nuances, through experience. Now they own it. Now they own the system. Now you're fully removed. And that's how you master delegation. Sure, it feels like more work, and it is in the short term, but you'll feel the positive effects from this almost instantaneously once it's done. Effective delegation has a major trickle effect up on the rest of your business, empowering and optimizing your team, freeing up your time and energy, reducing back and forth and reactivity, allowing you to take things to the next level. So to get to 7 figures fast, delegation has to be a major strength. Now, you have the exact steps to make that happen. Let's look at how to turn your business and operations and team into a consistent machine that will thrive without you. The next 2 chapters are crucial to help make that happen. But before we do, let's wrap up with the key lessons from this section, because looking at a 6-figure hustler type business, this is somebody who delegates quickly and without giving the proper details and direction. They expect others to know what you know, right? They get frustrated when they don't get it right the first time. They're not very clear on what the outcome is. They keep adding more to others' plates without explaining the priority and timing or making trade-offs. Whereas a 7-figure CEO delegates using systems to fully hand off responsibility. They over-communicate to make sure that they fully understand the task and give a clear definition of done. They help others understand the expected timing of the task, when it's due, and how it fits in relation to other priorities. They work together with a team to create a culture of systems and building a machine. And lastly, wrapping up this chapter with the big ideas of how to get you free from the weeds is the tipping point of growth comes when you get free from the weeds and start working on your business, not being stuck in it. But you've got to give up the superhero cape and thinking that you can do it all and get into your true role as a CEO. You got to define the top responsibilities that you're going to own and ideally spend 80% of your time on your top 5 responsibilities max. And start creating a culture of turning your business into a machine that can thrive without you or any one key person for that matter. Next is you got to leverage one of the best things that you can do for your team, time, and growth potential, and simplify what isn't essential or making a substantial impact. Cutting things out is the fastest path to free up time. Again, I'll say this again. Cutting things out is the fastest path to free up time. Next, use XDS to cut, delegate, and systemize all the tasks that you can to free up at least 10 to 20 hours per week, and do this regularly on a monthly basis. Next, create a simple org chart that maps out what your 7-figure business looks like. Then fill in each one of the 6 key roles one by one, firing yourself and owning a max of 2 roles, one being the CEO. And last but not least, take the extra time to delegate with systems and clarity. Use the 2X delegation flow to master delegation once and for all, empowering your team and firing yourself one task at a time for good. If you do these things, you're free from the weeds, ready to work on the business, and now we can start talking about building that machine and driving big growth. Let's make it happen. Chapter 4, Operational Machine. The key to everything you want. Here's a simple fact. You can't scale what's broken. Sounds pretty clear, right? Yet nearly every business owner who comes to us thinks that they're ready to go straight toward growth, when in fact, 100% of the time, we identify multiple very important items that need to be addressed before they can scale to the next level. This is even true of businesses that come to us with a 7 or 8-figure revenue level already. When entrepreneurs ignore our advice and try to scale right away, they end up like most businesses, creating more headaches, more fires, and longer task lists. They stress out their team even more. They're wasting their hard-earned profits on marketing agencies and advertising, or they're chasing new idea after new idea, wondering why it's not working. So they have the potential and work their butts off only to find themselves with minimal progress. That's a frustrating place to be, I know, because I did that for years. Now, the good news is growing a wildly successful business doesn't have to be that way if you get a few key elements right. And at 2X, we spend weeks with clients who are, again, already 6 or 7 figure business owners to build and optimize their foundation. That's what we talked about so far. The strategy, the Model 1 stuff, understanding and targeting your ideal audience in detail, making offers really irresistible, freeing up time, and more. These are the pieces that are going to prepare your business to scale. Now, once those are cleaned up, then we can start to talk about growth and drive some incredible results. But there's one more piece that you need. And this is, again, one of the most important chapters that I'm going to really emphasize here. Because growth does not happen if you can't handle it or it's not consistent. So again, what we want is consistent and predictable and controlled growth. To do that, where we don't have the big peaks and valleys, where you're growing with consistency, we need to turn your business into an operational machine. The key to everything that you want, the freedom, the growth, the income, the impact, and long-term success is to turn your business into a machine. This is critical. Now, by focusing on the foundation first and then turning your business into a machine, you can have repeatable, sustainable growth for years to come. Plus, you can do so while working less. That's the dream, and it's a reality if you follow this 2X methodology. Now, this talk of an operational machine, I get it. It's not as sexy as talking about the latest marketing hacks to do, but trust me, it is way more powerful than almost anything else. So that's what this chapter is all about. Your new best friend. Hey, I get it. Dogs are pretty darn special, but they may need to move to second place. Let me introduce you to your new best friend as a business owner, and that is systems. Systems set you free. They're the key to scaling with consistency and control. They're the key to speed and delegation, efficiency, and exponentially growing your team output and much more. They're at the center of your business machine, and they're our secret weapon here at 2X. And I hope that you, after listening to this audiobook, never run your business without again. So there's 2 ways to run your business: with systems, which provide consistency, control, set your team up for success, allow you to delegate, give you time freedom, allow your business to be efficient, and ultimately grow to the next level. Or without systems, where it's reliant on hustle and muscle. There's a lot of reactivity. There's inconsistency in results. Your business is reliant on you. You're trading time for money. There's a lot of chaos and overwhelm and unpredictable revenue. You pick. What do you want, with systems or without systems? It's very clear. Now, even before this chapter, you knew that you needed a system, but what does that really mean? And where do you start? It's amazing how many business owners don't really even know what systems are or how to use them, so they never do. So just in case this hits a little bit close to home for you, let's start with the basics. Now, a system, as we define it, is a method of solving a task in a strategic, repeatable, and efficient way. Again, let me say this one more time. A system is a method of solving a task in a strategic, repeatable, and efficient way. Now, this can come in many forms. So the main 7 types of systems that we define at 2X are, number 1, it could be a checklist. Number 2, it could be an SOP, which is standard operating procedure, which kind of maps out step by step what to do. Number 3 is a software application or tech tool. 4 is a video process. 5 is automation. 6 is a template. Or 7 is a combination. Now, a system can be big or small, from a simple individual process to a collection of processes and systems altogether, such as a hiring system or a sales system that includes a number of elements. So a few examples of different systems are things such as a sales script, or handling payroll, or quarterly planning, or new client onboarding, or writing effective blog posts, or setting up the blog articles on your website, or employee monthly performance reviews. The thing is, everything that you do in your business is and should be a system. Everything that you do is and should be a system. Now, it sounds a little bit overwhelming, but it's not, because the fact of the matter is you're already doing more than enough work. You're already putting in more than enough hours. We just need to turn that work into systems that can make things easier, faster, and repeatable so that you can get into a true CEO role and delegate on down. This allows you and your team to get a lot more done with a lot more consistency and a lot more easily. So I cannot overstate the importance of this. It's a huge difference between multiple six figures that's overworked and overwhelmed and being a multi-seven-figure business owner with a business that works for you. Now, don't get overwhelmed here. Don't say, hey, I'm not an operations person or I'm not a systems person. This is where most entrepreneurs get shut down, and they think that they're going to start creating systems in a month or two in the future, or they think that they have to create hundreds of systems. Well, this isn't the case, and you definitely don't want to do this in 1 week. And just like with anything, if we get the 80-20 right, then you're going to be set up to win big time. So here's some of the 80-20 systems that you'll need to get to seven figures. These are really essential. Number one is a hiring system, to be able to recruit and hire great people over and over again. Number two is numbers or data systems, to have clarity, drive decision-making and accountability. Number three is planning systems, to help you and your team take the $1,000,000 question, the simplest and most direct path, with a clear strategic plan each week, month, quarter, on a proper cadence. Number four is employee management and review systems, to help optimize and improve your team every month. Imagine if your team just gets a little bit better every single month. Imagine that every single employee gets better every month. Number five is financial systems, to make sure that you have the cash as a source of fuel for your business, but not holding you back, not driving a lot of stress for you in your business, making sure that you get the profit that you want out of the business. Number six is marketing systems, to drive consistent, repeatable growth, not just the peaks and valleys. Seven, sales system, to effectively convert those leads into customers. And number eight is onboarding and fulfillment systems, to keep you out of the weeds and repeatedly turn those customers into raving fans that stay with you longer, buy more, start to refer. Right? If you get these 8 systems right, these are the 80-20 of really getting you to the next level. So for templates and go deeper into what systems really mean, how to implement this into your business, more examples, check out your 7-figure toolkit at 2x.co/toolkit. Again, that's 2x.co/toolkit. Now, systems are something that few entrepreneurs truly adopt, but if you do, and when you do, you're going to join the top 4% for sure. So wrapping up this section, a 6-figure hustler is somebody that's too busy to create systems. They're not clear on exactly what systems are or how to leverage them to scale better and faster. They don't train their team on systems, and as a result are always fighting fires. But a 7-figure CEO, a 7-figure business, learns to love and leverage systems. They understand that everything can and should be a system. They craft a culture where the team creates, improves, and uses systems regularly and can't live without them. They map out and create the 80-20 high-impact systems that are needed. I shared a couple examples there earlier. And the team is creating the systems as they do the work to set up for more efficiency and more delegation on down to a lower level in the future. So it's a self-perpetuating wheel. What your machine looks like. So after graduating college, I moved straight to the South, from cold weather of a small town, Ohio, to the big, hot, and muggy city of Houston, Texas. And I went to work for a big, massive oil company. And I started out as a shy, reserved, introverted engineer. And on day 2 in the corporate world, the big boss of our division walks up to me. He was an intimidating guy, especially for a new person like me. I was scared out of my mind. He doesn't say anything at all. He walks up to my desk, just looks at me, and he waves his finger to follow him. So my heart stops and it just starts beating out of my chest. I shuffle around, I grab a notebook, and I follow him into the executive boardroom. And I'm scared as heck at this moment, right? And he gets near the whiteboard and he starts talking and he says, "Austin, do you know why we're so successful here?" I have no clue, and I don't even know what the heck we're doing, and I don't know what I'm doing, and I can't spit out any words, so I just shake my head and just stay silent. And he proceeds to map out each key step for our entire business, step by step, from, again, I worked for a big oil company in the specialties division, and he mapped out from the crude oil process all the way down all these individual steps to the packaged end product we sold to our customers. And he said, "Austin, we're so successful because what we do is we break up every part of our business and treat each step as its entire own business. Now, when each step is optimized and performing and profitable, then it adds up to something pretty special." And I didn't think too much of it at the time. I was just trying to breathe and comprehend what he was saying, but it made sense. He was mapping out our complex business into a few simple high-level steps so that he, as the leader of the department, could see from a 30,000-foot view the business at all times. He didn't need to be in the nuances of the day-to-day. He didn't need to be in the trenches. He could see the big picture. This allowed him and the other executives to easily identify what's working, what's not, where to focus, and what to fix. So at any given time, they could see the primary bottleneck holding things back. At any given time, they could see the health of each little piece. Plus, by treating each micro step as its own business that could be optimized independently, it added up to a highly profitable, well-performing business machine. So this top-down view forever changed the way that I saw business at that point in time. It's now the center of our 2X machine methodology. We call this framework the value chain. For each business that we work with, we map out the key steps in their business, from somebody not knowing you at all the way through to being a lifelong raving fan customer. So this could be 5 to 7 steps. It could be much more. It could be much less. But let's keep it really simple to start. So your business is very simple. We've got marketing, we've got sales, and we've got fulfillment. And you got to be able to see this graphic. You got to be able to see your business in this way. So definitely check out the 7-figure toolkit to go deeper here. But these are your high-level steps. Marketing's goal is to generate leads. Sales goal is to generate customers, and fulfillment's goal is to generate raving fan customers for life. Now, if we do this and we optimize each step, again, you're able to see exactly what's going on in each area of your business. You're able to address those problems head on, and the more clearly that we can get narrow on the specific problem, the easier it is to solve that problem. So having this top-down view where we've got the key metrics, we've got the visibility, and we've got the proper pieces in place, again, we can drive consistency, we can drive performance, we can drive really, really big growth. So instead of trying to fix your entire business all at once, what we want to do is break it down into smaller chunks and focus on one at a time. This will save you time and effort and drive a lot more results over time, trust me. Plus, the key to everything that I'm sharing in this book is to make sure that we not only drive growth, but that we do so with you being free from the weeds, and that we drive consistent, predictable growth. So the way that we do that is by turning your business into a machine. So for each one of these steps for your value chain, there's a specific few elements that we need to have. So there's 4 key ones that I'm going to break down right now. Number 1, for each one of those elements, again, we've got marketing, sales, and fulfillment. For each one, we need, number 1, a strategy. So do you have the right strategy and plan of attack for each step? Can you make it simpler or more strategic to drive the desired result? So let's say that you want to double your leads from 20 to 40 per month. So remember the $1 million question. What's the simplest and most direct path to achieve that result? So getting strategic and intentional to make sure that you have the right strategy for each phase to achieve your goals, that's the key starting spot. From there, you can see exactly what you need for the next 3 elements. And the second element is the proper team. And within that team, we need a clear owner. But the owner can't be you. Right now, you may be the main person that's responsible for marketing, for sales, and for fulfillment. But to scale to the next level, as you know, you got limited time and you can't own each phase. So one by one, we've got to fire you. One by one, we've got to get you free from those, put the proper people in place, get them to have a clear strategy, get them to own exactly what's going to happen and the execution within that. And that's how you get into the CEO role. And that's how you really drive performance. So we've got to identify which key role you're going to fully remove yourself from first and then attack it one at a time. So we need the proper team and owner for each one of these phases. But don't start there. Start with a clear, simple, effective strategy. And remember the MDQ, the $1 million question, which is what's the simplest and most direct path? All right. So we've got a clear strategy that's going to allow us to scale. We've got the proper team and owner in place for each one of the steps. Number 3 is we need the numbers. So what are the key metrics that matter most for each step? What are the conservative targets of where you need to be to hit your goals and where you're at right now? So that now we know where we're at, we know where we want to go, and we know that these numbers are going to lead us to a much better, healthier, faster growing, more profitable business. So list those out. Most people are not good at the numbers at all. They don't have the visibility. They aren't tracking these. They think that they know, but they're just guessing, and as a result, are oftentimes working on the wrong things. But the numbers are your guide. They tell you what's working, what's not, where to focus, and what to fix. So they're essential. But most entrepreneurs struggle immensely on these, but I really want to emphasize these over and over and over again in this audiobook to make sure that you master the numbers. And it doesn't have to be a bunch of numbers. Start small, build up with just a couple key metrics for each phase. And then 4th is systems. As you know, systems are your secret weapon. They drive consistency, repeatability, and scalability. You don't need 1,000 systems, but a few key systems for each step will be revolutionary for your business, for your team, for your time. So I want to challenge you to list out the top 3 to 5 systems per stage for marketing, for sales, for fulfillment. Now, if you put this all together, you're going to have a consistent, predictable, cash-producing machine. For marketing and sales and fulfillment, if you've got the proper strategy that's clear and targeted and focused, you've got the proper team in place, and you're firing yourself from being the owner of those. You've got the proper numbers that you're tracking and optimizing and growing and improving over time. You've got the systems to make things repeatable, scalable, more efficient, predictable. If you're doing each one of these 4 elements, again, that's a machine. And that's success. That leads to everything that you really want in your business. And ultimately, helps you blow past $1 million per year in revenue. So this is the same approach that we use with all of our, not only 6-figure clients, our 7, 8-figure, even 9-figure clients. We come back to this as well. All right? So I really want you to focus on this. Plus, ending that story that I shared earlier, that same mentor who taught me this, he went on to become the CEO of a $6 billion pipeline company. So long story short, the methodology flat out works no matter who you are or what level you're at, and it'll work for you as well. So wrapping up this section, the 6-figure hustler is somebody who tries to fix your entire business as a whole, or they're unable to see exactly what the real bottleneck is, so they're often fixing the wrong problem. Or their strategy is too complex or not optimal for each specific step of their value chain, so as a result, they aren't getting ahead. Whereas a 7-figure CEO is able to see their business from a 30,000-foot view to identify the overall business health and key bottleneck. They can break down the business into distinct micro steps to be able to help drive consistency improvements with much more focus. They have a clear, strategic, intentional, and simple strategy for each major phase of the value chain. And they use systems, numbers, and a team to make each step a consistent, repeatable machine. This is how you get to the next level. So follow this section as your guide. Where growth begins. If you ask almost any six-figure entrepreneur how to double their business as fast as humanly possible, they'll probably start telling you about marketing tactics and ideas and just throwing things out. What if I told you that it's better to actually save marketing for last? Since working with hundreds of entrepreneurs from so many different industries all over the world and helping our private clients grow by over $255 million and counting in the last 3 years, I've learned that growth actually begins in fulfillment. So done right, improving fulfillment makes everything else easier and possible. This little secret resolves so many issues that six-figure businesses face. When you create best-in-class fulfillment, you make raving fan clients. Raving fans clients buy more from you. They tell their friends and share about you, which is your best form of marketing. Those happy clients and their referrals are easier and better to work with. They become more successful more often. You get out of the weeds and don't get pulled in to fix issues and fight fires so that you can continue to focus on growth when you have great fulfillment. You can also handle more clients as you grow and don't have to slow things down in sales and marketing. Your team's less stressed and making a bigger impact. Your profitability goes through the roof. Your average client LTV rises so you can reinvest more back into the business and more. It's this crazy compound effect that all starts with world-class fulfillment. So let me ask you, are you truly making raving fans? Are people sending referrals left and right? Are people staying with you longer and asking you to buy more? If not, you have an opportunity to improve your fulfillment. And done right, great fulfillment starts to create this organic viral loop, driving more leads, more repeat business, more revenue, more opportunities, great marketing, right? All these things with more consistency and on autopilot. So when you think about growth, again, we don't want to think just about tactics. We don't want to think even just about marketing. We want to think very strategically about the strategy that I talked about earlier in chapter 2, about really maximizing the LTV, about really making sure that we've got world-class fulfillment. This is the best form of marketing that you can do. So to have strong, scalable fulfillment, you want to have 3 key pieces in place. Number 1 is, do you have the proper internal operations? Do you have the actions listed out step by step for how to deliver your product effectively and make raving fans? Get this mapped out in detail and you'll drive more consistency, repeatable, and make your fulfillment be ready to handle a lot more customers. So that's where it begins, is with the internal operations. Number 2 is your internal hiring and fulfillment training so that you can put the proper people there in fulfillment. Because what happens is, if, for instance, a coach quits or somebody in your product manager, your account manager quits, all of a sudden you're in this big scramble and you have to jump back in. Well, we have to make your business be ready to be able to thrive without you and without any single person. So we've got to be ready to duplicate that fulfillment process and have the proper people there in place. So are you ready to recruit, train, and develop and have the systems in place so that these people can deliver over and over and over again and make those raving fans? And then number 3 is the client-facing systems. So we, of course, need these and the assets to make for a great client experience. And if you have all 3 of these in place, then your fulfillment is truly scalable and repeatable and not dependent on any one person. This is what one of our private clients, Jordan Gill, did in our 2X Accelerator, and this helped her take her business to the next level. So right near the time of joining 2X, she was like ready to kind of back out because she's like, I just had one of my coaches quit, and this threw her into a stressful situation. She was already like just really, really struggling and like working overtime, she said. And this just put her over the edge. But fast forward a few months, and she not only got back out of fulfillment, she put in each one of these 3 elements in place that I'm talking about right here to set up to hire and train more coaches in the future. And as a result, she took her business from $436,000 per year and mostly being stuck in the weeds, being pulled in so many different directions, to 3xing her revenue to over 1.2 million in 1 year's time, while also being completely removed from all of the day-to-day operations. Plus, she now has the infrastructure to keep going up and up from here. Like, this is just the new base, and she's already a 7-figure business owner. So she's got scalable fulfillment, she's got that priceless peace of mind, and she's ready to break through, and you are too if you follow this. So if you want to scale big to the next level, then listen to this. Big, consistent growth starts with world-class fulfillment. All right? This is a little bit different thing that you've probably already heard, but I'm telling you over and over again, you can see the true impact of this. So odds are you're good at what you do, but I challenge you to make this a focus. Take the next step. Become truly world-class at what you do. And then combine that with a few other growth levers that I'm going to share with you, and you're going to dominate. But I want you to grow on autopilot, starting with fulfillment. So wrapping up this section, a 6-figure hustler is somebody who thinks that they need just more leads, and this is going to be the key to their growth. They don't have scalable fulfillment. They aren't producing raving fan customers left and right. They have a wide range of mixed client results. They keep getting pulled back into fulfillment or to fix issues or fight fires with the help with clients. But a 7-figure CEO, a 7-figure business, is somebody who understands that raving fans are at the heart of a great business and that growth begins with fulfillment. They have a scalable, repeatable fulfillment that can thrive without them. And their strong, repeatable fulfillment is making raving fans who drive strong LTV and referrals left and right. How to make easier, faster, better decisions. So if you want to make better, faster, easier decisions, here's your secret weapon. It's something that over 95% of entrepreneurs that we've worked with don't do well at all. It's knowing your key numbers inside and out. Numbers are the fact. They're reality. They don't care about stories or excuses. They tell you exactly what's going on, what's working, what's not, where to focus and what to fix. In business, numbers rule. They are your guide to the next level. Now, when we come into a company or start working with a new business, the first thing we ask is, what's the vision and goals? And then we ask, what are the numbers? It's just like Shark Tank. Shark Tank's like, tell me about your business. What are the numbers? Now, 99% of people don't know these. They think they know some of the key metrics or financials, but when we look into it, they're often significantly off. And if you don't know the numbers, you can't make objective decisions. I can't emphasize this enough. Numbers give you clarity. They're at the center of your multi-million-dollar business and the center of you being a true CEO, where you're, again, free from the weeds, working on the business, being able to see the business in a true fashion. So if you want to make your job easier and start making better decisions, then let numbers be your secret weapon. So at 2X, we track a lot of numbers to pinpoint the exact problems and opportunities to go into the departments, but you don't need to start there. There's 2 primary ways that you can think about your numbers. Number 1 is your success formula. So your business is a formula. And what we need to do is map this out. Map out the key metrics of the flow of what needs to happen for each step of your business that can lead to the results that you want. So for instance, for marketing, sales, and fulfillment, what are the key metrics for each one of those that lead to the revenue that you're looking for? We've really got to just map this out, keep this really simple. Now, you can go to your toolkit to see this broken down, but let's say that, for instance, marketing, your number 1 metric is the number of qualified applications that you get each month. And for sales, it's the close ratio of those applications. And then for fulfillment, maybe it's customer LTV. Well, what that leads to is our sale value per month. All right. And what we want to do is track this and know these key metrics. And then we want to think strategically about each step. Remember, the first 4 pieces of a cash producing machine is the right strategy. So we want to come back to the right strategy. So now we know our numbers. We know what the key metrics are that we're going to track and optimize. Then we can make a clear strategy to improve those. So for instance, on the marketing side, we can improve those applications per month. Let's say that they're 24 right now. I'm just making up numbers. Let's say if we improve those to 36, and then we've got, our close ratio of applications to say that we're closing 18% of those. So let's say we make it just a couple of tweaks, let alone if we include all the tweaks that I'm sharing in this book, but if you include just a couple of tweaks and you increase your close ratio from 18% to 22%, and then for fulfillment LTV, let's say that you increase your LTV from $8,000 per client to $11,000. So what we're doing with this, these are all small incremental wins and things that are very conservative. Like we can definitely make these adjustments with the proper strategy, with systems, with some of the strategy changes that I'm talking about here in this book. If we make these tweaks, then in this example, and you can see this in the physical book, you can see this in your toolkit, is this takes you from $34,000 per month in sales to $87,000 per month, which again is over that 7-figure pace. Small tweaks lead to big results using the value chain and the numbers as your guide. So from here, you're going to be able to see and track your progress for each metric. Everyone on the team is clear on what the focus is, and you can see the impact almost instantaneously. So even modest improvements compounded lead to some massive results. All right. So let's get you to that 7-figure business. Let's get you where you want to be using this success formula. And the part 2 of how to think about the numbers is like your top 10 metrics. One way to think about this is if you went on a no strings attached vacation, you just got a report every single day, what numbers would you need to see to be able to make all of the business decisions based on only 10 numbers? What would they be? So you'll likely want some type of KPIs related to profit, cash, client satisfaction, customer lifetime value, which is LTV, your cost to acquire new customers maybe, or employee satisfaction or performance, maybe a leading marketing metric such as number of qualified leads or applications. Maybe it's the number of sales opportunities as far as sales calls booked or sales conversions, of course. So map out your top 10 metrics. What are those? For us here at 2X, some of the examples are I love to look at revenue growth. What's the total rolling 90-day revenue chart look like? I like to look at the 30-day rolling revenue as well. Number 2 is we like to look at average customer lifetime value because we really want to make those raving fans that stay with us a long time. We're looking at churn rate of how many clients cancel before the end of the 12 months. Number 4 is the cost to acquire a customer. 5 is monthly free cash flow. You can also use profit margin. 6 is number of sales opportunities. These are booked sales calls, only counting those who are qualified, of course. 7 is close ratio. 8 is core capital, which I'll talk much more about, which is basically the money that you have in your bank, how long that your business can last with the expenses that they have. Number 9 is employee NPS. And then 10 is a leading marketing metric depending on the main initiative at the moment. So if I know these, I know at least 90% of the story of what's going on in the business. And from there, we can understand exactly, hey, where's my time and energy need to go? Where's the team's time and energy need to go? And if you don't know the top numbers that drive your business yet, block off some time this week because I'm telling you, it's painful to go through at first. And you may not be a numbers person, but if you drive your business without knowing these, it's the equivalent of driving your car blindfolded. Imagine that. Imagine driving your business blindfolded, or imagine driving your business by looking just in the rear view mirror. That's a dangerous way to do. You can't go fast and you probably ain't going to end up very happy with the result. And you probably aren't going to end up where you want to go. So let's come back to this. Let's use these as the guide. And again, I'll share. I know it's going to be painful. I know you got a lot on your plate, but you can't drive your business blindfolded. You are probably doing a lot of things that are not profitable. So many 6-figure clients that we work with are spending so much of their time on things that are not profitable. So if we can make this shift, get that clarity, we're going to make better, faster decisions to the next level. So you can either guess and hustle or make easier, better, faster decisions using the numbers as your guide. You'll join the elite business owners as soon as you make the shift. So wrapping up this section, the six-figure hustler is too busy to track the key metrics. They don't know what the top metrics really are. And for the numbers that they do track, they aren't consistent, or they're not 100% accurate. And they think that they know them, but they really don't. The team's also not clear on the key numbers and isn't held accountable to them. And they're not sure exactly what the real issue is, oftentimes working or fixing the wrong problem due to the lack of clarity. Whereas a seven-figure CEO and a seven-figure business, the key metrics are clearly defined and they're tracked regularly. They have a success formula of what the key metrics are to hit each step of the value chain. They use the numbers in all meetings and each week to drive decision-making to make it clear what to do. The team's really well aware of the key metrics and using them to guide their performance and are held accountable to those. They're able to see exactly where the key issues and opportunities are, and they're using the numbers to drive more consistency and growth ongoing. So let's get you there. Cash flow or die. Speaking of numbers, the stats are not encouraging. More than half of businesses fail in the first 5 years. Only 40% are profitable, while 30% are continually losing money. And 96% never make it past $1 million per year in revenue. But do you know the biggest official reason for why businesses fail? They run out of cash. One study showed that 82% of companies that fail do so to cash flow problems. Cash is the oxygen. It's the lifeblood of your business. Not only what keeps the lights on, but also what can fuel the explosion to the next level. And of course, help you get that lifestyle that you're after too, right? Which is really, very, very important. So here's a few key principles for making sure that you have the cash that you need to fuel it all. Number one is to stop mixing. So when you're starting out, it's easy to mix your business and personal finances, but as you're graduating from hustle to real business, it's time to go pro. Stop treating your business as a piggy bank and get things separated. I know it may add a few dollars, it may add a little bit more in taxes, but it's going to keep you out of trouble and making better decisions for your business and really seeing what's going on. So take a few minutes, set up different accounts, and keep things fully separated. All right. Number two is to get a bookkeeper and get in the proper rhythm with them. So getting a bookkeeper and making sure that your financial reports are updated regularly is one of the simplest things that you can do to give clarity on what's going on, what the gaps are, where the money's going. And you got to learn what these reports mean, because they can be a lot of mumbo jumbo that most people don't really use as a guide. They just kind of check it out once a year, for tax time. And they're like, oh crap, I didn't get any richer this year. No, we got to use these as a guide to make better decisions. And number three is core capital. Core capital is the amount of money you have in your business account versus your upcoming expenses. So if your average monthly expenses are $40,000 and you have $40,000 in the business bank account in cash, then you have 1 month of core capital. If you only have $20,000 in cash, you have only 2 weeks of runway. So that's a scary spot to be. So 2 months of cash is the minimum suggested amount. This way, if no new sales come in at all, you can rest assured that you don't have to make week-to-week survival decisions. You can keep focused on the right actions that you need to be working on. This puts you at ease and in the power position. So we got to work to get you ahead financially and stay there. Number four is be on top of AR, which is accounts receivable. If business owners only got what they were owed on time, then a lot of cash flow issues wouldn't exist. So make sure you are tracking your outstanding AR, which is money owed to you. And definitely make sure that you have the systems in place to get what you're owed on time. The longer that you wait to contact and communicate with people, the worse systems that you have, the harder it is to actually receive that money. So stay on top of this. It's really important. It's not uncommon for us to see companies who are owed $50,000 or $100,000 in past due invoices. That's a lot, right? Especially for a six-figure business. So put an end to that once and for all, no matter how big or small your open AR is. And number five, set targets. We've got to get you clear on the key financial metrics that matter, including each main line item of your P&L. So if you review your numbers each month and take a couple key actions, you're not going to take 20 actions on your financials. But if you take 2 or 3 key actions every single month, you're going to have more confidence, more clarity, more control of your finances, and a lot more cash flow. Your profit's going to go through the roof. So just take the time, get clear, take a couple actions, and let's get you to the next level without being on the cash flow roller coaster for years like most entrepreneurs are. So wrapping up this section, a 6-figure hustler is not very profitable. They always seem to be at risk or behind with their finances, never quite able to get ahead for good. They don't understand the profitability of various products or marketing channels. They don't have a forecast or target set. They don't fully understand the key financial statements in detail, and they don't have the AR systems in place and ultimately get behind with money that's owed to them. Whereas a 7-figure CEO, a 7-figure business, has more than 2 months of expenses saved in the bank as a baseline. They're clear on their financials. They have strong profitability and cash flow. They understand their margins by product and by key marketing channel. They regularly review their financials and take action each month on a couple of elements to improve that profitability. And they have the AR systems in place and they're on top of this so they get the money that they're owed on time. Go to the source. Though I've tried to show you the value of offloading your responsibility, sometimes you do have to take things into your own hands. But when that happens, don't just fix the thing and move on. Go to the source. This mentality is what Howard Schultz, who's the former CEO of Starbucks, has used to help build one of the most successful companies in the world. My favorite story about him goes as follows. Mr. Schultz was on a trip and he went to one of the many Starbucks locations, and at the store, a light in the sign was out. So this was not a good look for the manager there. And Schultz could have done a couple of different things. He was there for just like a one-time visit. So it's like a really, really bad situation. So he could have had the stiff fix it right away. He could have got mad and reprimanded the store manager in front of everybody. He could have done neither of the above. And what he did was C. He did neither of the above. What he did instead is a crucial reason for why Starbucks is so insanely successful and it's really scalable businesses that has created so many different locations, right? But per the story, Howard immediately called back to headquarters at this time and he asked, hey, what's our process to handle a light being out? He could have handled it in so many different ways. He immediately thought, how do I go to the source of the problem? He addressed the system so that this problem wouldn't happen again. He didn't immediately go to the Band-Aid solution to fix the single bulb. He focused on the bigger picture, the bigger lever, the system that would impact his entire chain of stores now and in the future. So that mentality and that thinking is absolutely game-changing. As soon as the issue comes up, don't get frustrated, don't yell, don't try to even fix the issue right away. Instead, go to the source and fix the system. Create this mentality for yourself and as part of your company culture. Because if you do, you're going to be in a really good spot with less fires, less reactivity, and a lot better solutions going forward. So go to the source and fix the system. Imagine if every issue that popped up is solved with a system improvement. What would that mean for your growth and success? What would that mean for your freedom? What would that mean for your team, your consistency? What would that mean for where you will be 6 months from now, let alone 2 years from now? Now, I know you're busy as an entrepreneur. It's hard to transform your business into a systemized machine overnight. So don't try to do that. As soon as an issue comes up, we're going to fix it with systems. We're going to have this mentality and have this mentality within your team and build a machine, one system at a time, step by step, piece by piece. So wrapping up this section, a 6-figure hustler is somebody who keeps putting fire out after fire out after fire out without really going to the root and fixing what's causing the fires. They have a team that's trained to do tasks and focused on short-term reactivity and it's not focused on systems and the long-term solutions. Whereas a 7-figure CEO is somebody who identifies the root cause of problems and addresses that. They fix every problem that comes up with a system so that it doesn't become a problem again, and they create a culture of using systems to reduce errors and problems in the future. 0% reactivity. There's a tendency to make business way more complicated and stressful than it needs to be. One of the keys of self-induced stress in a business is what the majority of entrepreneurs are all too familiar with: reactivity. When there's reactivity, you get stressed and angry, your team gets stressed, everyone gets rushed, bad decisions are made, the quality drops, and nobody wins. Reactivity can cripple a business, and unfortunately, most are running their business like a constant train on fire with no end in sight. The good news is, it doesn't have to be that way. You can scale fast and not have the stress. You can have things be ahead, calm, and focused if you master the principle of 0% reactivity. This means removing the need to react from your day-to-day operations where no actions are needed that same day. No actions needed that same day. Now, this may be a lofty goal to live up to versus where you're at now, but it's more than possible. We've implemented this into 2X, and it's been game-changing as soon as we did it a couple years ago. Now, the compound effect this makes is there's way less stress, you can make better decisions, less turnover and burnout, happier employees and stronger culture, more productivity and efficiency, more of working on the right activities, and you can do the same and get to 0% reactivity with these 2 tips. Number 1 is the 72-hour rule. In our business, nothing should ever be needed that same day, nothing. Everything should be done, ready, and approved ahead of time so that everyone can plan their day and do deep, uninterrupted work as much as possible. So we actually have a 72-hour rule that if you need something from someone else, you should request it at least 72 hours ahead of time. So every person on our team, every person on your team, not just you, has important things to get done. And if you pull them off their work and constantly distract them to be reactive, that has a major ripple effect. And you wonder why they aren't getting the things done that you want them to or getting the results that you want. Rushed work does not convert. It doesn't help you get more done, and it sure as heck doesn't age well in the marathon that we're in with this entrepreneurship thing, right? So if you implement some type of rule that people can't request urgent deadlines, maybe it's 24 hours to start, but we like the 72-hour rule. So it's easy to get addicted to the busyness of business, but put an end to that. Slow things down, get ahead, and you'll notice it instantly. Number 2 is the 0% reactivity log. By making things really tangible and writing them down, it makes them easier to address and easier to not do in the future. So we create a spreadsheet that we log anytime there's reactivity so that we can really fix these head on. So each time it does, we go to the source, we think, hey, what happened here? What impact did that make? Why did it happen? And what's the suggested system that we're going to do? Then we put an owner and make sure that it's in our project management system. So there's a template for this in your 7-figure toolkit, but every problem is a system opportunity. So be thinking strategically about how each fire can be ultimately squashed out for good. Get rid of reactivity, get in control of your time, get your team in control of their time, and everybody will win. So, wrapping up this section, a 6-figure hustler is too busy to focus on anything but the short-term action, so they stay stuck on the 6-figure hamster wheel. They unknowingly create a culture of reactivity, adding stress and reducing productivity of everyone, again, without really knowing it. And they're not ahead on task with a clear plan of action. Whereas a 7-figure CEO, a 7-figure business, creates a culture of 0% reactivity so that everyone can go deep and do their deep work and not reacting to fires. They slow down to speed up, really analyzing the problems and what's the best solution for the long term. And they address those problems with systems to reduce problems and errors in the future. Get your team humming. You want your company pulsing and moving with an energy and momentum where the team is on fire, everyone's clear, and you're moving as fast as a unit? Well, for that, you need the right meeting structure and cadence. So most six-figure entrepreneurs have no set meetings or rhythm. If they do, they're often inconsistent and a waste of everyone's time and your hard-earned money. So we have to change that. A good meeting rhythm and structure limits reactivity, improves communication, gets everyone aligned, improves the culture, and helps everyone move more efficiently. So here are the top 6 meetings and time blocks that you need to go on your calendar immediately. Number 1 is the daily huddle. This is the 80-20 of meetings, and if you only do 5 actions from this book, if you make this one of them, you're going to be able to better communicate with your team, train your team to bring their questions, problems, and challenges to this meeting. You're going to reduce a lot of the back and forth and ultimately get people more clear, hold them accountable more. So again, this will help you pulse in such a good way. Number 2 is weekly planning. At the beginning of each week, make sure everyone's clear on the best, simplest, and most direct path forward towards the results that you're trying to drive. A great week starts with a great plan. What we recommend here is getting every individual clear on their big 3, the 3 highest priority actions that they can commit to getting done. 3 important things per week means you will make meaningful, significant progress each and every week, so do that. Number 3 is weekly review. Reflect, learn, and problem solve to make sure that next week is even better so that you iterate and improve each and every week. If you do this as a team and also by yourself as a leader, you're going to be unstoppable in no time. Imagine if your team gets better every single week. Imagine if you learn as a company every single week. Imagine if you as a leader reflect and learn and get better every single week. It goes a long way. So take a few minutes to make sure that everyone is really taking that time to reflect. And again, we want to slow down the busyness and get more strategic and intentional, have more clarity. This will help you. Number 4, speaking of clarity, is thinking time. The CEO's best use of time is making sure that the right strategy is being followed. So thinking time is picking, 30 minutes or an hour by yourself to address one big question or challenge. The best entrepreneurs think flat out. And a guy named Keith Cunningham goes deep into this. I absolutely love it. Learned it from him. And I've been doing it for years. And I really, really get so much out of this. So go into this. All right. Away from the chaos, away from the day-to-day, away from any distractions, and think really strategically and deeply about a particular problem. If you do this, you're going to save countless hours and have a much better strategy. So stop the busyness and the hustle and think. Simplify. Get clear. Get focused. Really uncover what matters most or what the most strategic path is forward. So this weekly meeting by yourself is going to help you immensely. Trust me. Number 5 is a financial review. Not many things are more stressful than the finances in small business. So to make the leap to 7 figures and to do so without the stress, we got to get control of your finances. So it's time to go pro. So each week, do a quick cash review. Go through your key metrics. Make sure that you're clear in the head financially. Make sure that you can stay out of the week-to-week survival mode. Make sure that you're getting into the power position. This will allow you to sleep like a baby at night and grow your business. And number 6, one of my favorites, is our done by 10:30 system. The key to a great day, great week, great month, great year is to start fast. And what we want to do is have you move your business forward every single day. We want to have you win every single day. To do so, you have to win the morning. So one of the best and easiest ways to do that is to block off at least 2 hours every morning for uninterrupted deep work for your most important activities. We call this our done by 10:30 a.m. system. It's in your 7-figure toolkit to go a little bit more deep on exactly what to do and what this looks like. So check that out. But it's not about busy work. It's not about doing more things. It's about the right activities. It's about being more strategic. It's about making $1 million moves. And our proven done by 10:30 a.m. system is the best productivity hack out there, in my humble opinion. Of course, I'm biased on that, but this has helped transform so many of our clients' time and focus and results by starting their morning in control, in flow, winning the morning, and ultimately winning the day. So these 6 meetings need to go on your calendar, and get you set up for success. If you do, you're going to start to be unstoppable and be in flow, and that's what you really want. So wrapping up this section, a six-figure hustler has an inconsistent meeting schedule. Their meetings don't have set or effective agendas. They have no accountability on the past actions and commitments. They're not clear on the next actions or next steps taken from meetings. They just talk about a lot and they don't have really clear next steps. And the meetings are often a waste of people's time, or they're often one-sided, not real valuable problem-solving type meetings. Whereas the seven-figure CEO, seven-figure business, has consistent, simple meeting cadence set up and defined so that the team can get into full flow. The meetings have agendas and are a valuable time spent. Everyone brings as many questions and needs to the meetings instead of having reactivity throughout, outside of the meetings. They leave meetings with clear actions that are recorded and people are held accountable for, and they're leveraging thinking time and deep work time to get a lot more strategic time done and drive bigger results. So wrapping up this chapter with some of the big ideas, we started with the key to everything you want: the freedom, the growth, the income, the impact, the long-term success. All of that comes from turning your business into a machine. Now, your business machine consists of the right strategy combined with systems, numbers, and your team. Systems are the key to consistency, repeatability, scalability, and getting you free from the weeds. Everything your business is and should be a system. Second is the numbers are your guide. They tell you what's working, what's not, where to focus, and what to fix, and will help you make better and faster decisions. And these two things come before your team, because with the clarity of the numbers and defining what success is, along with using systems to make things much more clear, consistent, and repeatable, you set your team up for success. So again, there's a very important order to things. And getting the operational machine is your real money maker that few entrepreneurs ever learn and leverage. So if you do, you're going to be set up to really grow to the next level. Remember, really nail the proper strategy and foundation to be set up to scale, turn your business into an operational machine. Then we're going to focus on growth next. So this is really, really important. This is your moneymaker. Next is the way to run your business is with the value chain series of steps so that you can see that top-down, high-level view, identify the bottleneck, and build consistency one key phase at a time. And keep it simple to start. Then you can start to break it into more steps over time, but keep it simple. Start with marketing, sales, and fulfillment. Next is have a success formula that defines the key metrics by phase that you need to hit. Done right, your growth will compound to big numbers with even modest improvements. Next, growth begins with fulfillment. Make sure you have the strategy, systems, and executions to turn customers into raving fan CFLs, which are customers for life, and do this at scale without your time. Next is every problem is a system opportunity. Fix things at the source with the system, and you'll continually have less and less fires while you improve your team performance exponentially. Next, make sure you're clear on your finances and are producing cash flow. Then, putting the systems in place and work hard to get ahead and into the power position financially. Otherwise, you're going to have way more stress and you have to make short-term decisions, which you don't want to do. Next is craft your culture to have 0% reactivity. This will reduce your stress and increase productivity for everyone. And last but not least, get your team humming with the right cadence and flow of meetings. Done right, this reduces reactivity, increases flow, increases deep work time for you and your team. So make this happen ASAP and build that operational machine. Chapter 5, World-Class Team. Your job as a CEO. I asked a mentor who had built a $100 million consultancy company, what's the key to scale to 10 million and then 100 million? I couldn't even finish my question before he said, people. He went on to explain that no matter what level of business you're at, the most important job of a CEO is to hire great people, because you can't do it all yourself and you don't want to do it all yourself. So it's an essential key that differentiates fast-scaling businesses from the rest. And this mirrors the advice of Jeff Smart and Randy Street's best-selling book, Who, in a survey where they interviewed about 300 top CEOs, including 20-plus billionaires, about what it takes to build a successful business. 52% said the single biggest success factor is management talent. Not tools, not products, not marketing or sales, not even execution. It's people. Building a great team allows you to leverage the time, skill, energy, and experience of others to take your business to millions of dollars. Remember, solve every problem and opportunity by thinking who and what systems, not how. But as you likely know, it's not that easy. Your team can be your greatest source of leverage or your biggest frustration that you feel like holds you back. For most six-figure entrepreneurs, it's often the latter. I know it was for me. In this chapter, we're going to break down some systems and strategies to help make your team a major strength and set you up for years to come. So this is an essential step that if you get right, will be life-changing. So let's get you set up for big success with a world-class team. The secret team hack. While we don't want your business to center around you, you still play a critical role for your team. In fact, it all starts with you, and this is a major first step for a world-class team. You have to make the shift to take on responsibility. You are responsible for their success. You are responsible to make sure that you have the systems, training, support, feedback, and infrastructure to thrive. It's your responsibility to make things so clear and easy that they cannot fail. Now, most entrepreneurs are so busy doing that they don't make much of any time for their team. But getting the right people set up for success, again, it's one of the best forms of leverage you can have if you do it right. So to get to 7 figures, you have to make this shift. Stop hoping for unicorns and take on responsibility. So think of McDonald's. They have the training systems and processes in place to make it easy for any average Joe off the street to make a Big Mac just as well as anyone else. And they can do so with speed and accuracy. They can hire almost anyone, right? McDonald's has mastered making things turnkey, and it's one of the many reasons why they're one of the top companies in the world. Now, you don't have to be McDonald's to use this mentality to take on responsibility for your team's success. Put the training, systems, and infrastructure in place so that you can hire good people and make them great. So you want to have your team performance just be at a whole new level? Start to make things so simple, so clear, and so easy that they cannot fail. It's your responsibility. I know what you're thinking, but Austin, I don't have the time to do any of those things. That's why this book is in this order, to show you how to free up time so early in the process, because you do in fact have the time. You're just not using it properly. But imagine how well your team could do if they were properly trained and supported. Imagine if you gave them the systems to do their job at a high level. What would that mean for your company long term? What would that mean for your time? What would that mean for your profit? What would it mean for them? It's priceless to make this shift. Now, it's easy to blame your team. It's easy to be frustrated with them, knowing that they're not doing things as well as or fast as you can. But you can choose to feel special, or you can choose to be successful. The successful CEO is one that sets their team up to win. So take responsibility. Make the time. Follow the steps in this book to take your time, your systems, your training, onboarding, feedback, and communication to the next level and make your team great. So wrapping up this section, a six-figure hustler is always blaming their team for things not getting done as well as you could do them. They expect others to know what they know. They're too busy to support their team, thus indirectly setting them up to fail, whereas a seven-figure CEO takes responsibility for their team's success. And they build a team for the long term, training and developing them over time. They understand the importance and cost of getting hiring right, and they lead with systems and strong guidance with the intention to have them be able to thrive without them. Your most important sales and marketing. The right people on your team can change everything for your life and business. As a result, by far the most important sales and marketing that you can do is with your hiring. When we hire, it's the exact same as if we're doing a big marketing promotion. We use a sales page for the job ad. We run paid ads to it, send numerous emails, follow up with candidates like they're our most important leads, because they are. A great team will change your life and business. So take it seriously. Now, the vast majority of six-figure entrepreneurs, however, again, I mentioned, are too busy to make the time for this. So they rush hiring. They put up a generic job description, and they pray that a unicorn finds it. Then they're surprised when they end up with only a mediocre team or a short number of candidates. You want A players, so do what will get an A player's attention. So for your next hiring push, here's what to do to get a lot more high-quality candidates. Number one, it starts with the vision. Everything starts here with the vision, the mission of the company. High performers aren't looking for a job. In this day and age especially, people are searching for meaning more than ever. They yearn for that connection and mission, especially top-performing people who have lots of options that they could do. They're looking to be a part of something, so give them that opportunity. Share the vision and mission of the company and create something much bigger than just a boring old job. Where are you headed? Why does it matter? Why should an A player stop what they're doing and come and join you? Whether you're selling coaching programs or accounting services or tires or anything else, it doesn't matter. Create a compelling future that will get the right people you want to hire fired up to join you. Number two is the campaign. Once you're clear on the exact role that you're hiring for, build out a launch strategy with how you're going to market this position. What's your plan of attack? How are you going to get more of the right candidates than ever before? It starts with a simple strategic plan. Just putting a job posting out there, that's not a strategy. Be intentional about this. Next is the setup. For years, we used to use a long-form sales page and convert it into a hiring page. Now, I highly recommend that you do this as well, and you can see our template in the 7-Figure Toolkit at 2x.co/toolkit. Now, the key is to sell the role in detail to your perfect hire. Include about the role, the responsibilities and results, the skills needed, and of course, more about the team and mission of the company. Not only are you qualifying them to find the best candidate, you are also constantly selling this role. It's your most important sales and marketing that you can do, so treat it that way with your hiring assets. Number four is positioning. A players don't just want to work for anybody. They want to work for a place that matters, for a place that has something going for it, for a company that is winning, right? So positioning yourself in the right way is key. So it matters so much because people want to be proud of where they work. They want to share it with their family and friends. And having the right public positioning and reputation goes a long way in this subtle but required step. Second, you have a split second to make an impression on your candidates in the hiring process and do so in a positive way. And not many things will turn them off, quite like bad positioning. Third is you're going to get a lot fewer referrals of good candidates if the positioning isn't there. Everyone wants to protect their name and word, and they won't send a company that looks unimpressive. So we talk about $1 million positioning in Chapter 7, but not only does this really matter for your marketing and sales, it's really even more important for recruiting and hiring and building the right team. And 5, social proof. Not many things sell quite like social proof. Just like you would for selling a product or program, get some quotes and endorsements from your current team and clients to show the candidates that you're the real deal, that you're a great place to work for. Nobody does this in their hiring, but this makes it easy to differentiate yourself from their other options. 6, market hard. Then, when you have all these pieces in place, it's time to go live, it's time to do a big push. Make it exciting and fun and add some urgency. You'll see more and better candidates coming in than ever before. So does this all sound like a lot of work? Yes, it is more work initially, But once you get this set up, and once you hire the right people, it's going to not only grow your business to the next level, it's going to save you so much time down the road. It's going to have you growing exponentially and not having to figure everything out yourself. So it's the most important marketing and sales that you can do, hands down. Now, wrapping up this section, a six-figure hustler doesn't put much effort or strategy into recruiting or hiring. They're often too busy to spend time on this, even though it's of utmost importance. They put a job posting up and hope to find a unicorn. They don't have a compelling vision that would stop an A player in their tracks to be interested in the role or company. And as a result, they don't have a lot of qualified candidates to choose from. Whereas a seven-figure CEO, a seven-figure business, understands the cost and value of hiring right and treats recruiting and hiring as the most important sales and marketing that you can do, because it is. They position the company not only for sales and marketing, but also for hiring too. They recruit attentively and intentionally to fill each role. They don't just sit back and wait. And they sell the vision each step of the way in recruiting and hiring. No more babysitting. Does anybody like micromanaging others? I sure don't. It's pretty much adult babysitting. Your team doesn't want that, and you sure don't either. Instead, what you need is leadership and management by design. You need to set up the infrastructure to create autonomy, great communication, and speed of execution. Now, the top problem in teams often centers on communication. The second problem is clarity, and third is accountability. Or better yet, the top three problems are all related to the lack of these three. So how do we fix these issues? First, it starts with you. So are you noticing a trend here yet? I'm sure you are. It starts with you. You have to improve your communication. You need to make things clearer for everyone. You have to make commitments and hold yourself accountable. And you have to lead the way in turning your business into a machine with these principles I'm sharing with you. So this is all mission critical. It starts with you. To help you lead by design, here's a few critical elements to help get your team set up to win in a much better way. So let's break these down. Number one are KPIs. To recap, key performance indicators are the critical metrics of progress toward an intended result. Now, those are big words, but they're the numbers that matter. Now, these are essential just not only for your business, but also for your team. They tell you the facts of the business and the health of each step of the value chain. They help you get clear on what matters, what the problems are, how people are doing, help you hold people accountable, get everyone aligned on the result, and really get clear the outputs that you're trying to get to. But having a number by itself doesn't mean much. What you want to see is improvement and consistency of each metric. So you need to track the data over time to see the full picture. Plus, you need to set a target goal that you're aiming for. Now, keep the targets conservative. Don't go from zero to hero overnight. It's about consistency and improvement, not overnight success. So start tracking these key metrics. Start getting every single person on your team more clear on the key metrics that they're responsible for, and hold them accountable to do that. They'll be much more empowered and drive much better results. Number two is the daily huddle. This is one meeting that changes everything, and it takes 15 minutes or less. So done right, this meeting improves communication, focus, accountability, team planning, and efficiency. Long story short, it's a must. So this is a quick 8 to 15 minute meeting usually to run through the quick numbers update where you check in on top KPIs. You go through everyone's top focus for the day, which are the most important priorities that they're going to complete. You talk about their stucks, which are quick questions, needs, or things that they're behind on to discuss. And you want to end with clarity and momentum. So it's very, very short. It's punchy. It's really not going into major problem solving. You're covering things that need, and then have clear action steps for people that need to get together afterwards. So it's fast, it's focused, and you're able to effectively manage your entire team. Now, once your team gets to a certain size, you may break it up into multiple meetings by department or whatever, but ultimately you can pulse at a really good pace doing this. Number 3 is the job scorecard. Now, I originally learned about the concept of a job scorecard in Who by Randy Street and Jeff Smart, and we adapted this and designed it into our own system specifically for 6 and 7 figure entrepreneurs. So this is at the heart of every position that we have on our team. So I'm going to go deep into this here next. But wrapping up this section, a 6-figure hustler spends a lot of time babysitting, micromanaging, and fixing team issues. They don't have true accountability within their team. Their team isn't super clear on their role, their responsibilities, or key metrics that they can lead. Their inconsistent communication and leadership leads to a lack of results. Whereas a 7-figure CEO, a 7-figure business, understands the big common team problems of communication, clarity, and accountability, and sets the structure to make those strengths, not weaknesses. They create other leaders within the team, developing them over time, playing the long game. They lead by the numbers and also help use them to hold the team accountable. They create a culture of great communication and rhythm, not reactivity. They leverage daily huddles to keep everyone aligned, focused, and humming, and they give objective feedback regularly to consistently help their team improve. The job scorecard. Do you ever get frustrated that your team just isn't performing? You know that they can do it, and you know they want to succeed, but the reasons they aren't performing up to their potential come back to you as the leader. It's your responsibility to set them up for success. And nearly every small business that we've worked with, we've seen these team issues. They aren't clear on exactly what's expected of them, even if it's clear to you. They aren't empowered and given full ownership over their work, figuring that you are going to fix it anyway. They're pulled in too many different directions, most of which aren't their highest impact responsibilities, and they aren't held accountable. The job scorecard changes all of that. It's the centerpiece for every role and needs to be for your team as well. So we use it before and during the hiring process, and then of course after that, for as long as they're a part of your team. It's the roadmap for the role and helps drive clarity and better communication so that each employee can thrive in the best way. So there's 5 major elements of the job scorecard, and you can see the exact template in your 7-figure toolkit. So go download that right now, 2x.co/toolkit. See the training on this, but save a copy of that spreadsheet as your team's guide. Number 1, the first piece of this is the role vision. The job scorecard begins in the same way that we begin this book, with a vision. What's the high-level vision for the role? How does it fit into the overall picture? What's the big picture success? So with this general direction for the role, we can define the specifics, but it always starts with the vision and define success. Number 2 is their vision. This is a really important, crucial step that most entrepreneurs skip, but if you want top talent and you want to keep them for a long time, it's essential to understand. Because they have a vision too. What are their goals? What do they want to achieve within the role? And where do they want to develop? And how does this vision match up with the company's vision and where you're headed? We call this the vision crossover. You really want to have these two things align. So this is essential for a long-lasting win-win employee relationship. Have them define what success is for them and keep it front and center so that you can support them to make it happen, because the more successful they are, the more successful you and the company are. If their vision isn't aligned with the company's at all, then it's not a good fit. So understanding this early on, before you invest so much time, energy, and effort, is really key. Again, to make the next step as a leader, you have to make the mindset shift that your responsibility is to set them up to win. So get clear on their goals and growth and set them up for success to get there in a way that's aligned with the company's mission and vision. If you do this, you're going to have a world-class team that goes above and beyond, and everybody wins. So have your employees fill this in and review them with this monthly. This leads to great conversations and makes their job much more than just a job. It's a mission at that point. That shift is huge. Next are role responsibilities. Define the top 3 to 7 responsibilities for each person in this role. What will they lead? What will they own? For instance, an operations manager might have the following top role responsibilities. They'll be the internal operations and systems lead, the project management lead, the hiring lead, the own numbers and data tracking, and head of HR. It could be that for a small business. For each responsibility, then, you want to include a few sub-bullets to further define exactly what's expected of them. Again, you can see an example in your 7-figure toolkit. And then, once we have that, we want to map out the KPIs. What are the numbers that matter most? How are your team and how are the employees going to be expected to win the game? If they don't know how the score is being measured, they won't. So we got to track a couple key metrics for their role and hold them accountable to these. And we use these in the monthly one-on-one check-ins. So the numbers take out the stories. They take out, all the guesswork, and they show actually the facts of what's going on, what's working, what's not, where to focus, what to fix, as I always say, right? From here, you can see objectively how they're doing. They can grade themselves objectively, and you can have a much better conversation that isn't about opinion. It's about the numbers. 5 is the monthly review. So it's been hinted at throughout this chapter, but the final section is to use this as the guide for a great conversation every single month. Use this for accountability. Use this for feedback. This opens the line of communication both ways, for you to give it to them to give it to you. But imagine if they get better every single month. Where are they going to be? They're going to be unstoppable. So the general order of the review is a self-assessment completed by them. Again, you'll see this all in the template that you get. And then you're going to have the manager's review and comments, and then you're going to have their review and comments, and then you're going to have a one-on-one meeting to go through this and discuss it in detail. And if you do this, where you give them the proper numbers, support, clarity, and accountability, and that monthly one-on-one feedback, they are going to grow exponentially to the next level. So use your job scorecard as your guide. Remember, everyone on your team wants to do great. They want to perform. So set them up for success by using the job scorecard to give them the much needed clarity, support, accountability, and feedback. Watch them perform like never before. So wrapping up this section, a 6-figure hustler doesn't use job scorecards to give their team great clarity on their role, what's expected of them, or how they'll be measured. They don't have accountability. They don't have any set cadence to review their team performance and help them improve. They're not consistent with this. They're not clear on the employee's vision and goals, and don't really paint the long-term employee roadmap. Whereas a 7-figure CEO, 7-figure business, has clear written job scorecards with each role defined. The team is clear on their role, responsibilities, and how they're going to be measured. They grade and measure each employee every single month, progressing each month, and they have alignment of the vision between the employee and the company, which are a great fit for each other. Crafting a culture. Something that just isn't talked about nearly enough in small businesses that has surprisingly a massive impact is your culture. Now, the vast majority of 6-figure companies are merely trying to survive. Their focus is elsewhere, not on creating something like culture. It's a shame because not much else has a bigger and better impact long term, because with the right culture, you attract the right people and repel the wrong ones. You embed the key principles so that your team executes based on certain principles. You get people to focus on certain areas and drive more results, and you create something much bigger than just yourself or even any single employee for that matter. Creating an organism that can run itself, which is your long-term goal anyway. So to craft your culture, start with 2 core things: the vision and the values of the company. We talked about the vision in chapter 1. Now define what your core values are for your company. These describe who you are. There's DNA, what it stands for. Then once you have these, use them every day to truly craft and mold the culture that you need. You should be able to hire, fire, and lead based on these core values alone. So think about your DNA and what key principles that your company should live by. Brainstorm these by yourself as well as with your team and other key leaders. Then simplify it down to the top 5 to 10 words or phrases that represent who you are going to be. So an example of our 2X core values are focus, speed, everything a machine, the team, simplest and most direct path, results period, world class, level 10 life, numbers rule, and of course, success stories daily. These are our core values that we live and breathe every single day. And then for each one of these, we have a short paragraph that describes in detail what each one means so that everybody understands them and everybody knows them. Then once we have them, we give regular shout outs to them almost every single day on Slack. We start every major team meeting by going through the core values and giving shout outs every single month. We start to really ingrain these in our culture. And again, you should be able to hire, fire, and lead purely on the core values alone. So make these essential part of how you work day in and day out, of what you live out within your team, and you'll transform your company into a real, sustainable, high-performing business over time. So wrapping up this section, a six-figure hustler has the culture that isn't defined. They don't have any core values defined, and if they are, they're generic and not really unique to the DNA of the company, and they're not used regularly. There's also no clear, compelling vision or purpose behind the company, and they're too busy to make the time for things such as culture that have a big long-term impact. Whereas a seven-figure CEO, seven-figure business is strategically designing a culture to create the team environment that are needed to achieve that big vision. They have core values and culture clearly defined and understood by all. They regularly share and use the core values to truly create and craft and mold the culture, and they can hire, fire, and lead based on these core values alone. The all-important test drive. So, do you think you are a good judge of talent? Sure you do. We all think that we're pretty good at understanding who will be good and who will not, yet studies show that only 20% of hires actually turn into A players, A performers. Now, a big reason why is that people are at their best in the interview process, right? They tell you what you want to hear, highlighting the best snippets of what they have done and can do, but you can't just let them tell you how great they are. You need to have them show you. In our hiring process, we do that in several ways. Number one is with test tasks. The first key step is to not only ask them questions in the interview process, but we want them to jump through hoops. We want them to do things. Give them specific tasks that allow you to see how their mind works, how they communicate, their attention to detail, and more. It's an eye-opening exercise every single time. We can really learn so much more. So you can see an example in swipes of this of our test tasks in the seven-figure toolkit. So get that right now at 2x.co/toolkit. Now we usually do 3 to 5 simple tasks that test multiple skills related to that particular position. And we do this before our final interviews. And you'll quickly see who separates themselves from the pack. So do this and trust me, you're going to make exponentially better hiring decisions and save yourself countless hours and resources. And number 2 is we've got to do reference checks. Now, mishiring is one of the most costly things in business. In the great book, Top Grading by Brad Smart, he showed the cost of a mishire is 5 to 27 times their salary. That's right, 5 to 27 times their salary. So a very simple key is to get one more data point using reference checks. All right, this is not going to take you long, 10 to 15 minutes maybe, and you're going to get so much information to really make sure that it's a right role for the people, that you can understand their strengths and weaknesses, why they left, and make sure that the stories match up, if they'd hire them, if they're a perfect fit for that role. Right? Go deep in a very quick period of time, and again, use our process as your guide there. Number 3 is the trial period. Once we narrow it down to the top person that we want to bring in, it isn't done just yet. There's one more step, and that's a short-term trial period. So for some roles, this is 2 weeks. For others, it could be longer or shorter, depending. But the key is to have a clear and objective way to measure, hey, is this a great fit for both sides? This is a systematic way to do the famous quote, which is hire slow, fire fast. All right, this is a business maxim for a reason. So we go from recruiting to interview and testing to the trial period to being officially hired. So they aren't officially hired until after that trial period. So in this time, you're, yes, getting them up to speed, yes, teaching them about the culture, yes, ingraining them in the day-to-day, but you're also testing them. You're seeing how they do. How do they perform? You start to give them a few of the tasks that they will be doing day in and day out and build them up slowly. You're not going to give them it all in a short period of time, but you really want to test them. How do they do? How do they work and fit in with the culture? Some will crumble, others will thrive, but it never takes long to see. Are they an A player? Now, a few things to look for in this are core values fit. Will they fit in with the team and culture? How will they mesh with the team? If they're not a core values fit, it's an easy no matter how much you need to fill the role. Next is results. Now, you're not looking for them to change your company and drive growth in a blink of an eye, but you are looking at their output. Do they complete the exact things that you laid out for them? Do they do what they say they're going to do? Do they provide tangible value? Do they make your life better or their department better in some way, shape, or form? Outline the exact expectations and give them that. Don't have them guess. Lay it out in specific detail and see how they do. Next are the responsibilities and capabilities. All right, we've got to really understand going into the process what their responsibilities are and how they're going to be measured. And then you're going to see at the end of it, as entrepreneur Derek Sivers said, if you're not saying hell yeah about something, say no. Well, that's definitely the case in hiring. So with this trial period, you're going to get a very clear objective answer, either hell yeah or no. Then next, you're looking for red flags. Are there any red flags that the new hire might not work out? This is really important to identify right now because guess what? Red flags just don't go away. So be skeptical. Look out for signs of mismatch. Look out for concerns that you can have and address these head on. So most are afraid to have difficult conversations, so they sweep things under the rug. They're like, it'll be different this time. I'm not worried about it. I got too many other things going on. So they skip past this and they soon regret it. So if you aren't very much sold on the candidate, then by all means, do not hire that person. Your hiring mentality needs to be, no matter how long it takes, I will find the right person. This will be tough in the moment as you try to fill a role and see the potential in someone. But if they don't test well and pass the above tests, keep looking. It's far more expensive to hire the wrong person than it is to go without it most of the time. So I love the question. Knowing what you know now, would you enthusiastically hire that person if you did it all over again? If the answer to this after a short trial isn't 100% yes, then it's a no. Keep looking and send them on their way. Remember, one A player is worth at least 3 mediocre ones, so hire slow, fire fast, and use these 2 tests to make sure that you bring in the right people one at a time. If you do this, you're going to be on the fast track to a world-class team and multiple million-dollar business. So wrapping up this section, a 6-figure hustler doesn't test candidates in the interview process. They hire quickly and not very thoroughly. They have no consistent hiring process in place, and they use their gut and intuition as primary tools for hiring, not objective measurement. Whereas a 7-figure CEO objectively tests candidates in the hiring process, having them jump through multiple hoops to prove their worth. They have strategic onboarding to get new employees up to speed fast. They use a trial period to ensure right candidates are hired, leveraging a system for hire slow and fire fast. And they understand the importance of waiting and working for the right candidate, working with the right candidate, not hiring just to fill a role in a rush. Solutions, not monkeys. You want solutions, not monkeys. Monkeys are problems. They're other people's challenges and the extra things that you just take on. They're the open loops. If you're anything like where I've been in the past, everyone on your team brings these monkeys to you and you take them on, often unknowingly, and it gets exhausting. Then eventually you realize, hey, you are actually the one that creates the culture of everyone bringing their problems to you. And secondly, you can't get to where you really want to go in business if you're the only leader. This is really important to understand. If everyone is just doing what you tell them to and they're totally reliant on you, then that's not a business. That's a self-employed job that's dependent on you and your time and talent. If you stop, they pretty much stop. This is what so many six-figure entrepreneurs unknowingly do. They create their team to be followers, and they train others that they'll answer all their questions. And they're shocked when people don't magically start running and driving results without them. But to get to where you want to go, to create a business that drives growth, big income, lots of opportunities, a ton of freedom, you need a team of people that can make decisions to drive results within their roles. The good news is you can start to train them to be leaders and be much more effective with just a few simple words. Anytime someone brings you a problem or question, simply ask them, what would you suggest we do? These 6 words will have you going from having a bunch of followers and more monkeys jumping around and just on your plate to having people who start to think for themselves. They start to problem solve, and they soon realize that they know more than they thought, and they learn a lot, and they get better and better, and they take on more and more. Then they don't need you as much, which is good news for you, freedom. It's good news for them, autonomy, and it's good for the business, growth. This is a huge win-win-win, right? It starts with the simple question. So soon they'll build the confidence and start to solve problems and start to see more opportunities and not need you as much. You pay your team to drive results and solutions. Now train them to do just that strategically. You want solutions, not monkeys. It's a game-changing leadership hack. Now, wrapping up this section, a six-figure hustler takes on everyone else's problems in open loops, often unknowingly. They teach others to come to them for their problems and solutions. They're too busy to train and develop their team, so they stay in the cycle with them, requiring the CEO. Whereas a seven-figure CEO works to create other leaders. They leverage the simple question, what would you suggest that we do? To create somebody that can solve problems. They teach them the why behind things so that they can ultimately make strong decisions without the CEO. The 2 roles to keep you free. With over 80% of the six-figure businesses that we've worked with, the first 2 roles that we focus on to maximize are really the same. So take note of this because you're likely going to really want to emphasize and maximize these first 2 roles in the same exact way as well. Number 1 is the number 1 for numero uno, which is you. In my early career, I worked for a big oil company, as I talked about earlier, and I had a short stint in sales. And there, I worked with a lot of small businesses. But the thing that I learned very early on, and over again from there, is that every great small business has a great assistant. This was one of the top indicators of a great business. It's a must. So there's so much admin in your business. There's so many things that could pull you off your path that the difference between multiple millions and being stuck in the weeds is just so game changing with how you spend your time. So this was the first hire that I made starting out years ago. I went from assistant to assistant with a horrible experience until I struck gold. After that, everything changed for me, my life, and my business. And I once asked marketing expert Billy Jean, I said, what's the pivot point for how you went from 0 to nearly $1 million a month in just 4 years? His answer was, it started with getting an assistant. His mentor, Cameron Harold, told him, if you don't have an assistant, you are the assistant. I love that quote. It's so true. The opportunity cost of your time is so high as you scale to 7 figures and beyond, so start by offloading the admin stuff. I've gotten so much out of having an assistant that now I have 2 virtual assistants, one in the US, one over in the Philippines, and a part-time in-person house assistant too. There are 3 of the most important people that I have for my life and business. This is often the highest impact role that you can hire for, so start here. Really maximize this and nail this. Number 2 is an operations manager. Now the big goal is to get you out of the day-to-day operations and focused on your zone of genius. Often the key hire after an assistant is someone to manage the operations and fulfillment. Depending on your business, this could be an operations manager, or account manager, or client manager, or project manager, or fulfillment manager, or COO. Someone needs to help oversee and execute the task that you can stay focused on growth, that you can stay focused on the bigger picture. So handling the day-to-day operations that need to happen, or managing clients or fulfillment can take so much time and energy and be reactive. So that doesn't have to be done by you and shouldn't be done by you. So let's get that off your plate. Identify the biggest need related to operations and or fulfillment and fill that role with the right person. So these 2 roles, once you get right, will help you really, really break through and do so with control and consistency. So wrapping up this section, a 6-figure hustler is still stuck in most of the admin and operations tasks. They don't have a great assistant to help support, and they aren't great at delegating or developing, which makes it tough to find a rock star to help you. Whereas a 7-figure CEO knows the impact of having the right admin and operations support so that they can grow. You have a world-class assistant, or 3, keeping you free from the weeds, and you also have the operations or project management or fulfillment support to keep you free from the day-to-day operations. So wrapping up this chapter, talking about your world-class team, a few of the big ideas are you've got to take responsibility to set your team up for success. Give them the time, support, and guidance that they need to succeed and thrive in the biggest way. Don't expect them to be superheroes. Take the responsibility to help make them great, and systems are going to help make that happen. Second is go all out in your recruiting and hiring, knowing that 1 high performer is worth at least 3 mediocre months. Treat your recruiting and hiring as your most important sales and marketing because it is. Next, leverage a job scorecard to get your employees clear and aligned. Hold them accountable and give objective feedback regularly to help them improve. Next, ensure you understand your team's personal vision and goals too, because finding the right person and getting them aligned with the team's mission and vision, this is the vision crossover and has the big win-win all the way around. Next is strategically craft your culture and core values to help you create the team and execution that's needed to make your vision a reality. Next is you should be able to hire, fire, and consistently lead by these core values and make them part of your day-to-day. Next is create a system to hire slow, fire fast, using test tasks and a trial period for new hires. Next, have the mentality, no matter how long it takes, I will find the right person. Stay strong. Remember, missed hires cost you so much. Next, you can't get to where you want to go if you're the only leader, so build other leaders. Next, don't just answer questions. Train your team to bring solutions. Train them to problem solve by leveraging the simple question, what would you suggest we do? And last but not least, the key role to hire for is a world-class personal or virtual assistant. Chapter 6, Close. The quickest levers to scale. When we start working with a business, there are a few quick wins that we go after to help them scale to the next level. A few of these are freeing up time so they can shift and work on the right things, maximizing LTV through products offers, price retention, and the right models, and tapping into the gold mine. More on that here in just a little bit. But of course, one of the quickest and best levers that you can focus on to grow your business is nailing your sales conversions. Doing this will help you convert new and existing leads at a higher and faster rate. It's one of the best things that you can do that will have a massive ripple effect across your entire business, including your marketing and your cash flow. And the cool thing is, it's often quite easy to make a big impact. That's what this chapter is all about. If we do nothing else but help you increase your sales conversions from, for example, 10% to 15%, keeping the same number of leads, the same price, the same LTV, and everything, then your business with one lever will grow by 50%. That's huge. One lever, massive impact, and with the right systems and strategies, you should be able to make sales a major strength within your company and get it off of your plate. Here's how to make it happen. Know your damn numbers. After reading this book, there are a few major takeaways I want to make sure that you never forget in your business, and this is one of them. Know your damn numbers. As Robert Kiyosaki says, the faster you want to get rich, the more accurate with numbers you must be. But most people are not really clear on their numbers, as we've already talked about. But this is especially true in sales. When we encounter any business challenge, we follow a process guided by 3 questions. What's the goal? The end result that we're after. This is the vision and targets. What is the current reality? The actual KPIs and the numbers. And then based on those numbers, what are the exact issues and opportunities to improve? What are the key levers in the plan of attack? So what's the strategy, right? So vision, numbers, strategy. The numbers are your key to help you get to that big vision of yours. They take out the guesswork and make it clear what's going well and what is not. From there, the solutions become much easier. So this is no different for your sales department. In fact, it's even more crucial for sales because it's so directly related to your revenue and ultimately profits. So before we get into the sales script or make any major tweaks to your pitch, this is where we go, to the numbers. To help, what we do is break down your sales into smaller steps to see where the real bottleneck is. We call this the micro value chain. So for sales, your steps could look like this. It could be application to a scheduled call to showing up for that call to a close. Now what we want to do is track each one of these individually so that we can see exactly where the bottleneck is, exactly where the opportunity is. Remember, the more clearly that you can identify the problem, the easier the solution becomes. And the numbers are your guide to see that. And they're the guide to help hold your team accountable. So it's really, really important. So break your full sales process into micro steps and track the metrics, which are the actual, the recent average, the target goal, and ideally a minimum baseline goal. If you have these, you can see, hey, what's off target and what's really going well. And what you want to do is make for consistent results and then improve those results over time. And we see it over and over and over again, how this one lever can unlock growth to a whole new level. One example is with 2X client Ryan Rockwell. He came into the 2X Accelerator with a lot of potential, but he was stuck at about $374,000 per year at the time in revenue. And a big reason why is he didn't know his numbers at all. So he was working hard, but trying to solve the wrong things. He kept hiring and firing sales reps and ultimately had to do most things himself. So he said when he came in, I didn't even know what a KPI meant. He didn't know what key performance indicators were, and he wasn't tracking them. So while in the program, by first going deep into his numbers and improving his sales department to be a machine, he grew from $31,000 per month to $65,000 per month to then up and up and up and up until he was over $307,000 per month. He had 10x'd his 6-figure business into a multi-million-dollar business once he had fully executed what I'm sharing with you here. And it was driven so much by the numbers and his sales machine. He added, now we have literally dialed in so much on every single part of our business that we know exactly how to scale every step of the way. The future has never been brighter for us. So long story short, if you want to fix your business and optimize every department, especially sales, break things in to a value chain series of steps and make sure that you know your numbers. Use those as the guide. The rest becomes so much easier from there. So wrapping up this section, the six-figure hustler doesn't know exactly what part of sales process is their bottleneck. They're too busy to track the metrics. They're often focusing on the wrong KPIs. They don't hold their sales team accountable. Whereas a seven-figure CEO breaks down their sales into a micro value chain series of steps. They use the numbers as the guide for where to focus and what to fix, and they help hold each sales rep accountable for the results with the key metrics. Have a process. Everything that you do in your business should be a system. Everything, especially something as important as sales. So with the right sales process, you'll have more confidence and consistency, better forecasts to be able to better predict what's going to happen. You can have improved conversions, and you'll protect yourself against relying on just one rock star salesperson, which we see happening so much. So it's really, really, really important. So our full sales system has like 17 elements or something, but the 80-20 of what you need to dramatically improve your sales team and conversions comes down to the process before, during, and after the sales attempt. So we'll break down each one of these individually. First up is pre-sale, the 80% sold rule. Imagine that your sales team only talks to hot, qualified, pre-sold leads that have seen your best content and top case studies and they know what you offer. What would that mean for your sales team? What about your conversions rate? What about your confidence in scaling your marketing? It would be game-changing, right? It is, and it's possible. Just use our 2x 80% sold rule and get your sales team set up for success. The goal is to have your leads be at least 80% pre-sold on your product or service before they ever get to a pitch and price. This makes the sales experience so much easier and smoother if you do this. Plus, you don't have to rely on crazy sales tactics or a superhero salesperson. So let's think strategically and map out how you can get your prospects 80% sold. Here's a few key things to take into account. Number one is inflicting pain. What you want to do in your marketing and lead up to the sale is to nail their problem and situation. You want them to be thinking, yes, you made this for me. That is exactly my situation and my dreams and desires. Touch on their key challenges, inflict some pain so they are even more interested to make a change and make a change now, and show them that you have the specific solution that they need. If you know and understand them, you're in a prime position to help them change, right? Number two is authority positioning. Next, you need to be trusted. Why should they listen to you? Your prospects need to see you as the authority to help solve their problem. One thing that we do is we send leads a couple of videos that explain some of our key methodologies before we have a sales conversation with them. This touches on some of their key pain points and why they're stuck and not growing their business in the way that they should. Even more importantly, we give a lot of value here and show that we have the solution that can forever solve their pain. So whether this is an article, a FAQ, an FAQ, a video, a book, or anything else, it's a good idea to consider how you can further position yourself as the go-to credible authority before the sale. Number three is explain the offering. If you wait until the pitch to explain the offer and your leads have a lot to digest and understand or try to comprehend in their mind, it's going to lead to a lot of no's. It's going to have them have to go and think about things afterwards. No, we want to make things so simple and so clear so that it's easy, so that it's a no-brainer. So they should know going into the pitch what it is that you do and how you can help them from a high level. They don't need to know all the specifics, but they should have a solid idea. Now, in the pitch, you can explain the key points that they need to know, but don't give them too much nuance. Because too much nuance and too much new information, that can cause confusion, and a confused prospect doesn't buy. So think, is it clear what you offer and how you help customers? And how can you make it, the pitch, really simple and clear so that there isn't the opportunity for too much new information. How can they digest it really easily? It just slaps them over the head that it's so clear and is perfect for them. Think about that. Number 4 is objection squashing. It's simple. You want to figure out the top objections and squash them before they come up. This is so much easier and better than responding to objections after they're already firm in someone else's mind. So I'll share with you more on objections in a little bit. But the key thing is to figure out what your top objections are and strategically address these in your marketing or pre-sales process. Now, you can do this through client stories. You can do it in your authority positioning. You can do it as part of your irresistible offer or more. But think strategically of how you can plant the seed that those objections shouldn't be concerns at all. That other people have had those before and they squash them, and you'll make your sales so much easier. Number 5 is to get your leads hot. So the last tip is to think strategically. How can you get them excited and strike while the iron is hot? How can you get them leading into the sale where they are just really, really at their peak? They're an interested lead. So you should make it exciting to be there. If you delay too long after a prospect shows interest, you're missing out big time. Because the common saying is in sales that time kills all deals. So instead, show them social proof, get them excited, build that momentum, and strike while they're hot. Don't delay. Now, think about your pre-sales process. So are you doing each of these 5 things? Strategically craft the ideal warm-up process. Get your leads 80% sold before they have the sales conversation. You're going to make your sales team look like superstars. You'll notice it immediately when you do. So wrapping up this section, a 6-figure hustler has no real strategic pre-sales warm-up process. They wait for objections to come up before they start handling them. They leave a lot to be explained at the sales presentation, making it complex to digest all at once, leading it to indecision. Then the marketing and sales are not working together to help set them up for success. Whereas a 7-figure CEO works with marketing to get prospects hot and ready. They get people 80% or more pre-sold before getting to a sales presentation. They strategically build value in anticipation for the prospect leading into a sale with momentum. They squash objections before they come up with stories, examples, and value. They inflict pain subtly to have the prospect further desire what they want and have some urgency to it. Process during the sale, which is about keeping control. Sales is so very much about keeping control. And as soon as you lose control, you likely lose the sale. Because if the prospect has control, they'll ask a couple of general questions and immediately go to what? What's the price, right? How much does it cost? And from there, they'll decide. And unfortunately, it's usually a no at that point. So you want to get control early and keep it. The longer that it takes you to gain control, the harder it is to get it. So we've got to start fast here. Now, the 2 key elements that can help you do this are, number 1, the script. You can't have control if you don't know where you're going. So, having a sales script, even a loose one of bullets maybe, enables you to control the prospect through the sales process that you define. Now, this may feel restricting to some, but without the right flow, you might be sabotaging your sales conversions and missing out on a lot of money. Trust me, I've seen it over and over and over again. But a good script and flow helps you and your sales reps, most importantly, strategically guide the prospect through an intentional conversation, keeping things on track and in control. This could be a word-for-word script to follow, or even some high-level bullets and questions to help you understand exactly what you need to cover so that you can stay focused on what matters throughout the sales process. Okay? Just don't try to wing it, as most people do. Now, the general sales process flow we suggest starts with the meet and greet. This is where you connect, you break the ice, and you start to build rapport. Then we've got to get into qualifications. Make sure that you're spending time with the right leads. Make sure that they're qualified before spending a lot of time with them. This is really important to do early on. Plus, this is where your real discovery starts, asking them questions to inflict pain and understand how your solution is a great fit. Step 3 is the presentation. This is the meat of your sales process. This is where you present how it is that you can help solve their problem. The right presentation is crucial to make the benefits, not just the features of your service, but the benefits really clear. Once the benefits are specified, you can share the deliverables, and that's the nuts and bolts. Next is the trial close. So you want to gauge where they're at. Are they hot or are they cold? And if you can move on to the next level, and you want to use a trial close to do that. Now, if they haven't seen enough value, then you have to go back to discovery and the benefits before you can proceed forward. So a few simple questions can tell you if you're ready to move forward with the pitch, and we'll talk about these in more detail next. Next is the price. Deliver the price and shut up. It's important to share the price with confidence and wait for them to respond. If you don't believe your product has enough value, there's no way your prospect will. So we've got to really believe that our price is a no-brainer, deliver it with confidence, and then shut up. Next is objection handle. You're probably going to get the same objections over and over again, and hopefully less and less because you're going to squash those before they come up. But let's have those objections be ready to be handled, and we've got some techniques that I'll cover here soon. Next is the close. We've got to move them into a decision to buy. We see so many people out there that aren't leading people to a yes or a no. They leave it as a maybe, and that is often a no. We've got to get people to make a decision to buy. So this is a high-level overview, but you can get the full 2X sales script guide in your 7-figure toolkit and some other additional resources that will help there. Now, the second way to keep control is with trial closes. This can help you lead from one stage to the next. So trial closes are questions to gauge how your prospect is feeling, to let you know where you are in the sales process, when you can proceed to the next step, and ultimately ask for the sale. Now, before advancing to the next major part of the conversation, you have to gauge where they're at and see if they are ready to move there. If they aren't, you need to go back, ask more questions, and more importantly, build more value. If your prospect isn't convinced on something, then you either haven't demonstrated the value of that benefit well enough, or you're emphasizing the wrong benefit. Now, a few examples of trial closes are, where do you see our product having the biggest impact? How do you feel about what we've discussed so far? Which option are you leaning towards so far? Option 1 or option 2? So you want to use something like this after your presentation or after a strong selling point, and their answers will tell you a lot. You'll be able to see if you need to go back or proceed forward. Trial close your way through your sales script, and you'll methodically guide them to a sale that you're both happy with. It's not about high pressure selling. It's about a win-win outcome with no buyer's remorse, and that's what you're aiming for. Now, the third part of keeping control is about technique. Now, you combine a great offer with a great sales system and good technique, and you instantly have some world-class conversions. So here are a few strategies to have in your back pocket to help make that happen. First, use open-ended questions in the discovery and presentation to get them to talk, and then move to closed questions to move them towards a commitment. And that's either a yes or a no. Next is a probe for more information if you don't get enough. A few examples are, what do you mean by that? Or, tell me more about. Or, when you say you tried X, what really stood out? If you use these, you're going to get more information and be able to move forward. Next, what our head of sales, Pat Bennett, always says is the best close is a good open. So any questions about closing, he's probably going to bring it back to this. Is the best close is a good open. The more time you spend opening, the less time you'll have to spend closing. Next is build urgency early. Having urgency really helps with getting people to decide one way or the other. So plant the seed early to get them pre-framed to make a decision. Next is bam fam. You may have heard of this before, book a meeting from a meeting. It's a common sales thing. You should never leave a meeting without a tangible, clear next step. Don't leave it up to them or just get back to you. Have a clear, tangible next step. So there's more sales techniques and training and the exact scripts and verbiage and things that you can use in your 7-figure toolkit. So get that at 2x.co/toolkit. So use these tools to keep control. It's really important to keep control, and you'll reduce objections, you'll increase your closing rates, and make for a better sales experience for everyone involved. So wrapping up this section, a 6-figure hustler doesn't have a defined sales script or sales process. They have different sales processes used by different people, which is not duplicatable if you hired another person today. They don't qualify early, often wasting time with the wrong leads. They're reactive in the call, often letting the prospect take over and guide the conversation with their questions. Whereas a 7-figure CEO knows that control is key in the sales process. They use a proven script optimized over time to strategically guide prospects into a good flow towards a close. They qualify early to minimize time with the wrong leads, and they use trial closes to ensure that they're okay to move forward to the next phases of the sales conversation, improving both the prospect experience and the close rate. The post-sales process, maximizing conversions. The fortune is in the follow-up. You know this, or at least you've heard it before, but do you do it well? From my experience, over 90% of our 6 and even 7-figure businesses are missing out on a lot of potential sales because they aren't effectively following up. And numerous studies show that 80% of the sales happen after the 5th contact. You may have seen these studies before. Yet those same studies show that the vast majority of sales reps give up after just a few contacts. So there's a big opportunity here. This means that a huge portion of the sales aren't happening due to bad, or more likely, non-existent follow-up. It's no surprise that most struggle with sales. So getting new leads is one of the most expensive and hardest things to do in business. So the better that you do at nurturing and converting your leads, it'll set you apart. And one surprisingly powerful lever is improving your follow-up. So this one lever alone can effectively help you double your sales. Yes, you want to get them to decide early, but if they don't, they aren't a no forever. Continue to manage and nurture them, and at the right time, many will be ready. We have a lot of sales come in with effective follow-up, and you can do the same. The fortune part 2 is the worst result of doing all this work is selling to a new ideal customer only to have a poor experience right after they pay. Unfortunately, this is all too common. We celebrate the sale and we forget to do the most important sales of all, which is to your current customers. And that journey never ends. Maximizing LTV, lifetime value, by creating raving fans is an essential part of your multi-million-dollar business. In the post-sale, immediate next steps is a huge key to start them off right. This protects you against buyer's remorse and goes a long way in making a great first impression for their experience as a customer. You want to have the exact steps smooth and clear so they are onboarded in a 5-star way. This sets the tone for higher LTV, more referrals, greater success, easier clients, and more. Trust me, this goes a long way. Get this right and you'll be tapping into another huge source of revenue. Remember, sales never ends. It's not a one-time thing. Think about the entire customer journey. The more that you and your sales team can continue to give value and make for a better experience before, during, and after the sales pitch, the more that you'll see your business grow. So play the long game and you'll be well on your way to a multi-million-dollar business. Now, wrapping up this section, a 6-figure hustler focuses on short-term sales and is more focused on the sale than the customer relationship. They don't have an effective follow-up system with prospects who say no, and upon purchase, they don't have a great system to take care of new clients effectively. Whereas a 7-figure CEO knows that the best lever to grow is LTV, ensuring that the sales aren't done after the initial sale. That's where it really begins. They work to start clients fast and make them raving fan customers. and they have good follow-up systems in place to convert a good portion of the prospects who don't purchase right away. Objection kryptonite. The best way to handle objections is by addressing them before they come up. But even if this is a focus on your pre-sales process using the 80% sold rule that I talked about, objections will still come up. You need to be ready to handle them. So the good news is the same objections will likely come up over and over and over again. So you can be prepared to address them with confidence and give prospects no reason but to say yes and buy from you. Depending on what you're selling, the most common objections that come up are likely related to no time, no money or price, not the right time, or they're not ready, need to talk to a partner, spouse, accountant, advisor. They have to think about it. They can do it themselves. So there are some underlying reasons behind all of these. There's not enough perceived value. They don't understand. They don't fully trust you. They're not feeling like it's specifically for them. But let's address them objectively now. So I asked our head of sales, Pat Bennett, what he recommends that you have in your arsenal to handle any objection like a pro, and here's what he shared. Number one is to be able to anticipate. Based on what prospects' questions, their body language, and answers, a good salesperson can anticipate what objections will come up. You want to address these before they do, and you'll have much, much, much higher odds of having them believe you. So if you wait until the lead verbalizes their objection, they gain control, and we learned how important that is earlier. Beating them to the punch goes a surprisingly long way. So anticipate their objections, stay calm, and get them back on the path to closing so they have no reason but to buy from you. Number two is to isolate. Most of the time, the objection is really about the prospect not seeing enough value in what you're selling. To address this, get to the root of the objection and isolate their real reason. For instance, if the objection is price, you want to go deeper and see whether that's the real issue, meaning they don't have the money or the budget for it, or whether they just don't see the value. If it is really a money issue, then you can counter that with a payment plan or risk reversal, like a money-back guarantee to make it a no-brainer. But more often it's related to value. And if the prospect sees substantially more value than the price, they'll buy. They'll figure out a way. They'll do it, right? But if they don't, which is most of the time they don't, you have to go back to discovery and uncover more pain and more benefits to move them across the line. The third tool is feel, felt, found. One of the best ways to handle objections is to get comfortable replying with the timeless sales technique of feel, felt, found. It goes like this. I understand how you feel, so you acknowledge the objection. Most of my clients felt the same way. Relate and connect, showing them that others had the same concern. But you know what they found? And then explain the reality, re-emphasizing the benefits and outcomes that they got and how this objection shouldn't be holding them back. Now you can use yourself as an example, but it's even better to use other customers to help them see that they're not alone and that their objection is not a concern after all. Fourth is, quote unquote, if I could, blank, would you move forward? So after you isolate and get down to the root objection, then you can use this strategy to gauge whether that's the right issue keeping them from moving forward. You can ask them, hey, if I offer incentive, would you leave a deposit today, for instance? So you must have an action and a time commitment. You must have them make a decision. Really important. Most people do not have them make a decision. It's crazy how many don't. They're trying to, be really build good rapport, and they leave it up to their verbal. They're not leading to a decision. They leave it unclear, and then they get back into the sucked in the day-to-day, and they don't buy. So another example is if the objection is on price because they don't have $1,000 on hand to pay for your down payment, you might learn that they could do half, and then ask them, if I could get it approved for you to only pay a down payment today of $500 instead of $1,000, would you be ready to move forward to today? So they'll either say yes or they'll still be a no. and you'll have to uncover the real objections holding them back and work them back through the process. Regardless, you know objections are going to come up, so anticipate them. Stay calm, stay in control, isolate the root of the objection, and use a few simple techniques to squash it in their mind. You'll get on to the close. So done right, your prospects will have no reason but to say yes, but stay in control by having these in your arsenal. So wrapping up this section, the six-figure hustler doesn't track what the top objections are. They don't have a great response to handle these objections. They get thrown off of their sales process when objections come up and everything just goes downhill. And they move through the sales process without good awareness of where the prospect is at. And last but not least, they don't build enough value in the solution you offer. Where a seven-figure CEO, seven-figure business understands and is prepared for the top objections with a great handle. They have several techniques to uncover and reverse those objections. They get skilled at anticipating objections based on sales conversation and address those early. They handle objections in flow and naturally, and they make sure to build value each step of the way, maximizing the value to price ratio, and thus the odds of closing. The hidden forces of great sales conversions. No matter what industry you're in, what product you're selling, and how you've been doing in sales, getting better and faster sales conversions comes down to the same elements. Some are obvious, like your sales script or objection handling skills, but the ones that matter even more are under the surface. Here are 4 somewhat hidden forces to have a world-class sales conversions. The first is the all-important Model 1. We stress the importance of this early on because it changes so much, aka everything. From your business model to your team to your marketing and your sales conversions. So start selling the right people, the right stuff, at the right price, with the right positioning in a way that can scale. Go deep into this. It's a top priority if you haven't already. It is the 80-20 of getting more traction than ever, and especially nail that number 1, your ITA, your ideal target audience, your perfect customer. The more clear and targeted this is, the more narrow you can get with your offer. The more that you can hit on the pain points, the more that you can make an irresistible offer, the better that you're going to be at objection management and more. This is the 80-20 of the 80-20. Number 2 is related to that, which is creating your irresistible offer. This is worth calling out as your secret weapon to make your sales team look like heroes. All right? Create irresistible offers, and you're going to make everyone's job so much easier. Number 3 is measurement. Know your damn numbers. I'm talked about this so many times, but I could keep harping on it. And number 4 is mindset. Most important of all, it all goes back to the right mindset, because sales is a game of rejection. So you must have the proper mentality. You must create that for your team. Or the best offer and greatest tools won't matter much. Done right, everything in this chapter will help support your mindset. But here are a few key additional keys to make sure that your sales rep's mindset is rock solid consistently. Number 1 is protect your mindset at all costs. All right, you won't have a 100% closing rate, but you must go into every presentation with the full expectation that you will close the sale. Just don't let the no's impact your mindset walking into the next presentation. Next is don't do it alone. Having a sales manager, or at the least a great culture and team around you, keeps you out of your head and in the right state of mind. So get the sales team involved with other people. Usually they're on an island separated from everyone else, and it's hard to keep their head in the game when things aren't going well. Plus, make it your sales manager's responsibility to protect the mindset of their sales team. This is a balance of driving results and accountability while also supporting them and their mindset, right? It's not easy to do, but way better than driving a negative mindset, which helps nobody win. Next is to give yourself a breather. Hitting the numbers and being active in sales is key, but going back to back without resetting can hurt your conversions in a big way. So plan some break time in between sales meetings to put your best foot forward and increase the odds of success, especially in high-ticket non-transactional sales. And last but not least, get some wins on the board and build momentum. Sometimes if you have multiple products, go and sell a few of the easier sales first, even if they're not the most profitable, to get your mojo back and get the momentum. And lastly, by far the biggest thing with your mindset is to get better at selling. I asked Pat about this, and he said, getting fewer no's is the best thing you can do for your mindset. Getting fewer no's is the best thing you can do for your mindset. So when you're strong at sales, you get more sales, and that builds confidence and momentum. The reverse of that is just as true too, right? You don't get sales that hurt your confidence, will get you frustrated and desperate, then they can smell it from a mile away, and this leads to even fewer sales. So the compound effect either works for you or against you. So implementing everything from this chapter and before, again, it all leads into each other to blow past the 7 figures. So take it seriously, each piece one by one, and turn your sales department into a closing machine. So wrapping up this section, the 6-figure hustler keeps fixing the surface level problems without going deeper. They have a broad ITA, so are unable to fully dial in and duplicate the sales conversions. They don't have irresistible offers. They don't objectively use the numbers as the guide of where to focus, what to fix, and how to help to optimize the team. And they have an up and down mindset that impacts sales. Whereas a 7-figure CEO, a 7-figure business, doesn't just fix the present problem, but most importantly, goes back to the root causes. They have a really dialed in and focused Model 1 with a clear and focused ITA to start. They know that a major secret to great sales is an irresistible offer and how this makes everything else easier. They use the numbers as the guide and are always working to protect and optimize the mindset of any sales team. So wrapping up this chapter on sales, some of the big ideas are: first, sales conversions are one of the single best levers that you can have to make a positive ripple effect across your entire business and your finances. Next is know your damn numbers. Break down sales into a series of steps and track your key metrics to be able to pinpoint exactly where to focus and what to fix. Next is lead and manage by those metrics, holding your team accountable to the KPIs that matter most. Next, have a full sales system, including elements for before, during, and after the sales pitch. Next, get prospects hot and pre-sold strategically using the 80% sold rule as you lead them into the closing opportunity with momentum. Next, squash the most common objections before they come up and be ready for those objections when they do with a few techniques that we talked about. Next, have a script that you trust and that you test and optimize over time to get the ideal flow and keep control of the conversation, guiding prospects strategically towards the close. Next, maximize not only sales conversions, but also the customer experience and the lifetime value by having effective follow-up systems for those that do and do not buy. The sale is when the customer journey really begins. Don't forget that. Next, don't just fix the surface level problems. Most importantly, go to the source with a dialed-in Model 1 strategy with irresistible offers, addressing the right bottleneck, and properly managing the mindset of your sales team. And last but not least, the best thing for your mindset is to get better at selling. So this all leads into each other. Chapter 7, Growth Engines. Marketing is the last piece. Here is why. Look, at 2X, we've had some big results. At the time of this writing, our clients have generated over $255 million while still in our one-on-one coaching programs during our first few years of business. At the center of this success is what I learned from working with hundreds of entrepreneurs. There's a very important and strategic order to things. And in that order for small businesses, marketing is not what is most important, at least not to start. When it comes to building a consistent, repeatable, fast-growing business that scales without your hours and grit, marketing is actually the last primary focus. I know this may be a shock and is counterintuitive to everything that you've learned to date, but we've proven it over and over and over again. Do you need marketing? Absolutely. No question about it. Without leads, you wouldn't have a business. But to scale from 6 to 7 figures and do so fast, the best thing you can do is have your primary focus be in the exact order laid out in this book, step by step. Each phase sequentially builds on each other to help you get consistent traction and momentum. Again, it goes elite foundation with the proper strategy and model set to scale, building that operational machine, and then focusing on exponential growth. And if we do this in the right way, you get to the point of actually having exponential growth. If even one piece is off, you won't get the results that you know are possible. And this is exactly why most entrepreneurs are stuck and not growing, even though they're working hard and trying to do a lot. By executing the other steps, marketing then becomes so much easier and better. Trust me. So let me put it this way. In the first 90-day sprint of our 2X Accelerator program, we talk about marketing directly less than 10% of the time, often much less than that. Still, our average 6-figure client has more than doubled their revenue, and that's just in 90 days. So how is this? There is so much value to drive more growth more easily in the other steps as well. It's not just about tactics like most teach. If you don't have a clear strategy, an irresistible offer, fulfillment and operations not ready to go, if you're stuck in the weeds, if you aren't clear on your numbers, if you're not profitable, if everything else we talked about so far isn't dialed in, then trying to marketing tactics just won't work. You'll be burning through a lot of money and time trying to force people to buy from you. That doesn't work. If you're anything like me, you've hired a few marketing agencies. You join marketing programs or coaches, and they all haven't worked out great, right? But the thing is, it's not their fault. In fact, most of it's your fault. I know because I hired Facebook ads agency after agency after agency, each with a new promise of easily printing money for me. However, they all failed miserably. Why? Because of me. I set them up to fail. They were marketing decent content at best that wasn't hitting their true pains or desires, that wasn't focused on a specific audience, that wasn't really clear and narrow, for a product that was not differentiated and definitely not irresistible. And it wasn't validated, didn't have true product market fit. It was with a sales process that wasn't very strategic or proven. So on top of that, I wasn't converting the leads, wasn't maximizing the customer lifetime value, I wasn't making raving fans. I didn't know the numbers enough to fix the problems head on. I wasn't using much social proof and more. In short, I was doing a lot of things well, but I wasn't doing the most important things, and I was setting these marketing agencies up to fail, so they did. It wasn't their fault, it was mine. As a result, they burned through a lot of hard-earned money and literally years of time I spent thinking that they were going to fix these things, when in fact, the path to big growth and success does not start with marketing. The fastest path to get where you want to go, with the freedom, the profits, the consistency, is to follow the 2X formula and the steps in this book, one element at a time. Trust me, you do need marketing. Just don't skip the other steps, or you'll be like a lot of entrepreneurs running in place on the 6-figure hamster wheel. The order matters a lot. With that being said, I do want to show you some marketing strategies that work so you can drive your machine to some incredible growth. So let's get into it. Where all your answers are. Okay, so you're ready to scale now, right? Finally, you say. You have the business machine in place. You got more time than ever. You've got improved systems. You've improved your strategy. You got a world-class team that's clear and aligned. Now it's time for the next step, which is marketing. So where do you begin? Facebook ads? Social media? Videos? PR? Nope, none of the above. Start with your ideal target audience. The thing is, your ITA, they have all the answers. They're the ones that you're serving. They're the ones who pay the bills. Your entire business is built around them. So stop trying to figure it all out yourself. Stop trying to guess what will work. Stop doing what you think you should do. The $1 million marketing hack is simply tapping into your audience for the answers. This is so simple that most don't do it, but you should. The more intimately you understand them and are connected with them, the easier and better your solutions will be. Once you know your ideal customer, go and get the information you need. Here's a few simple ways that you can do that. Number one is with surveys. Ask them. We ask people in several different surveys to even get qualified to join our program. The first step, once they do get accepted, at 30 days, at 90 days, at the end, after a mastermind event. We love getting this information because it tells us their pains, their goals, why they invested, why now, where they found us. We can have these conversations, but we can also have it objectively that we can go through this information. We can see the transformation that they have. We can see and progress them through each step. They tell us about the client experience. They tell us about the problems. They tell us about the things that they love. They become those raving fans because we can address these head on. All right. Number two is an interview. A great way to understand your ITAs. To do it seems crazy, I know, but actually talk to your ideal audience. My coach really pushed me on this. He said I was way too far disconnected from the customer, but the company who understands their market the best wins. So pick up the phone, call them, talk to them, understand them, serve them, understand their pains, fears, emotions, desires, understand their day-to-day situation, understand what they think of your products. And then here's another multi-million-dollar marketing hack that seems way too simple. I want you to use their exact words and phrases in your messaging and copy. Use their stories and examples. Explain the emotions and details. You'll find this all connects with your audience much more than the bland marketing that most companies use and that we've often used in the past ourselves. But your ideal audience has all the answers, including the best copy you could ever have. So use it. So stop trying to guess and figure it all out. Go to the source and ask them. They can give you the shortcut. So let's recap the process. You want to identify who your ideal, perfect customers are. You want to go deep in understanding them through surveys, interviews, and working one-on-one. You want to then learn from them to figure out exactly how and where to market, what to sell, what to say, and you want to use their exact words, stories, and examples in your marketing and to continue to repeat that process. This will have you stand out from your competition. This will have you save yourself so much time from having to figure it all out yourself. So go start those conversations, get that information, ask them, and remember, the one who wins in any niche is the one who understands their market the best. Now, this is you. So wrapping up this section, the six-figure hustler makes decisions based on gut and intuition. They create first and then test how well it will work after. They have their marketing be about you, not about the customer. But a seven-figure CEO, a seven-figure business, knows that your audience has all the answers. They regularly get information and feedback from the clients. They have a really good pulse on their real-life situation. They use exact stories, scenarios, and client words in their copy to help convert. And they set up systematic ways to continue to get that feedback ongoing. The 5-word marketing strategy. Simplicity is one of our superpowers here at 2X, and I want it to be one of yours as well. Now, a key area where almost all six-figure entrepreneurs need to simplify is with their marketing. You don't need 10 marketing channels. You don't need to keep trying tactic after tactic. You don't need every new tech tool. The gurus out there try to make it feel like there's some secret marketing easy button where leads just appear overnight. Press it and boom, you're rich and famous. They make you feel like you're totally missing out without it, right? But if you give in, which most do, over time, you often quickly find that you're adding more complexity, more cost, more to learn, more tasks for you and your team, more tech tools, but less time and no more profits. That doesn't sound like the right move, right? Well, luckily, I'm going to give you something that's different. I'm going to give you something that's simpler. I'm going to give you something much more profitable as your approach to marketing. Is it as sexy and shiny as everyone else's? Nope, not so much. But you know what is sexy? Results are. And you living your dream life, making more money and having more freedom than ever. Now that is sexy. So here's our 7-figure marketing strategy summarized down into 5 powerful words. Do more of what works. That's it. Do more of what works. Follow this and you'll be on the fast track to 7 figures and blowing by your competition. Don't be afraid of how simple this is. Look, you've gotten to 6 figures. That means something has worked. Well, now it's time to double down and do more of that and stop doing what doesn't work. It's not rocket science, but we all overcomplicate it. So many 6-figure businesses have way too many marketing channels when 1 or 2 or maybe 3 max marketing channels done right as a machine can get you way further ahead. So keep things simple. Cut out what doesn't or change your strategy. And for the stuff that does work, do more of it. This is exactly what we do with client after client. We dive in, we see what they've been doing, we understand the numbers, we cut what doesn't work, which are most things, and we double down on what does. This simplicity and focus on their top revenue strategies help people like James Hodges scale his business from $55,000 per month to over $144,000 per month in 2 months after joining 2X by focusing on what works. Helped Ruben of Coaches Creating Impact create an ongoing marketing machine by duplicating his best strategy, scaling from an average of $20,000 per month to over $55,000 per month in just 90 days, and then to over 6 figures per month shortly after that. And Alex, the founder of Prospecting on Demand, also already had a 6-figure business come into his 2X, doing really well. He was growing, and he tripled his business in 45 days by simply doubling down on what was working well and cutting what didn't. So know your numbers. Simplify and cut what doesn't work. Do more of what does, and keep repeating this as you scale quickly to 7 figures and beyond. So summarizing this section, the 6-figure hustler always wants to try new things and do more. They have a lot of marketing channels, none of which are really optimized. They're running on intuition with no real visibility into the actual metrics that matter. Whereas a 7-figure CEO, a 7-figure business, is looking more often what to cut and where to simplify instead of what more to add on. They live by the 5-word marketing strategy of do more of what works. They know the numbers in and out, and they understand that 1 or 2 truly dialed-in marketing channels can generate millions in sales. Tap into the gold mine. The fact of the matter is you're sitting on a gold mine. There are a lot of sales within reach that you aren't tapping into properly. I can pretty much assure you of this. We see it day in and day out with clients across the globe. Again, we want to keep things simple. So instead of trying to get new leads and running a big, expensive marketing campaign, let's help you maximize your sales and leads by being strategic. So after years of proving these out, here are the 7 most common levers that we use to drive growth and what you should too. Number 1 is raving fans. Your best customers are your best customers. Your happiest, most successful clients, the ones who love your product or service, are the most likely to buy more from you in the future. Most forget this thing and they kind of ignore them, leaving a bunch of money and a much deeper relationship with their best customers on the table. But your raving fans should get a lot of time and attention because they are your best and most profitable customers. Plus, they're the best ones to see what additional products and services you should have, bounce ideas off of, and get referrals too. So maximize these relationships. Number 2 is your current customers. So after the raving fans, you want to go to the rest of your current customers because there's always a percentage of your customers who want more, better, faster. So give them those options, whether it's selling more of the same product, keeping your clients much longer, additional higher end offerings, or other new products or services that you can offer them, or whether it's cross sells, down sells, sending them to another business and getting a referral fee. Make sure that you're very strategic about maximizing that lifetime value. And studies show that the likelihood of current customers buying more from you in the future is exponentially higher than new leads. So let's make sure that we capitalize on these first. Again, most entrepreneurs ignore their current customers, so put the systems in place to keep them longer, keep selling them new products. LTV is the best lever, so use it. Number 3 is the current leads in your pipeline. As we discussed in Chapter 6, improving sales conversions is a key lever to scale to the next level. It can make a very, very quick impact and a big impact on your entire business and cash flow. So you'll likely have a lot of potential business within your current leads, whether you realize it or not. So don't forget to nurture them and really maximize your sales system using what we talked about in Chapter 6. Now, most businesses we work with immediately want to go to focusing on getting new leads, but we always find that there's a good amount of revenue within reach of people that are already know you with the right irresistible offer and approach, so don't look past this group. Number 4 are referrals. Now, your best form of new leads comes from referrals. When someone vouches for you, the leads they generate are pre-sold on you and some of the best customers that you can get. Studies show that they're actually 4 times more likely to buy. They pay you more, they stay with you longer, and they drive more profits. Now, the problems are most entrepreneurs don't have great fulfillment, turning regular customers into raving fans who do refer, and most never ask for referrals either. They either hope and pray that they just happen, but instead turn your business into a self-fulfilling growth machine that we talked about earlier with best-in-class fulfillment and a strong referral system. If you do, you'll be growing on autopilot. We call this organic viral loops. Just imagine if every customer was so happy that they referred one other customer to you. Your business would be growing on autopilot with zero marketing at all. That's the power of raving fans and referrals. Consider 3 to 7 different ways that you can ask for referrals throughout your customer's journey. Done right, you're going to have a consistent stream of the best leads money can buy and a very, very, very healthy business. Number 5 is let's double down on your number 1 marketing channel. Remember, do more of what works. What we do every time when we come into a new company to help them scale is we streamline, we systemize, and scale the top marketing channel. Usually, there's a big opportunity to 2 to 4x the number of leads that come from that top channel. So imagine if you took your biggest marketing channel and turned it into a consistent, predictable machine. What would that mean for your business? What do you think would happen? You'd exponentially grow your leads and consistency, right? Yes, you would. So focus on systemizing and then growing your current working channels before adding on new untested strategies. Number 6 is tapping into past customers. We don't want to forget about this crew. This can easily be one of your top revenue and referral sources, but the odds are that once somebody leaves you, they're gone, out of sight, out of mind. So do you have good communication and maximization systems in place to really keep that engagement and a relationship going? Do you keep in touch with past customers? There's a gold mine here if you tap into it. As business legend Keith Cunningham asked, who I talked about earlier, he said, how big would your business be if you still had every customer that ever tried you? Man, that's really powerful. How big would your business be if you still had every customer that ever tried you? 7, past leads. When's the last time they reached out to past leads? Have you continued to nurture them since they showed interest? From a study, 80% of sales are made from the 5th to 12th contact, as I mentioned. That's a lot of sales that maybe be left behind, all right, if you don't follow up. So if you don't already, create a plan for how you're going to effectively follow up to strengthen your relationship with past leads on autoplay. Then tap into them. And you may be surprised just how much business there actually is there. All right? So work through the gold mine before you go to new channels and tactics. Re-listen to this chapter. And the cool thing is, none of these strategies that I just shared with you cost much money. And most are right within reach. They're fast, they're easier to do, they're much more profitable, much more likely to close and convert. And if you get really strong at each one of these, you're going to have a very healthy business. So give up the addiction and allure of needing new and shiny marketing strategies and tap into the gold mine underneath your feet. That's where the real value is. So wrapping up this section, the six-figure hustler is addicted to getting new leads more than they are most of the elements of the business. They think, if I just get more leads, I'll be good. They focus on tactics and short-term, not fundamentally long-term drivers of growth. They're looking for new instead of maximizing what's within reach, and they don't have any systems to maximize the true value of customers or leads. Whereas the seven-figure CEO, the seven-figure business, takes the simplest and most direct path towards growth. They tap into the gold mine. They know the highest impact ways to grow, which is what I just shared. They approach their growth in a strategic order, maximizing customer value before putting the focus on generating new leads. And they create the strategy and systems to maximize each element of the 7 gold mine levers above ongoing. $1 million positioning. In one of my previous businesses, we worked with author entrepreneurs to help them launch their books into bestseller status and use it as a tool to quickly grow their brand and business. What I stumbled into in this business is a key to marketing success, having the right positioning. The first thing that we do is upgrade and optimize the positioning of each author, business, and book, even for those who are elite, such as New York Times bestselling authors. Before we started to market anything, we knew we had to get this right, and most of the time, we did. The result was over 1.7 million books moved, which is a lot, and millions of dollars earned on the back end for these authors within our first 2 years of business. You only have the blink of an eye to capture someone's attention, so positioning is key. To help optimize your positioning and maximize your marketing conversions, we've created a framework called $1 Million Positioning, or MDP for short. This framework will help you stand out from the crowd and includes the 4 main elements below. Number 1 is strategic differentiation. We talked about this in chapter 2, but it's worth repeating. You need to understand your competition and make yourself different and better. Different is the key word here. You need to put yourself in a category of one, right? Really important. You can't be all things to all people, so get specific on your audience and then choose and leverage your differentiating factors wisely. Now, the vast majority of six-figure businesses are not differentiated much at all. They aren't specific. They aren't targeted or unique. And it makes it nearly impossible to get ahead from a marketing standpoint. So get differentiated and create no competition. So why should someone do business with you instead of all of their other alternatives? What can your product or service do that no other product can? How do you solve the key pain in a better way than anyone else that's customized for them? Consider these and make your business stand out. Number 2 is to own a phrase. The great quote from Al Ries and Jack Trout and the 22 Immutable Laws of Marketing: the most powerful concept in marketing is owning a word in the prospect's mind. So if you look at any market leader, and you'll likely see that they own a word or phrase used by their target audience. This isn't a coincidence. The best marketers strategically craft this to happen. Owning a phrase helps drive word-of-mouth marketing. improves sales conversions, gets you media features, and much more. At a previous company of mine, Epic Launch, we wanted to own the phrase book launch for our ITA, and we did that for a while. As a result, we had a constant flood of new qualified and interested leads, so much so that we didn't have to do any marketing at all. No social media, no advertising. We didn't even have an email opt-in or funnel of any kind on our website. We just had a couple of pieces of content, had a great service, and became known for the phrase book launch. And that led to almost 7 figures in sales organically before we actually said, hey, yeah, we should probably start marketing. And that's the power of owning a phrase. You can start to have all the stuff come to you. Imagine that. So now at 2X, what we are known for is the word systems. So we try to own that for our audience of business owners. Now, the vast majority of clients that come into the 2X Accelerator are pre-sold on us and the idea that they need systems to make their business much more repeatable and scalable without more hours. So this makes it a no-brainer for them, right? So now it's your turn. What is the word or phrase that you are going to own? What words or phrases, if you were known for them in your niche, would allow you to get to 7 figures and beyond? Craft this, own this, and create a game plan for how you're going to ultimately take these over. So identify your ideal positioning, become the go-to for that thing, and your marketing won't look back from there. Third is massive social proof. Not many things can sell quite like social proof, and it changes your positioning in a heartbeat. So follow this process. Create great products and great fulfillment. Turn customers into raving fans and big success stories. Have those people share their experience and thoughts. Share those testimonials strategically and often, which will impact your conversions. Watch your business grow and repeat. That's the process. We want to use fulfillment to drive growth. That's so important. All right, one of the key factors of this book. And the fact is, with all this, there's no such thing as too much social proof. So don't hold back. Use it often on your website and in marketing. As it's one thing if you sell your products or service, but a completely different thing if others sell it for you. So here's the types of social proof that you can use to help you have true million-dollar positioning. First is public reviews. This can be on public channels like Google Maps or Yelp or Facebook or Amazon. Next is big media features like on Forbes or big outlets, such as top podcasts in your niche. Next is social media following. This is a vanity metric, but having a lot of followers will make some people really think that you're important regardless. So, that's good to have. Fourth is case study features. Featuring a breakdown of before and after in the transformation. This is more in depth than just a testimonial. Next is testimonials, whether it be a video or quote or social post or email. You should get a lot of testimonials and leverage them. Next is influencer endorsements. If you have endorsements from big names in your niche, you must be important, right? Get these and leverage them. Next is big name association. So get associated with the big names that your ITA will recognize. And last but not least is credibility. You have certifications or degrees, or my favorite, results. Share those. So start with the low-hanging fruit. What from this list can you leverage to upgrade your positioning in the next week? Do those first. Then, most definitely have a system for capturing testimonials and case studies ongoing, and over time, improve each one of these different types of social proof, and you'll most definitely take a leap in your stance as the market leader. And last but not least is authority content. You don't need a ton of content, but the right content's powerful. So depending on your business, this might be a PDF, might be a webinar or white paper or book, or a few core pillar blog posts, but a collection of content, of the right content, done well, this will position you as the market leader and help you really get some good traction with people that see it. So what are your core pieces of content that if somebody would view that's in your ITA, that they would very likely do business with you? Get clear on this and go make it great. So if you have a lot of content but aren't getting traction with it, slow things down and make sure that you got a few world-class pieces that you can position you as the authority that you can leverage over and over and over again. And if you do this, you're going to be moving forward to the next level. But the key is to strategically craft this overall. Your $1 million marketing begins with $1 million positioning. So more leads, more exposure, better conversions, and higher prices. This one lever drives so much. So really take this section seriously. So wrapping up this section, a six-figure hustler is afraid to narrow down. So they stay broad in general. They don't differentiate from the marketplace, and as a result, struggle to get traction with their sales and marketing. They're not filling a big gap or need in the marketplace. They're not strategically different and better than the alternatives. Whereas a seven-figure CEO, a seven-figure business, knows that a key part of marketing is getting more traction is having the right positioning. They have their positioning that's differentiated. It's specific, and it's filling an unmet or underserved need in the marketplace. They own a phrase in the mind of their ITA. They're consistently leveraging various forms of social proof, and they create authority content pieces to leverage and reinforce that market leader position. Get these right, and you've got the $1 million positioning. Marketing's secret weapon. In most businesses, big or small, it's not sales and marketing. It's closer to sales versus marketing, right? Marketing says that sales team isn't closing the leads. The sales team says that the leads aren't qualified. Pretty soon they forget they're on the same team. But marketing's secret weapon is simple. It's great sales conversions. So if you want to scale your marketing, then you better adopt this mentality and get marketing and sales to work closely together. Because the first major piece to work with your sales on is in crafting an irresistible offer. One that will really speak to your ITA, and your sales team knows your ITA inside and out by speaking with them, right? So we've really got to start here. Craft and validate a strategic offer that is too good to pass up. That's where to begin. Then from there, remember the key that your ITA has all the answers, and your sales and fulfillment teams have so much intel on them, so tap into them to keep refining and optimizing these as you scale. Your sales team knows who buys and why. They know who doesn't and why. All we need to do is to bring this together and address those problems for why they don't buy in your marketing and double down on why they do, and voila, you're a marketing genius, even if it's not rocket science. Now, sometimes you feel like you have to be brilliant all the time, but the answers are all right within reach. There's a more strategic way to scale than trying to figure it all out yourself and try every marketing tactic out there. So get strategic, keep things simple, work with your team, create an irresistible offer, and trust me, your conversions will go through the roof. Now, wrapping up this section, a six-figure hustler as a sales team and other departments are often in a silo, not working together. There's not a great flow of information from sales, from the objections of why they buy, why they don't buy, back to the marketing to improve the marketing. Whereas a seven-figure CEO, a seven-figure business, you work together with sales and marketing and with fulfillment to make the conversions better, setting up marketing to scale, knowing that sales is a strength. You know that so much of marketing and sales begins with an irresistible offer, so you work together with the sales team and with the fulfillment team to craft this, and there's a good flow of feedback between the different departments of what's working, what's not, what they're seeing, what they're learning, to make sure that we bring this back to improve our marketing ongoing. Growth or death? Entrepreneurs are often shocked that their business isn't growing. Then I ask them two simple questions. What are the most impactful marketing and growth activities that you can do? How much time are you spending on those each day? That's when they stumble, they insert excuses and share that not only are they working on the wrong activities, but they aren't spending enough time marketing at all. Your business doesn't grow magically just because you have the potential. As CEO, you have to drive that growth. This should be your main role as you scale to $1 million and beyond. If you aren't putting what's needed for proper marketing, the resources, the energy, the money, the focus, the team, the time, then you won't drive the growth that you're after. Most get lost on this marketing teeter-totter, right? They spend time on marketing, get some clients, then have to go into fulfillment or fix fires that pop up, so they stop marketing, and as a result, their lead generation slows down. Then they have to scrap and claw because they need some money because the bill's coming up. It's this never-ending teeter-totter. It's this never-ending roller coaster. We have to put an end to this. So when you look at your time in detail, ideally a minimum of 60% should be focused on growth. By doing so, you're going to set your business up to continually be moving forward. If you combine this with the full team mentality and turning your business into a machine, then you'll not only be driving consistent leads, but you'll be consistently improving each area of the business. And that combination is a recipe for some very nice exponential growth that few entrepreneurs ever achieve. So one simple way to think about it is this. Spend the first 2 hours every single day on high-impact marketing and growth activities. If you do this, your pipeline should always be full. Imagine that. It's easier than you think. I spent years expecting to have some kind of rocket ship type exponential growth when in reality, I was only spending 15 to 20% of my time on marketing growth. And even then, a lot of that was busy work that didn't really move the needle, like social media posts or something. It wasn't real marketing activities. So do a self-evaluation. What are the most impactful marketing and growth activities that you can do? And how much time are you spending on those each day right now? And last but not least, how can you exponentially increase that time that you spend on those? Set yourself up to win with some simple actions here, and your business will never be the same again. So wrapping up this section, a six-figure hustler is too stuck in the weeds to drive growth. Their time goes in phases, sometimes spending a lot of time on marketing and then having to fulfill or fight fires, and they take their eye off of marketing. They're not clear on the highest impact revenue generating activities, whereas a seven-figure CEO is spending a minimum of 60% of their time on growth. They set up their calendar to always be filling the pipeline for growth and creating the team mentality of their driving growth. They get free from the weeds to work on and not be in the business, and they're clear on the highest impact growth-oriented responsibilities and work to offload everything else. So wrapping up this chapter on marketing and driving exponential growth is there's a very strategic order to drive consistent long-term growth, and marketing is actually the last major step to focus on as you scale from 6 to multiple 7 figures. Now, by going out of order, you set your marketing up to fail and will lack the conversions that are possible, making things way harder than they need to be. This is why most six-figure businesses get stuck and never get much traction, and why only 4% ever break through. It's not from potential, it's from the right strategy and order of attack. Now, know that your audience has all the answers. Ask them, leverage them, and use their stories and phrases in your marketing to really connect with your potential customers. Next, keep marketing simple with the highest impact channels for your specific ITA. 1 or 2 truly dialed in marketing channels can generate millions in sales. So get your top channels to that full machine status and you'll be set up to thrive. Next, know your numbers and live by the 5-word marketing strategy of do more of what works. Next, approach growth in a very strategic order, maximizing customer value. Follow the gold mine that I shared before trying to generate new leads and channels. Those are the most expensive things that you can do. All right. So instead, focus on the gold mine that's within reach. Next, the top levers to optimize for more revenue are raving fans, current customers, current leads in your pipeline, referrals, your number one marketing channel and doubling down on that, past customers and past leads. If you really maximize these, you're going to have a very healthy business. And for each one of these, you want to have the proper strategy and systems to maximize each one of the elements, and you'll have an incredibly strong business, as I mentioned. Next is so much of your marketing and sales comes down to really nailing the positioning. So get your $1 million positioning dialed in. The elements of this are strategic differentiation, creating a category of one, owning a phrase where you're defining your place in the marketplace and really planting that flag. You've got massive social proof, leveraging various forms to have others indirectly sell for you. And you've got, last but not least, authority content, establishing and reinforcing your market leader position with strategic assets to give value. So next is to work strategically with sales to have a good flow of communication back and forth to generate more of the ideal leads that are pre-sold with their top objectives already addressed. Remember, it's sales and marketing. Next, get clear on the highest impact revenue generating activities and work daily on these, consistently filling the pipeline with leads and sales so that you escape the up and down roller coaster of sales. And last but not least, then spend over 60% of your time on those high impact growth activities, not being stuck in the weeds or fighting fires. If you do this, you are going to be growing with consistency and control. Remember, there's a very important order. Follow that order and get on the path to multiple millions. Chapter 8, Making 7 Figures Your New Reality. Ideas are easy, execution is everything. John Dewar. Let's recap what we've talked about so far, as everything has brought you to this point. Now it's time to do something about it. This is the fun time. Now, many entrepreneurs dream of having a 7-figure business that drives a big income, great lifestyle, and lots of freedom, fun, and impact, but few ever get there. Why is that? It's not an issue of talent, resources, desire, even skill. It's often a matter of execution. Execution is everything. And it's now the biggest challenge that you face. All the ideas, actions, and growth strategies you learn from this book don't matter at all if you don't execute. This book is laid out in a very specific and strategic order to help make it as easy as possible for you. Every step builds sequentially on the next to maximize your results without your business feeling so damn hard all the time. Finally, right? Well, to get the maximum traction, it's critical to go deep into each phase one by one. So let's recap the key elements of each step. Step 1, it all starts with your mindset and vision. If you don't have the proper state of mind, A, you won't think big and see what's possible, and B, you'll sabotage your success unconsciously. Or take the slow grind there. Everything begins with these two elements. Your vision drives every business decision. So what do you really want? What does your ideal situation look like? What's your ideal lifestyle look like? From there, we can get clear on exactly what your strategy, your model, your team, your time, and everything else needs to look like to get there. And the clearer you are, the faster you can go. So start here. Step 2 is once you're clear on the vision, it's all about building the strategy and model to get you there ASAP. The way we do that is with our Model 1 framework. This is arguably the most important step for 6-figure businesses to really nail and something that you'll want to spend a lot of time on. The more clear, targeted, simple, and strategic that each element of this formula is, the more that you'll be set up to get traction and momentum across the board. So work through each step here in detail. Step 3, then it's a matter of getting you free. The tipping point of business is when you get free from the weeds. As soon as you do, everything changes. So take back control of your time and calendar. Fire yourself. Delegate. Systemize. And empower your team so that you can be a true CEO working on the business. With the proper time, you can achieve anything. So follow this chapter to free up 20 plus hours per week. Step 4 is from here, it's a matter of turning your business into an operational machine. This is the key to lasting consistency, predictability, freedom, cash flow, and growth. If few businesses put the proper focus here. So for marketing, sales, fulfillment, we want the right strategy with the proper team, numbers, and systems. If we get this right, boom, you're off to the next level with consistency and control. Step 5, One of the oldest and best forms of leverage is to nail having the right team of people around you. The challenge is, this isn't always easy. So follow the steps in this chapter to get the right people on your team with clarity on what matters and set them up to win. If you get this right, your entire life will be different. So take it seriously with a few key shifts we discussed. In step 6, now you're ready to scale. And one of the key levers to do just that is with great, consistent sales conversions. We see so many opportunity here with so many businesses across the globe. Now, most businesses are weak here, relying on pure talent instead of a scalable sales process. But we need to get you free from sales with a repeatable system that maximizes conversions. This will make your marketing numbers look much better and is a huge linchpin in your business. And step 7 is from here, it's about generating more consistent qualified leads to fuel your entire business machine as you grow exponentially. But remember, don't start here. Keep things simple and strategic and building a marketing machine as you go. Done right, by following this order, you get the most out of your time and effort. You'll then be hyper clear on where you want to go. You'll be leading to much easier and better decision making with a strategic, simple strategy and model that is set to scale where you are differentiated and getting more conversions than ever. And you have the time to work on the business, not be stuck in it and live your dream life. While your business produces consistent results and raving fans and you scale exponentially quarter after quarter. This isn't a fantasy. This is your opportunity if you follow the formula. The choice is yours. So to wrap things up and get you on the path to 7 figures, I want to share a few final strategies to put this stuff into actual practice and help you join the 4%. None of it's rocket science. You can do it all. And my hope is that you will do it all. As we've seen over and over, insane growth and success is possible in a hurry if you follow the steps in this book. The momentum train. Not to overstate things, but an important realization is every decision matters. Every decision has a ripple effect, often much bigger than you think. In my first business, which was in day trading stocks, I got obsessed with the compound effect and how seemingly small actions stacked on top of each other led to some incredible things over time. It's like the most powerful force in the universe, Albert Einstein said, apparently. And the compound effect either works for you as you build momentum or against you in a downward spiral. This is true for your finances, but even more importantly, for your decision making in business. So let me share 2 examples that highlight how this works. First is the compound effect working against you. So let's say you're busy and you're stuck in the weeds of your business and you want to take on a new big client to add more revenue to your business and you need the money. So it's like, yeah, I'll take them on. But you don't have someone on your team to help do it just yet. So you're already redlining, working so hard and working as hard as you can without burning out. But you need the cash flow, so you decide to hire someone. So again, you don't have the time, so you're in a rush and you need the help fast. And you don't do what we talked about in this book. You skip past a few steps. You quickly hire someone based on your gut and intuition that you think will be good. They told you they're good. You don't set them up to succeed. You expect them to just get it because they told you that they could. But unfortunately, all that experience that you thought that they had wasn't really applicable or related. And they don't pick up on things nearly as fast and don't contribute. So as a result, they cost you time, energy, and hard-earned money. Plus, you realize it would have just been easier to do it yourself, so you do, and you jump back in. Now you're back in the weeds of things, but now you're behind and even more frustrated and overwhelmed. The client's unhappy, scope creep kicks in, yada yada. You can see how this dream to a few weeks ago is now a nightmare loss that you can't wait to get past. This example is the negative side of the compound effect, where seemingly small things stack up against you. Unfortunately, this is the reality for most hustling entrepreneurs. The result is working hard, going nowhere fast, stuck on the never-ending hamster wheel. Does that sound familiar? I know I've been there more often than I'd like to admit, but the good news is this can all be avoided. You've had those times when you felt unstoppable. Let's look at the impact of the right decisions and how it all builds up to help you get more of that. We call this the momentum train. Let's say you follow the steps in this book. You get super clear on your vision. From that, you see a few things that are not essential that you can cut out right away. Plus, you get free from the weeds by implementing systems, simplifying your business model, and you gain an extra 15 to 20 hours per week. So now you're free from the weeds. You got the time and energy to help to optimize your current team, giving them more clarity. You give them feedback. You help teach them about systems to support them. And as a result, they quickly start to get a lot more accomplished and handling more than ever. So with this, you realize that you don't even need to hire someone when that new project comes up. So the project gets executed well, it's profitable, and it's all done without you because your team has the time to handle it. Now the client's happy, you stay out of the weeds, you save employee costs, and you're ready for even more. Plus, the happy client sends a referral, and boom, things are taking off even more. So you feel like you have a real business now, one that can grow and thrive without you having to be involved in everything. And as a result, you have the energy, confidence, and cash flow to do it a lot more. So you do. So you can see how this works for you. This is the momentum train. This is where you want to be. This is where you have the power, clarity, and some damn fun in your business. This is where you realize this whole entrepreneurship thing is, in fact, more than worth it. It's energizing you and your team more than ever. This is where you want to be. And using the 2X principles in this book as your guide, this is where you will be. Trust me. So do you see the difference between both sides, the negative spiral and the positive momentum? It all started back at the root cause with a couple of seemingly small first steps that we started with the book. Simplifying your business, freeing up time, and working through the process one by one. That's why the order matters so much. It makes everything else exponentially easier or harder. You choose. You get to choose. So start small. Step back from the blur of the day-to-day. Take the right steps that you know you should and watch it impact you in your business more than you could ever imagine. You're only a few tweaks away from a new, more exciting, and more profitable reality. So let's make it happen to get there. Where to start now? We've talked about a lot, from who you need to hire and when, to your highest leverage marketing actions, to the meetings and operations to have in place to scale, and more. It's a lot to digest, but let's simplify things down to the 80-20 of where to start right now. Here are the first few steps that will get you into motion and on to that momentum train that I just talked about. Step number 1 is the vision. Get clear on the hardest part of all, which is what you really want and what you want to create in this world with your business. And never forget, your business is a tool to create your dream life. It's not who you are. It's not what you do. It's a vehicle that can create the wealth, the impact, the freedom, the experiences, the growth and momentum, and whatever else that you want in your life. It is a tool to give you the freedom to do what you want, when you want, and with the people that you want. Unfortunately, most entrepreneurs create something that gives them the exact opposite, a stressful, self-employed job that they're tied to with a lot of responsibilities and little, if any, wealth. So don't be like most entrepreneurs. Start by getting hyper clear on your vision. Then design your business intentionally and strategically that will support and create that dream life. That's where it all begins. Take some time, get out of the normal day-to-day, and craft that vision for yourself and your business that inspires you to keep moving forward. Step 2 is then understand the reality. Figure out where you are now. Go deep into the key numbers and take a good hard look. What's working? What's not? How's your business really doing? What are the true root causes holding you back? Where's the bottleneck? How's each department doing? What is your real profitability? Take the time to think. Get brutally honest with yourself. The more you understand the reality, the more easily we can fix your issues and unlock big growth, but not before then. So take the time to reflect and get real. Most six-figure entrepreneurs, Avoid this like the plague, defaulting to get busy and start working. Most successful entrepreneurs, however, know that the fastest path forward is to stop and think. Clarity is power. So get real, get clear, and let's get focused on a strategic path to have you unleash past 7 figures and beyond. Step 3 is the fast action plan. One very important key to a great day, great week, great month, great year is to start fast. There are surely a lot of ideas that you have for what you can do now to scale your business. So, what are a few quick wins that you can execute in the next 48 hours to start to apply what you've learned here today? What are some low-hanging fruit actions? And what are your top 3 priorities over the next 30 days to go deeper? What are the most important 3 levers that you can focus on? Put a very simple 1-page action plan together and get into motion right away while this is fresh in your mind. You'll see the effects in no time. Step 4 is to nail your Model 1. For every business that we work with, we see a huge opportunity to get more traction easily by fixing and improving their Model 1 strategy substantially. Your business is the same. Even one element off can make your business be so much more difficult to scale. If your Model 1 is complex or generic or just off, it's a constant grind. But you're going to get some big momentum if you nail this, if you get strategic and focused about your Model 1. So get strategic, get targeted, get focused, and set your business up to win. Now, I highly recommend that you go back to the 7-figure strategy chapter and spend a good amount of time here. It can be scary to make these tweaks, but it's truly game-changing when you do. That's the 80-20 of growth, so start there. Your decision. In my first online business, I interviewed nearly 100 successful entrepreneurs and investors to pick their brain on what made them wealthy. I was interested in the key turning points that led them on the path to big success. It was pretty wild, the commonalities in their stories, in fact. No matter what their background was or where they were at in their career, they could clearly articulate a turning point where they made a decision. They saw a better future and decided to go after it. They committed. And now it's your turn to make that same decision for yourself. With this book, you've seen a proven blueprint to take your business and life to the next level. Now it's up to you. You have to decide. You have to commit to take action and do something about your situation. You have to choose to make a few changes, even when it's uncomfortable, because there will be times where it's uncomfortable. Now, my goal is to have you use this book as your launch pad, where you create a business that works for you, where you start growing and making the impact that you know is possible, where you start generating the cash flow and wealth that you want, where you ultimately create the life and business of your dreams. It's all possible, and it's all within reach. You just have to make that decision and drive this as a reality for yourself. I can't choose that for you, nor can anyone else. The easy decision, however, is to keep doing what got you to where you are. The hard decision is to take a step back and make some shifts. Remember, what got you here won't get you there to the next level of growth and success. So, do you truly want to make your vision a reality? Do you want to join the 4% who scale to 7 figures and beyond? Then I challenge you to step up. Use this book and these resources as your guide. Become that 7-figure CEO right now, here today, and start applying what you've learned. It's crazy what's possible if you do. The ripple effect these strategies can make on your family, your wealth, your mindset, your team, your clients, and life are truly incredible. We see it day in and day out with entrepreneurs all across the world, and I hope to see that in you as well. So step up. Be that 7-figure CEO and turn your business into a consistent, predictable, fast-growing machine. Your future self will thank you for it when you do. To your success, yours truly, Austin Netzley. In one last thing. If you could do me a huge favor and leave an honest review, I would love to hear from you. What did you learn from the book? What did you take away? Did you enjoy this book? My mission is to get this book into the hands of thousands of entrepreneurs all across the globe. So you leaving a review goes a long way in making that happen. So please leave that review right now. Thank you very much. I appreciate it so much.